Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Got to forget my old habits and address you ladies and gentlemen, not comrades and friends. But it's good to see you all here. It's a pity we can't have it outside, but we'll try and make it as comfortable as possible. It's great to see such a big turnout, and I think that's a fair reflection of the significance of the issues that we'll be discussing today. My name is Brian Wilson. I'll be facilitating this to some extent, but I'm sure there's plenty of people in the room who will make that very, very easy and have plenty to say, contribute, ask questions and seek answers. So we have a full day ahead, so we'll keep the opening formalities to a minimum. The subject we're here to talk about today could scarcely be more topical or relevant, and that's acknowledged by the excellent turnout. There's a great deal of expertise in the room, so we'll try to ensure that it's utilised and shared to the full. There's really two questions we're addressing today. How can the Highlands and Islands impact on Scotland's net zero ambitions? And equally important, how will the colossal amount of work required to meet these ambitions impact on the Highlands and Islands? And frankly, are we anywhere near ready for all of that? Now, what's needed to turn these words into reality? We know about the potential that's inherent in our most basic natural resources, in which we're plentiful: wind, water, even sunshine. And we know about the major part the Highlands and Islands have played over the decades in the evolution of the oil and gas industry. But how is all that to be repeated and improved upon, and also ensuring that there's community benefit for the people and places of the Highlands and Islands? Personally, I think we desperately, urgently need a route map. We need an audit of the infrastructure that's required in order to deliver upon the potential, and we need to give a lot more thought to how communities are to secure lasting benefit and quality jobs. And it's going to need governments working together. It's going to need private and public sectors working together on a scale that is not yet evident. So these are all the challenges we'll be discussing today, and the conference will be a success if it produces at least some of the answers. So now let's get going. First, I want to recognise and thank the sponsors: E.ON, West of Orkney Wind Farm and Highland Council. And then just one or two details for the tweeters among you. We have a hashtag, everyone has a hashtag High Green Energy. It's all one word with the capitals HIGNE. So hashtag High Green Energy if you want to tweet. Questions can be asked throughout the day online using the QR code in the programme or the code link on the screen now. Nervously, where is the screen? To open Sildo. I was saying to Rebecca that is every day is a school day, and that's a new word I've learned today, but you open Sildo and you can ask questions here, or I must say, much my preference, the traditional way of raising your hand and opening your mouth, but if anyone agrees with that, just raise your hand, please. Finally, there are no fire alarms planned for the day, so if you hear one, find your nearest exit and you'll be directed by staff to the 4 assembly point. Now we're going to see a short video, and while that's showing that, magicked onto the stage will be Simon Duncan, Director of B2B Solutions, E.ON, to the lectern to address you. So off we go, video. Thanks very much.
Is on my side.
Yes, it is. Time is on my side.
And believe me, time is on my side. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I said time is on my side. I said time is
time to act on the climate crisis today, not one day. And E.ON have the solutions to help us all live more sustainably.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and good morning. Welcome to this conference, and I'm sure you think it's a beautiful setting and city in Inverness. It's an honour and a pleasure to spend today with you all to discuss what I feel is the most pressing issue of our time in what's been described as the most defining moment in this fight against climate change, to talk about green sustainable energy. As headline sponsors of today's event, E.ON are already committed to the very purposeful work of connecting people to good energy and leading this energy transition. So me and my team, who are dotted around today, will be on hand to answer questions and help anything you might want to ask us. I would first like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you in attendance today and everybody joining the stream online as well. Your presence, I feel, is a direct representation of your commitment and dedication to this topic of creating a cleaner and greener energy future for this region. Make no mistake, there is none of us that can do this alone. So only together, I feel, we've got the power to make the difference and shape a more sustainable energy landscape that will benefit future generations to come. The Highlands and Islands holds a special place in my heart. It's the home of my parents. Its awe-inspiring landscapes, its rich biodiversity, and its unique cultural heritage are all treasures that we must preserve and protect. And what better way to do that than by harnessing the power of green energy? As I look around this room, I see representatives from industry, academia, and government sectors. There's representatives from energy companies, renewable suppliers, research institutions, environmental organisations, and policymakers, all united by a shared purpose and passion to accelerate the transition to a greener, more sustainable energy future. I'm incredibly excited to be inspired by the speakers and the panel members today in collaboration between each of you in attendance. But beyond those discussions and presentations, let us remember the importance of inspiration. Inspiration to drive change, to break barriers, and to push the boundaries of what's possible. Each and every one of us has got a role to play in this energy transition, whether big or however small, and it's our collective and concrete action that will make a tangible difference. So I encourage you all to actively participate in today's sessions, engage in those meaningful conversations, build connections that will help us forge new paths towards a sustainable future. Let us use this conference as a springboard to collaborate, innovate, and action those solutions. As we go on this journey together, let us remember that sustainability is not just a goal, but a responsibility we owe to the environment, to our communities, and to future generations. By embracing this green energy, we can power progress while minimising our impact on the planet. Scotland's at the very precipice of the energy transition, with the opportunity for leaders across the world to learn from how you get things done. So let's not disappoint, and let's create a legacy that's the envy of this world. At E.ON, we're busy decarbonising homes, businesses, cities and regions across 15 different European countries, partnering exclusively with only those most dedicated to making a difference. In the UK, we're heating and cooling cities, using industrial-scale heat pumps. We're building solar and wind to support businesses like Diageo and charities like Edinburgh Zoo. We're decarbonising hospitals, hotels, supermarkets, manufacturing plants, and heavy industry like timber, steel, glass, and concrete. We've installed over 5 million smart meters, and we're delivering eco-obligations to insulate and retrofit energy solutions to reduce energy costs for homes. We're also rolling out electric vehicle charging infrastructure on transport networks and innovating with technologies that can provide energy efficiency to businesses and resilience to regions. We're also injecting capital into ideas that decarbonise our planet and connect people to good energy. Just as important as all of that, we're creating local green jobs, we're investing in social value projects in communities to help boost local community economies so that individuals and businesses can prosper. We're supporting schools, universities and local supply chains to create jobs for the future. For us, today is a marker that we're here to see how we can help you unleash the power and the potential of the Highlands and Islands. My team are on hand today to support conversations and answer questions, so look out for anyone with an E.ON badge if you have something you want to make happen. So with that, let us seize this opportunity to learn, to inspire and to be inspired. Together, let us pave the way for a greener Highlands and Islands and a brighter, more sustainable tomorrow. Thanks everyone, I'm really looking forward to what we can achieve together today.
Well, thanks very much, Simon, for striking the right note there. And if I can ask now the first panellists to join us, and I'll give you brief introductions to them. So there's Katarina McKinnon, who's the Development Manager of Crown Estate Scotland, Mark Wilson, who's the Chief Executive of the ILI Group, Malcolm MacLeod, the Deputy Chief Executive of Highland Council, and Ailsa Rayburn, who's the Chair of Community Land Scotland. So the format is that we're going to hear for 5 minutes. I mean, are you all happy to speak from where you are rather than...
Yeah, sure.
Is that okay, Mark? I think it's easier than trying to transition back and forward. So Crown Estate Scotland obviously is a key player particularly in offshore wind. And the granting of licences for the ScotWind programme. Katarina is specialist in the subject of the green economy transition around the offshore wind sector and the supply chain. Previously worked with HIE, and so I think a good comprehensive view from Crown Estate Scotland. So Katarina, take it away.
That's working. Excellent, thank you very much. Hello everyone, good morning, and thanks for the invitation to join the panel this morning. So I'm Katarina McKinnon, and I'm Development Manager with Crown Estate Scotland with the Offshore Wind Development Team. So I joined, Brian already mentioned, but I joined actually last year following the announcement of the ScotWind leasing round, specifically to focus on delivery, on managing the option to lease agreements, and basically take these projects through to successful delivery. Prior to that, I worked with Highlands and Islands Enterprise, so I'm very well familiar with the region, and indeed I have lived here for nearly 20 years now, and here in Inverness. So our topic today is green energy transition, and clearly Crown Estate Scotland is right at the core of that. We have a few roles to play, but crucially we need to deliver at pace and at scale, and this is why offshore wind sector is essential to that. And we play a key role in the development of all offshore renewables, but offshore wind more specifically, and this is where I guess my focus is. I'm aware that there is a dedicated session on offshore wind later on, so I will keep my address high level, but I want to make key statements around the role that Crown Estate Scotland plays in this. So we are, just to explain, despite the name, we do not work for the King. We are also separate to the Crown Estate, which operates in England and Wales, and we are a Scottish public corporation. So we report to Scottish ministers, and we work to deliver sustainable, lasting value for Scotland, for the people of Scotland. We contribute to Scottish economy, so all net revenues that we generate, be it from leasing, through collecting option fees, or through rent, which is something that we collect once the assets are in operation, that gets passed on to Scottish and local governments for public spending. I want to just explain a little bit more about the roles that we play. We obviously manage leasing and manage the assets, but we also play a role as enabler, investor, and coordinator. So as asset manager, we undertake the leasing, and we do that on the back of the kind of Scottish Government's sector marine plan. So it's very much plan-led leasing. We don't define where this project should be, but we also manage property agreements. So clearly, ScotWind and INTOG leasing rounds. INTOG is innovation and targeted oil and gas. Through those two, we have created an enormous pipeline of projects in the waters around Scotland, adding up to over 30 gigawatt generating capacity. And that also includes over 20 gigawatts of commercial scale floating wind, which is the new industry. So really significant opportunity to become a leader in this particular new industry for Scotland. And so these projects create economic opportunities, and we have mandated from the outset the supply chain commitments that these projects will make throughout the lifetime. Okay, so just briefly, we don't just lease the seabed. As I say, we also have this important role as enabler. So we work with projects, in particular in my role, we work with them day to day to identify those challenges and barriers to deployment so that we can inform our enabling actions. And that could be on addressing grid, consenting, or indeed stimulating supply chain through collaboration. We also have a role as an investor. So we actually monitor where the opportunities are to broaden our portfolio of assets and where we can invest to generate value and also to enable and accelerate development. So in particular, we're looking at energy ports investment currently, specifically for offshore wind. And finally, we act as coordinator. We manage spatial information, and we also manage overlapping rights and interests. In particular in the marine space, where, as you can imagine, there's more and more activity across different sectors. So there's a role to play for us to manage those overlaps and those interfaces. Okay, so I wanted to say a few words about the Highlands and Islands and the challenges and opportunities. I appreciate we don't have an awful lot of time, but I just wanted to mention a few, and obviously we can pick up through the discussion. So clearly, Highlands and Islands region is really well placed around the opportunities that offshore wind sector presents. About half of all offshore wind projects are around the coasts of the Highlands and Islands, and also majority of them are floating, which again, as I say, it's a new industry. Nobody has done it before. So there is a real opportunity to get in and develop that world-class expertise here locally. In the region, we're not starting from scratch. We've done things before. We've got Beatrice pioneering project at the time. We've got Moray East. We also have in the Pentland Firth floating offshore wind project, which is still under development, but this is an important stepping stone for those larger scale commercial floating offshore wind projects as well. The region's ports and supply chain have done it before, have delivered, but clearly more capacity and capability will be needed. So things like a green free port, securing green free port by Inverness and Cromarty Firth, developments at Scapa Deepwater Quay in Orkney, also interest in Ardersier and NIG from private investors. That's really positive, and we should build on that and support that development. I'd like to very briefly mention hydrogen, which is another important component of the energy transition, and it's also complementary to offshore wind. So at Crown Estate Scotland, we are looking at what our role should be around these, around obviously leasing seabed, but also doing that enabling work around both blue and green hydrogen. So green linked to offshore wind and blue more linked to the carbon capture and storage. So indeed, there are obviously challenges. Grid capacity is a key challenge. I'm sure we'll touch on that throughout the day. We know that it's already constrained, in particular in the rural areas up north, but we need to obviously add in that extra generation capacity will need to go somewhere, and the constraints will need addressed, and significant upgrades are needed. Another challenge to mention is skills. Again, I know there's a discussion later today, but although we don't directly get involved at Crown Estate Scotland, but we recognise that delivery of these offshore projects will require more skills and labour more generally, and it's around STEM. Obviously, that is key, and so it's great to see the initiative that is taken forward by a number of offshore wind developers, Scotland developers in the region with UHI on that. So I would like to finish off on the point that the time for delivery is now. We have got this enormous market that we have created, enormous pipeline of projects, as I say, including with floating. So we really need to focus on delivering that investment, enable the grid improvements. We need to continue to enable capacity-led supply chain investments and build that capacity and capability through collaboration, and also address some of the regulatory and planning challenges along the way, so that we can capture the opportunities that industry presents for achieving net zero, achieving energy security, but also ensuring, crucially, that just transition for the benefit of local people and communities around Highlands and Islands and elsewhere in Scotland. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Katarina, and a lot of interesting information to me there anyway about exactly what the role of Crown Estate Scotland is. Second speaker is Mark Wilson, who's the Chief Executive of the ILI Group. ILI Group, it's quite a well-known name in the Highlands because of the shirt sponsors of Inverness Cally Thistle, but it should be a much better known name because they're certainly Scotland's, probably the UK's leader on energy storage, and hold the consent for the Red John pump storage hydro project on the Loch Ness side. So a huge contribution to make in energy storage. So Mark will speak for a few minutes now.
Hi everyone. First of all, thank you very much for asking me to speak here today. So we're presently, we've done over 5 gigawatts. We're developing over 5 gigawatts of energy storage presently. That's a combination of 3 pump storage hydro projects in Scotland, 2 in the Highlands, and we've got 2.2 gigawatts of utility scale battery, and we've already funded just over 400 megawatts of utility scale battery. Probably a good idea to give you a feel for why I'm actually doing it, because I completely believe it's vital that we have an energy in the energy mix. If you don't have energy storage, we're not going to get to net zero. It's as simple as that. Now, why I firmly believe that, from 2008, 2009, our focus was onshore wind in Scotland. I grew up on a farm, my background's farming, so we focused very much working with the farming community. So we signed up over 600 landowners in Scotland, and this was a very different scale to what we're doing right now. Back then it was 500 kilowatt single turbines. We're now doing, in context, Red John is 450 megawatts. So it's a huge jump from what we're doing. But still, the turbines were 76 metres to tip, so they weren't something that were easy to get through planning, and you also had to put them in the right places, and a lot of places they wouldn't have worked just from a landscape and visual impact perspective. While I was on that journey, we got 160 sites into planning, and we were able to achieve 96 consents, i.e. get all those turbines for those farmers and create an income for them, which was great, and play a very small role in the movement towards net zero. 2015, UK government announced that we were going to close all the coal plants down by 2022, which great news. Don't know if it's completely happened yet, but we're pretty much getting there. And the Paris Agreement was announced that we would all hit net zero by 2050. So as the founder of the company, and some people might say a bit of an entrepreneur. It became absolutely clear to me, clear as day, that being right at the front line of onshore wind, and we did a wee bit of solar as well, was, well, common sense. What are we going to do when it's not windy and there's no sun? What normally happens is you whack on the gas or you'll whack on the coal because it's base load, but we're taking that off and we're going to eventually wean ourselves off gas. Sooner the better. So your options are nuclear and as we've seen, energy storage. So back in 2015, we looked at all the different technologies. We'd already looked at green hydrogen back in 2012 because some of our turbines were stranded, i.e. you couldn't get them onto the grid. So we thought, well, why don't we bring in electrolysis, create green hydrogen and sell it into the market? But back then there was no market for green hydrogen. So we know the process and we're still researching it as something we may get into. We looked at compressed air and salt mines. We looked at different types of batteries, but it became very clear to us that pumped storage hydro as a proven technology, being able to do it at scale. Scotland being one of the fortunate countries where we have the topography to be able to do it. It just ticked every single box as far as we could see. So we went out on our next journey. We looked at over 130 locations, and we picked what we believe are the 3 best locations in Scotland. One of them being Red John at Loch Ness, which is now fully consented and ready to go, basically. The one thing that the whole industry is waiting on at the moment is for the UK government to implement a mechanism called a cap and floor, similar to what they have. Basically, we've got interconnectors moving from UK to Europe and all around the world, the subsea cables, before cap and floor was introduced, which is essentially a floor price and a cap. Simple as that. It's like an insurance policy for your debt. Until that is in place, none of these projects are going to go ahead. When we've got 3, SSE's got 1, Drax's got 1. There's a load of other boys now out there starting to get into it. Scotland is, I believe, as a country, we are probably the #1 country globally to really take advantage of renewable energy alongside energy storage. I believe we can be completely self-sufficient. I believe we can be an export of renewable energy into not just South, but into Europe. We've got all the wind, we've got all the offshore. It's not rocket science. It's pretty simple, as how I see it. We just need to do it. And then what we're also doing, we're doing a lot of utility scale battery, different product, but similar use. Pump storage will run for several hours, sometimes for days. To give you a context, the 3 projects we're doing would if there was no wind and we were completely off gas and coal, it would power 7.5 million houses for the day. That sort of puts it in context. And then we're also doing a lot of battery storage. These are just single containers, maybe 30 containers in a farmer's field, nicely shielded so that visually you don't see them. And one 50 megawatt battery project is enough to power every house in the Highlands for 2 hours. So it still does a lot, and that's just one project. We're doing many. Renewables alongside energy storage, get rid of all the coal, hurry up and get rid of all the gas. We're completely in net zero. That's what I see. And that's me.
Thanks, Mark. I just did a quick check when Mark was speaking there. So it's a really interesting thing to do every day, to look at National Grid Live to see where power is coming from. And so, on a day like this, at the moment, there's 47% of our electricity coming from fossil fuels and 27% from renewables. So it makes Mark's point very strongly that unless you have storage, then the dependence on fossil fuels continues. So a lot there to hear more about particularly the pump storage hydro schemes and what it needs to make them happen. The third speaker in this session is Malcolm MacLeod, Deputy Chief Executive of Highland Council. Highland Council has got the responsibility for transport, for infrastructure, for all the the basics that are needed to make an economy work. So Malcolm, give us your contribution.
Okay, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. So I'm just going to give an overview of where we are as a council. There's always a risk that I would steal the council leader's thunder because he's giving the keynote address this afternoon. That's never a good career move, so I'll touch on the generalities of what we're doing as a council to support the drive to net zero. And I think the two first speakers have probably touched on the fact, our geography, our location, our scale and the number of fantastic assets we have puts us right at the centre of the drive towards net zero. Obviously, we'll probably hear a lot more today about the Green Freeport, and that has dominated a lot of the discussions recently. And obviously the council as a key partner in that is moving that on. And Brian mentioned at the start of the need for the private and the public sectors to come together better, and I think that has demonstrated, at least in the first stage of it, the opportunity that brings when actually people do come together, set a vision, set the key areas we need to work together on, and actually deliver something and put together a compelling case against, perhaps some more experienced competitors, or perhaps who perhaps have more experience in these things. And I think it demonstrated the ability of people in the Highlands working with a lot of external investors to paint a really compelling picture. And we're now at that stage where we're moving that on. We've got the outline business case being prepared at the moment, and it's really important we maintain that. But it's just one part of what the Highlands has to offer. It could be and will be really significant, but we've also got to recognise there are other fantastic opportunities we want to capitalise on, whether that's on the west coast at Cllr or up north, Scrabster, Wick, as well as the work that's happening at Ardeshir. So we've got to see these port opportunities as a fantastic way forward, and the council's working as closely as we can with partners to make sure that these are reflected in our planning documents and our infrastructure requests that are going into both governments. The other important part of what the council does is making sure that the challenges that investors, landowners, developers might see in terms of planning and regulatory services. We have established a development plan that, as best it can, identifies the opportunities, not just for the development of the individual locations related to our green energy transition, but also to the supporting infrastructure that's going to be needed, whether that's in housing, whether it's in transport, whether it's in other community facilities. And I think for me, that's a key role the council can have. Clearly, the publication of National Planning Framework 4 has been useful in that respect, in terms of providing a national policy for planning. But again, some of the devil is going to be in the detail in that. And I think from a personal view, some of the new development plan regulations risk slowing things down rather than speeding things up, particularly when we've got to go all the way back to the start. So I think we've just got to keep working together to make sure we move as quickly as possible. Obviously, from a regulatory point of view, our planning teams are, very much open for business. We've never had a year like last year in terms of the amount of interest we've had, and the difference between us and a number of other local authorities is the huge increase in the number of complex renewable schemes. And that is providing a challenge to us, particularly as the pipeline of planners coming through is not perhaps as good as we would like it. We're trying to recruit. We're doing the you can work from anywhere approach, but that when you're trying to build up a strong planning team, which is dealing with complex applications, it is a real challenge, and I think we can work together with government and with education providers on trying to make sure that happens, and I know the Town Planning Institute is doing that. It's also not helped when energy companies are stealing some of our best planners, so but I can't stop you, so there you go. So that's the kind of wider part of it. I like to say Council's open for business. We want to help, we want to engage, and we want to engage with developers. We want to engage as early as possible, and we've got a number of services that help that, in terms of pre-application service, and really my appeal is to come and speak to us as early as possible. But also there's a great deal of partnership work and we need to do. And I think, we've heard about supply chain statements, we've heard, about the journey we've got to go on, whether that's around balancing through battery storage and getting better understanding of what these look, feel and operate like, but also the wider hydrogen economy that we need to be at the centre of. So again, that appeal is just there for us all to work together and make sure that happens. But it's not just about, the theme of today's conference is also about green energy more widely, and I think as a council and indeed in terms of other public bodies, we need to make sure that what we're doing is reflective of the need to build a market for more renewable technologies, to build local skills in delivering renewables technologies. So just as a couple of examples, the work we're doing in terms of making the Highlands a better place to visit, to live, and to attract investment. We've been working with both governments on the City Region deal, for example. You'll be aware Inverness Castle is being redeveloped. We hope that will be a fantastic world-class destination. But what we're trying to do at the moment is building in renewable heat sources into that, and that's been helpfully funded by government to make sure that it's not just a redevelopment on its own, it's actually been a statement that's saying we want this to help drive us towards our net zero goals as a council. And we've also had levelling up funding awarded at the Bucht Park in Inverness and at the Northern Meeting Park in Inverness, where we're looking at ground source heat options, but trying to make it bigger. So it's not just about the individual projects, but what does it mean for potential local energy networks in the future. And as some of you may know, we're also looking at significant investment as a council in our own renewable energy projects. And again, we'll be looking in some cases to work with partners on that. I know the leader is going to touch on community benefits later. It's been mentioned already this morning. So I won't say too much about that, other than to say the model for us, whether it's in terms of skills, whether it's in terms of growing our market, because we have to grow the local market. It's not just about a cash sum community benefit. It's about more than that. It's about building infrastructure and capacity within our local markets. The Highlands has huge challenges around rural transport, for example, whether that's public transport or indeed our own infrastructure. And as part of this long-term goal, we've got to aim towards rebalancing perhaps some of the pressures we're feeling in local, in more rural areas in Highland. And again, the strength of our region is going to be based on our young people as well. The council's got a huge role in education. and we try and work as closely as possible with our education providers, our local university. But again, I think industry, in terms of the opportunity, we've got a real need to make sure that we're providing quality education opportunities, not just at the low level, at the further and higher education level, but we've got the opportunity to get right in amongst our younger people. We're talking about a pipeline of projects that's 30 years plus, so really important we build on initiatives like the Newton Rooms, which I know Morven is here and may refer to later. And that it really needs the private sector to come in and help support, drive and give the opportunities that we really need. So I'm just going to stop there with the message that A, come and speak to us early, B, we're open for business, and C, stop stealing our planners.
Thanks, Malcolm. The final speaker in this session is Ailsa Rayburn. He was the Chair of Community Land Scotland. Malcolm and earlier myself have spoken about community benefit, very important aspect of all this, and also that relates to who owns the land. So, Ailsa.
Thanks, Brian, and thanks for the invitation to speak today, and I'm glad that we can add communities to Simon's long list of impressive contributors. It's clear from the colleagues on the panel that the opportunities for development of green energy in our region are really significant, and it could be a game changer for the region's economy, but what's really important, it's potentially across all areas of the region. So from Campbelltown to Shetland and Stornoway to Cromarty, communities across the region can benefit. And it's what makes this particular revolution so interesting. And it's also exciting to be at a time when not only will this revolution bring economic benefit, but also the power to do good for the planet and to address both the climate and biodiversity crises. And that hasn't always been the case in the Highlands and Islands, where doing well economically hasn't always aligned with environmental and social good. And so we see depopulated landscapes and habitat loss through massive overgrazing, industrial Sitka plantations, and sporting estates. They haven't always aligned profit with people and planet. And it hasn't also aligned with the growing demand to keep wealth within the local communities and the local region. So a move away from that dominant extractive wealth model where profits and dividends are offshored and local people don't see any benefit. So there's a really strong focus within government policy to making sure that we deliver on all of the benefits of the green energy revolution, and ensuring we build community wealth is really at the core of that. And that's done by good green jobs for the next generation, and we've heard some chat here about what skills are required, but also local ownership, returning profit to local communities, and community benefit schemes that share agency and reward. So, what do we need to do for communities that desperately need to diversify their economic base? We need to design the right, effective and fair approaches at the outset. And we've seen the good work of Crown Estate Scotland and SOWEC in developing the supply chain statements. Katrina has also already mentioned the issue of skills, and we've got the recent Withers review who's taken a comprehensive look at those skills. And we've got the National Marine Plan Renewables policy that sets out good practice for marine renewable energy development. And they define that for marine renewables as additional voluntary measures provided by developers out with the planning and licensing processes. And they need to reflect local context, so no one size fits all. It's not about linking benefit to objections, and they also need to be independent of supply chain benefits. And that's all with the focus of building sustainable, resilient communities. And that policy is now quite rightly under review, given the opportunities we see ahead of us. And that's to link to those wider policy objectives of community wealth building and a just transition to net zero, not net zero at any cost. So where's all this going to lead, particularly in our region? Malcolm will know that communities are ever more ambitious and aspirational to improve local areas and opportunities, and there is huge wealth, and we'll hear about that today, in our marine and onshore renewables and natural capital. We also know that's distorting markets and land ownership patterns and impacting on the availability of the key infrastructure necessary to deliver the green jobs. And in a lot of our region, that's around housing. So there's a lot of work underway at the moment by COHI and the Regional Economic Partnership, looking at how we can remove some of the barriers to housing, especially in areas of forecast depopulation. But this needs to move at pace, particularly if we're going to match the revolution we're talking about today and combine with the Scottish Government wider Housing to 2040 plans. We need to enable more private sector delivery in remote and rural areas, as well as supporting community-led development. We also, coming back to the principle of how these schemes are all embedded in local communities, ensure that they have what we might call a social licence to operate. So the community is supportive, they're behind the scheme, they want to see it work. A scheme that shares benefits and ensures Scotland and local communities as a whole benefit from green energy and not just through energy security. And this social licence to operate is becoming a feature now of many regulatory regimes across the world. In Denmark, at least 20% of offshore wind ownership should be offered to local communities and adjacent municipalities. And that's led to 52% of offshore wind energy there being community-owned. So we're still meeting our net zero targets, but we're ensuring the benefits are spread as widely as possible. You will have all seen Labour's Great British Energy Plans launched yesterday, and there's some interesting ideas in there for communities. And in Scotland, of course, we've got many great examples of community-owned energy. So I'm also the chair of the Isle of Egg Heritage Trust, and we have our own renewable energy scheme there that delivers 24/7 renewable energy. It has done for a number of years. Canna and Fair Isle have the same. Strontian, they've developed a hydro scheme where, building on the concept of community wealth, they use their income from that to build a local school. To Gear, where the Four Dancing Ladies are supporting the community-led affordable housing. And in Golson on Lewis, where the community benefit funds they generate from their wind turbines have supported countless social, health and wellbeing projects. But it's very long, hard work. We've already heard about the grid constraints Katarina mentioned. So we've got communities developing schemes. So on Razay, they've got 137 kilowatts installed, but only a grid connection of 50 kilowatts. So how much extra income could be channeled back into that community if we could address that grid issue? We've already heard as well that the subsidies needed to kickstart these projects are no longer available. But we know from a recent Aquaterra report looking at a number of schemes that community-owned energy generates 34 times more return to local people. So we really need to see this as a critical part of the whole development of this infrastructure. The Scottish Land Commission published a report last week looking at community benefits and what they might look like and how we might achieve them. And that could be through tougher conditions on public support to guarantee meaningful community influence and decision making, stronger market regulation to ensure that the social licence to operate is maintained and developed, and built-in expectation for direct social and economic benefits, extending beyond financial benefit, and Malcolm mentioned that already, to include ownership and agency. And Community Land Scotland, we've also submitted proposals for a community wealth fund. So this is a new sovereign wealth fund which takes some of the benefits from the green energy revolution and reinvests them within local areas. So if we are to avoid seeing the green energy revolution pass communities by in the way that the oil revolution passed all but a very small part of Scotland by, we need to think now about how we capture some of this value to invest locally. And that's not, I'm afraid, to invest in potholes or short-term holes in council budgets, but as real long-term investment in assets and wealth building that ensures those thriving and resilient, sustainable communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Ailsa, and lots of food for thought in that. I mean, I just thought when you were speaking there, you know, that there's so many component parts in this to deliver what you're talking about. That we're not just talking about energy projects. We're talking about housing. We're talking about skills. We're talking about grids. We're talking about all sorts of infrastructure. And to me, really, the question is anyone pulling all of that together? I mean, is there an overview of this, which, because you're not going to deliver the whole thing unless the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So would anyone like to, Katarina, do you want to answer that?
Yes, certainly I could attempt to do that. Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right that we need to work together, and there are many parts to this. I don't think there's one agency or an organization that has that kind of overarching responsibility. So I guess from my perspective, we all have to play our part, and across both public and private sectors. Obviously, there's a role for governments, for UK government, Scottish government to play in this, and indeed, obviously, local governments more locally. But in terms of, I guess, the role that we can play, as mentioned, we have quite broad-ranging roles. So we actually have been doing quite a lot of work on bringing some of that together. For example, on grid, we are engaging with the National Grid electricity system operator, obviously to resolve some of these challenges for the projects that need to export that extra electricity produced from offshore wind. We realize that this process is not just kind of up to us, but we need to engage across the board and work on the supply chain collaboration, for example, what we've been doing with ScotWind projects, ScotWind developers, to develop that collaborative framework. That's a good example of, again, public and private sector collaboration. And we're seeing already through the strategic investment model is something that is like a pilot project to unlock some of these investments, but not on a purely one project basis, because that's just not enough. It's not going to give enough certainty for the supply chain to invest in the infrastructure. But it's about that capacity-led investment, which is across a number of projects and gives the certainty, again, as I say, to unlock that investment. So I think, yeah, I mean, it's a very complex picture. There's so many different parts to it, but I guess there are a lot of efforts there that are ongoing, and we all have to play our part in this.
Okay, well, I think that answers the question. Is there isn't, so let's come back to that later. Can I open it up to the floor, or if anyone's put questions by any other of these strange devices? Gentleman here, and then over there. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. Stephen Mark Williams, ETP. This thing about having an oversight, I mean, is an issue, I think, that we don't have. Well, we kind of do. We have the Scottish Energy Advisory Board. They don't really know what they're there for. And I'm just wondering about the problem that we have with skills, actually. That's the main issue for me, is that we seem to be doing things the wrong way around. We're putting up all these projects and trying to find the skills for them, when actually we don't have the skills for these projects. And my concern is that we're just going to absorb, like we did for oil and gas, and I agree hugely. I was a teacher at one time. I taught in Springburn Academy in Glasgow, physics teacher, and nobody thought of oil and gas as a career path. It was quite bizarre. It was like it was a different country. But so what can we do about getting an oversight about what's happening, especially in councils? There are 32 councils, each of them doing probably identical work, and lots of duplication going on. And by the way, I greatly appreciate the work that's done by councils and councillors. I think they're underestimated. They're hugely underfunded for what they have to do, because these are the real deliverers of what's going to be the energy revolution. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's a very positive contribution. The gentleman over to the right.
Raymond Bremner, leader of the Highland Council and a councillor, and I thoroughly appreciated the comments that you made there just now. It's not often that we get a bit of praise like that tagged on to the end of a statement. So, and my fellow councillor, Rosie, chair of the Climate Change Committee, probably is grinning from ear to ear because he appreciated that as well. My question is very much in terms of communities. When we get together at energy conferences like this, and we can feel very enthused and about the opportunities that are available to us, but where do we think that we are with the communities coming along with us in the Highlands in terms of a net zero economy? and what they believe the benefit to them will be ultimately out of this, if it's not going to be the case that the benefit will be in its surrounding infrastructure like potholes. Where do you think that sorry, I just had to get that over and done with. Where do you think the community are with us in their understanding of net zero progress? Thanks.
Well, I can't have the leader asking a question of the Deputy Chief Executive, so I'll give that one to Ailsa.
Thank you for that. Communities need to see the benefit, don't they? And I'm not sure they are seeing the benefit yet. You know, if you're one of those people that are affected by the transmission line at the moment, are those communities really seeing what the benefit that is? And this comes back, I think, to the whole sort of guiding hand point. There isn't a guiding hand. This policy is not necessarily being sold. So at a very local level, and an individual level, everybody knows, or the vast majority of people know, we need to get to net zero. But are we selling it well enough? Are we actually going to communities and saying, well, this is what this means for your community? You know, if you do this, and this is why community energy schemes don't generally tend to have any objections, because the community have gone and said, well, if we do this, then this is what will happen. And we can build a school, or we can have a social fund, or we can help build affordable housing. So they're actually seeing the link between the economic benefit and the net zero benefit. And I don't think we're very good at doing that yet, which is why, as I say, community ownership is a really important part of that. And I think the more we can develop those models, the better, because we know where they work really well. So I think that's on the industry, actually, and on the consenting authorities to say, you need to do more about engaging the community, making sure they understand what's in it for them, and that, you know, if you've got to have a wind turbine within your view, or if you've got to have a transmission line within your view, then this is the benefit that's being returned to you. So I think it's on all of us to sell it better.
Can I just add a wee bit to that, Brian?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, no, one of the things we've found is, because we're doing a lot of battery projects in the Highlands, and obviously we spent a number of years with Red John, is there's a certain criteria that you're meant to do so many meetings, and I imagine there's a lot of, because we're just a small developer, is the major developers or whatever that stick to that criteria. We've found that you go that extra mile. If somebody's got a concern, there might be one person out of a crowd in a community hall. We'll go up and see that person, and we'll sit down in their house and we'll chat to them and see what their real problems are and what the issue is. I can't always solve everything, but you can certainly sympathise with them and see if there's ways to. I mean, for example, with Red John, we made several changes to the actual how the development would look because of concerns that the local people indoors had, and we had probably 8 or 9 meetings up there where maybe we only had to do 1 or 2, and I think a lot of it's to do with it. I think it's really being more personable and going that extra mile and communicating, and it's real. It's not, I mean, being real.
Yeah, I think communities know when they're seeing the presentation that's been delivered to 100 other communities and it's not relevant to them.
Yeah.
You know, so it needs to be personal, and it needs to be, we understand what the issues are. And we know, you know, at the end of the day, there will be things that can change. And at the end of the day, there's always going to be people that you can't satisfy. But as long as you've got the majority on board with you, then that's the way to go.
Jane.
I'm Jane from GNC Communications. I work for a number of renewable energy companies, but I also live in Gillian, which is at the kind of end of one of the pylon lines, and it is becoming very, very heated, I think, the argument. Although, interestingly, I actually think that people are waking up more to the fact that we actually do need an electrical infrastructure. I can see a shift, particularly around energy security. But I do think that the critical, absolutely critical problem that we have is housing. And I mean, it's been mentioned, but I mean, I'm on the community council, and people in the community council can remember being promised free electricity when they put in the hydro dams, and they're still wondering why it never happened, you know. And I think what people need to be told and actually have to deliver is housing, because it doesn't matter whether you've got the skills or not. If you've got the people with skills and they're coming in and they're being put in a camp, and that's what's going to end up happening. If people could see real housing, I mean, the fish farmers have started to do it where they're actually building housing. The tourism industry is having to start doing it where they're actually buying hotels to house their workers. Then why can't renewable energy companies, there be a condition on it that says you have to build a certain number of houses? And if everybody built a certain number of houses and the pile-on line resulted in a certain number of houses, that surely would help to address the problem. And it's something tangible that I can't think of a community I come across where they aren't saying that there's a shortage of housing. And it's a real issue.
Okay, Jen, thanks very much. Gentleman here, and then we'll go back.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah, just to go back to the point on, somebody to pull it all together. I would agree strongly that there's multiple partnerships that need to be created, multiple different ways of working together. I would say actually the Scottish Government has done a pretty good job in delivering a really positive national planning framework and a pretty positive new energy strategy, which is due out later this year. But I do think that we need to work together where we can. Just to give an example, the tourism industry and the renewables industry are talking to each other pretty positively at the moment about establishing a joint working to deliver the Highlands as a sustainable destination, but included in that, sustainable communities and sustainable energy, and being proud of it rather than seeing some kind of perceived clash of interest between tourism and renewables.
Okay, thanks. Mark, just going back to you a second. The pump storage hydro, one of the big advantages of it is that it would bring immediate jobs. I think everyone in this room recognises that we've had a lot of talk about large numbers of jobs for a very long time without necessarily seeing many of them. Could you just tell us about that, the construction aspect of storage?
Yeah, and just I should never assume for anyone that doesn't know what pump storage is. It's a very simple system. So for Red John, we're using Loch Ness as the lower reservoir, and then we're going to build tunnels underground, and there's going to be a big cavern underground where there'll be three major sized turbines, and then there'll be an upper reservoir that will build. It's what's called a turkey's nest. So it's a closed loop system, meaning that it just uses the water from Loch Ness. So when there's excess wind on the system, which there is a lot of, and at times, a lot of the time, we have to do what's called curtailment, which is turn those turbines off. We waste hundreds of millions of pounds every year and waste all that energy. Rather than that, you pump the water from the lower reservoir, which is Loch Ness, up into the upper reservoir, and you'll store it there. And then when there's energy required, i.e. there's no wind or sun, you'll hit a button, the water will go down, gravity at force through the turbines and create electricity, and that can be repeated time and time again. Crooken, for example, at Oban, I think is over 60 years old, and it's just getting refurbished again. It'll go for another 100. There was a report brought out recently called the Bigger Report, and it got a lot of press. It caused the First Minister of Scotland to write to the Prime Minister to say, hurry up, let's get this moving. For the projects that are ready to go, ours and Drax and SSEs, we're looking at roughly 15,000 direct jobs, and that's roughly 15,000 jobs, pure construction jobs, and that's to do the digging and do all the, well, it's essentially a big infrastructure project, each one of these. Red John's going to take about 4 to 5 years to build. Corrie Glass is a huge project. It'll take probably 5 to 6. But if you look at the pipeline of projects, we've got at least 10 to maybe 12, even 15 years of construction jobs, of real jobs. It's like when you say, well, all these jobs will be created with wind, and I love wind, is, well, a lot of it, let's be honest, a lot of it does go overseas at the moment. We want to get it all in Scotland or in the UK, and that's what I see is hopefully happening. But these are massive infrastructure jobs. 70% of all the funds go into construction. So as well as roughly 15,000 jobs, if you include all the guys that are doing it, which is now SSE and Drax, ballpark, I think it's about 5 billion of investment being injected into the country. Now that to me is just a stimulant. That to me, it's an absolute no-brainer. If I was sitting in politics and I had that on a silver platter to create all those jobs, inject all that into the country, create big national infrastructure projects, because that's what we always did when we fell into a depression back in history. You always build big infrastructure projects, but these have got such a use because they help us get to net zero. Probably over-answered that, but yeah, 15,000
Yeah, just maybe, Brian, to add to this.
I'll take one more question before we move on. Gentleman here.
I did quite a lot of work over in Norway, north of Norway, and where they have an infrastructure and an oversupply of electricity into the grid, they promote and grant the contractors, the industry, to use electricity at a reduced rate. That obviously brings more industry into the area. Is that something that we could do here in Scotland in the Highlands? Instead of putting the brakes on the wind turbines, instead of banking all the energy, let's get it out there, let's get that used, discounted, and bring that to the local community as well.
Kick off here. Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. We have to consider various options out there, and we have to be open to learn from other experiences. So that international experience is really important. So we need to engage there. And I'm sure developers, some of them are in the room here, they are thinking of various options, because at the end of the day, they need to develop a commercial project, they need to make returns, they need to make sure that generated electricity can go somewhere. So that could be an option to look at, these kind of commercial models, or indeed, obviously, in terms of like physical offtake of that electricity has to go somewhere. So I think we need to, I mean, obviously my focus is offshore wind, but we need to look at the whole energy mix there for different generation, but equally they're all complementary. So as I mentioned earlier, offshore wind and hydrogen are complementary. Battery storage needs to be there to stabilize grid. Grid works are being done. However, there's only so much possibly that could go so far. So, but equally, again, developers will be looking at maximizing the return from their wind farm sites, because if they can generate more, I mean, we've leased seabed based on the square kilometers. So at the end of the day, the capacity, if they can get more return, can generate more electricity, that's great, and that could get us to that net zero ever so quicker. But definitely learning from, as I say, experience from elsewhere on various fronts is very valuable, I think.
Thanks very much. Like all good panels, it's overrun. So please show your appreciation to our first panel. Lots of good information and observation there to build on, and I now have pleasure in welcoming the minister, the Scottish Energy Minister, Gillian Martin, who's going to speak. Thank you. So, give her a welcome.
Thank you very much. It would have been great to have been in the back of the room for most of the discussion this morning, but I'm sure that you'll ask me some questions around some of the things you've discussed. But I'm really pleased to be here in Inverness and to discuss the crucial role that the Highlands and Islands plays in delivering a just transition to a net zero energy system. Over the last 20 years, this part of Scotland has capitalised on your distinct natural resources to champion growth in onshore and offshore wind, as well as leadership in wave and tidal technology, community energy, and the decarbonisation of heat and transport. The Highlands and Islands is a testbed for net zero innovation and is an exemplar for private, public and community-led renewable development. And today I'd like to focus on the significant opportunities that will arise from our transition to a net zero energy system, with a specific focus on offshore wind, skills, hydrogen, community energy and marine energy. So I'll take offshore wind first of all. I mean, the Beatrice offshore wind demonstrator, developed off the coast of Caithness in 2007, has led the way in commercial scale projects in Scottish water and future large scale leasing round opportunities, most notably and significantly ScotWind. Now, ScotWind puts the region at the global forefront of offshore wind, especially floating offshore wind. And it will deliver over £750 million in revenues to the public purse and option fees. But the real significant win is the billions more in rental revenues when the project becomes operational, and of course the supply chain benefits as well for all these local economies. Developers have committed to invest more than £28 billion in Scotland's supply chain as part of the sort of licensing agreements, and we do expect to see quite a lot of this investment come to the Highlands and Islands, with many new highly skilled offshore wind related jobs being created in some of our more rural and island communities, including the attraction of new talent to the region, but crucially for the Highlands and Islands, a long running issue for you has been providing the right conditions for the retention of your young people. In oil and gas transition, the extensive knowledge and skills built up by our oil and gas workforce provides a strong foundation for this region to benefit. And the Highlands, of course, Highlands and Islands is home to many of the ports and harbours that are going to be able to enable that build-out of offshore wind pipeline. And I was pleased to see the recent significant private investment in Ardseer. In green hydrogen, linked to the offshore wind opportunity is massive opportunity for green hydrogen. The prospect of repurposing and diversifying oil and gas terminals as the region's new geography and its vast wind resource are all ingredients for this early investment in hydrogen production. And this brings huge potential to create green, fair and high value jobs in your rural and coastal communities. There's a clear evidence of demand from industry to develop and commercialise a hydrogen industry in Highlands and Islands. And the growing list of projects ranges from distilleries to industrial energy transition hubs to the use of constrained wind and local energy system projects integrating electricity, heat and transport. And this brings potential for export to mainland Scotland and in particular Europe at scale. A great example is the Outer Hebrides Net Zero Hub, led by the Highlands and Islands Enterprise and industry as partners. It aims to produce green hydrogen from, I should mention the Western Isles as well. It aims to produce green hydrogen from onshore and offshore wind, with a view to converting the Stornoway town centre gas network from propane to 100% hydrogen. And the Scottish Government is making over £100 million available over the rest of this parliamentary session to support renewable hydrogen production and development of the hydrogen sector. The levers available to the UK Government are critical though, and we do continue to urge the UK Government to move at pace to ensure that our competitiveness in the global hydrogen economy is not lost. I think we've actually got quite a small window here. We know, in speaking to partners in Europe, that they see Scotland as being a huge producer of green hydrogen, and that market is there and is growing by the day, particularly given the geopolitical situation that we find ourselves in with Ukraine. So we need to act fast, and certainly I make these representations to the UK Government all the time. Turning to marine energy, the Pentland Firth and Orkney waters are home to the largest and most powerful tidal stream projects operating anywhere in the world, and these have exceptionally high levels of Scottish supply chain activity. and they offer opportunities to export expertise as a result. The European Marine Energy Centre in Orkney, or EMEC as we all know it, celebrates its 20th anniversary this year, and EMEC has been at the heart of Scotland's achievements in marine energy and has meant a return of £152 million of GVA to the Highlands and Islands economy, a real success story. As the government outlined in our draft energy strategy and just transition plan, we will continue to work with the wave and tidal industry to deliver larger projects, reduce costs in that area, and achieve a shared aim of delivering economic benefits in every part of Scotland. And this is an area in which Scotland really is leading the way. I move on, and I know that you've probably had discussions this morning around community ownership and benefits. I mean, the draft energy strategy and just transition plan outlined the imperative to secure benefits for all Scotland's communities, and this is something in the 12 or 13 weeks that I've been appointed has probably formed a part of most of my discussions. You know, how do we make community benefits really bring meaningful improvement to our communities? How can householders and people living in those communities really see the benefit of the infrastructure that they're hosting and the generation of the power from that? And my new ministerial job also has fuel poverty in it as well, and tackling fuel poverty. Of course, one of the things about being in a devolved government is that a lot of the levers in tackling poverty in particular don't lie with you, but fuel poverty is something that maybe we could be using community benefits for, to really make a difference to people's fuel bills in terms of, the condition of their homes, their access to new technologies to help them reduce their fuel bills when we can't actually tackle the issues at source because we don't have the powers there. I think it's one of the great unfairnesses of our current situation that the areas with the most potential to produce clean energy suffers disproportionate extreme fuel poverty. In fact, everyone will know the statistics in this room. Fuel poverty in Highlands and Islands communities is around 3 times higher than accessible rural areas and the rest of Scotland. And that's just simply not on, as far as I'm concerned. Already one of the most cheapest forms of energy, renewables have a vital role to play in supporting long-term affordabilities of our energy, and we want to see these benefits passed on to consumers as much as possible. We have repeatedly called on the UK government to decouple the market price of renewables and low-carbon electricity from the cost of gas. I noticed on the way up here that another engagement with the UK government popped into my diary, so I'll be making that point next week when we meet again, that this is something that really has to happen. To date, the Highlands and Islands projects have received over £15.8 million of funding through our Community and Renewable Energy Scheme, our one-stop shop to support communities across Scotland to participate and benefit from the transition to net zero. And an example of community benefit and ownership is the word of Service, the community not too far from here on the shores of Loch Ness, and hopefully I pronounced that correctly. One thing I'm realising as ministerial job is people keep on naming things in Gaelic. I'm probably going to have to go and do a standard grade so I don't embarrass myself. At the moment I've got a couple of Gaelic speakers on text from my group down in Parliament, but they're going to get fed up of me quite soon, I think. They're going to probably make the point that I should maybe start learning Gaelic myself rather than relying on them. The benefit funds from the shared ownership of the Cllr wind farm back into local priorities identified in their community action plan, such as supporting local apprenticeship schemes and active travel projects, and our carbon neutral islands project supporting 6 Scottish islands to become carbon neutral by 2040. And that's, that's significant. That's 5 years ahead of our climate change targets for 2045. And we'll work closely with those communities as we move towards that net zero in a fair and just way. I want to talk about skills now. taken together, the opportunities for the region are vast, and it's critical that employers have access to the skills and the workforce to enable these. This is, again, if there's other things that come up in every meeting that I've had since becoming Minister, it's that this is probably actually the biggest challenge that we face, is actually getting enough people skilled up to be able to realise the potential that we have. I'm having those discussions about, with a lot of people who've got the Scotland Wind licences. This is the thing we need to be preparing for yesterday, to be honest. We must empower our regional partners to respond to their diverse local economies and geographies, and nowhere else in Scotland is this more true than Highlands and Islands. We're already progressing good work in this area through the Climate Emergency Skills Action Plan, SDS, Skills Development Scotland, and the Scottish Funding Council are progressing a joint Pathfinder, which is exploring the demand for jobs and skills across heat decarbonisation in both Shetland and Glasgow at the moment. And through our Green Jobs Fund, we're investing up to £100 million over 5 years to help businesses create new green jobs as they transition to that low-carbon economy that we all want so badly. Delivering that just transition, although cannot just be delivered by the Scottish Government. We set the targets, we set the policies, we fund where we can, but it's a partnership approach. It's going to be needed to help us all realise those goals. And I started by stating that Highlands and Islands are at the centre of our journey to net zero. And I'm not just saying that because I'm in Inverness today. You know, I don't go and say the same thing in every room, depending on where I am. You really are. You've got the potential, you've got the natural resources, and you've got the talent and network infrastructure, and pumped hydro, onshore wind, batteries, and other technologies. It really is all there for the taking if we get this right. So I'm delighted to be able to sort of give you a whistle-stop tour of some of the things that we're talking about in government. Hopefully we're all talking the same language, and I'm happy to take some questions if that's okay. Would you like to sit here?
Whichever you're come and sit beside me. Well, thanks very much, Minister, and we now have time for a few questions. I'll turn to someone that hasn't asked, and then I'll come to you. Anyone who hasn't asked a question yet? Well, in that case, you're back on. If you could just introduce yourself before you...
We keep hearing about, the need for skills and the need for skills and the need for people, and it's absolutely right. And then you listen to the likes of the GMB union and certain other commentators who say that, the transition's got to be just, and we've got to control it, and we've got to, not jump too quick because we've got to protect the jobs in the oil industry. Seems to me there's a bit of a kind of logic gap. If there's loads and loads of jobs in the renewable industry, and there are, I mean, there's hundreds, there's thousands, we have an absolute recruitment crisis going on. Surely then the question has to be, should we accelerate the transition and move the people from the oil and gas industry in quicker? It's not just about young people, it's about people with all of those skills. So, would you join the chorus of voices saying, let's get people away from oil and gas now into renewables?
I think there's a couple of things in there. I think everything's about timing, isn't it? I mean, we set the target for net zero 5 years earlier than the rest of the UK, but probably the more challenging target is that interim target of 2030. We've obviously just given out all the Scotland options for that. A lot of things have to be done in the decarbonisation space to get us to that interim target, but it's really beyond 2030 where we're really going to see a massive ramping up on all these renewables projects. So there's a couple of things I want to mention. That before when I was in the back benches, I did a survey of oil and gas workers. This was probably, it would probably be the summer just after the last election. And it became apparent to me in the survey, I had about nearly 600 people responded, and the questions that I was asking was, have you tried to transition out of oil and gas into low carbon sectors or renewables? What's been your experience? And I think it was testament to the fact they got so many responses. People don't tend to fill in surveys that MSPs put out, and the way that I'd set it out was so people could tell their stories. There is a huge desire for oil and gas workers to move over to renewables. There really is. We have got blockers in their way, though. And this is one of the reasons that I've been so pushing so fast as a backbencher and now as the Minister for Energy, checking on the progress of this. The offshore skills passport is going to be absolutely crucial to this. We have a situation where the technology is there, the prototype's there, but the players around the table need to be actually, I suppose, trusting each other more, giving their data over more for this offshore skills passport to work, because we've got skilled people in oil and gas who've got all these competencies, have got all these certificates. A lot of them have paid for their certification themselves because they're contractors, and they don't want to be moving out of oil and gas and then having to redo all that certification again to be able to go into renewables when they've got all these transferable skills and competencies. And this passport has to work. And I've been saying this over and over and over again. I don't care how you do it, get it done. It has to work. It is the key to unlocking quite a lot of that transition. But we also, I mean, you're saying there's a sort of a recruitment crisis in renewables. I speak to renewables companies all the time. Interestingly, I hear that from the companies, but from oil and gas workers, and I'm just, don't shoot the messenger, but I'm saying that people working in oil and gas saying our skills aren't recognised often, and that we don't even get past the door when it comes to getting an interview. The reason why I did the survey is because a friend of mine who worked for BP as a drilling engineer came back from Azerbaijan after 5 years, went and did a master's in project management looking to get into renewables, couldn't find a job, this happened all during COVID, and has now ended up back in Doha doing drilling engineering. That's somebody that actively, he spent all that money doing his master's, couldn't even get an interview. So I think what it's going to take is actually more collaboration in terms of oil and gas companies and renewables companies. Stop being so siloed and actually think of yourself as energy companies, because that's what you are. I mean, you just have to look at the ScotWind collaborations that are happening there. It's not oil and gas over here and renewables over here. Oil and gas companies now see themselves as energy companies. They're involved in renewables. So I think more collaboration. We have more than enough opportunities in terms of generating energy in Scotland. That workforce is an energy workforce that has to be able to pivot and to move across from project to project, as it always did in oil and gas anyway. So, long-winded answer.
No,
probably haven't even skimmed the surface of it. But as you can see, I just think it's come back to what I said in the final part, was it's all about collaboration. That's the only way we're going to do this.
It's very interesting. I mean, just on the specific example, would the passport, would that have addressed that particular case? Or was that were there other blockages in that? Was it attitudinal blockages in that case?
Think of what, I guess I'll tell you exactly what happened. It was like at that point in the sort of like COVID restrictions where you could start to have people in your back garden, and it was his wife, who's a friend of mine, popped over, hadn't seen her in person for ages, and burst into tears and said, Lawrence has had to leave. And this time, we got last time the family had a family package over in the house. This time he had to split up the family, and he's been over there for 3 years now. Very, very upsetting. We've lost a good person, and I said, well, I need to phone him. I'm going to phone him and speak to him about this. And the main thing that he was talking to me was about the attitude. He couldn't understand why somebody with his experience and qualifications couldn't even get through the door. And what's he doing now? He's drilling. He's doing drilling projects over in the Middle East.
Okay. Right, it's a really interesting area. Gentleman there was not yourself, yes. And then the lady at the back, sorry.
Hi, thank you. Yes, and thank you, Minister, for coming in and talking to us. Just as a side issue on that question, by the way, the oil and gas industry also put up the same blockages to get into oil and gas. It's not just wind and renewables. So the question I have, though, is you mentioned about energy poverty in the Highlands, and it is an issue. I know that you've only been in the role 3 months, is that correct?
There's a point where I'm going to have to stop calling myself a new minister.
That's fine. It's okay. But anyway, I appreciate the work that you do. But the SNP have been in power for 16 years now. So what is it that you are going to do that's going to be different to your predecessors to overcome that problem?
Okay, so the first thing I would say is we can't fully overcome the problem because a lot of the problems at source and a lot of problems in terms of regulation of the markets, I think. And I mentioned about decoupling the electricity from gas there, being one of the levers that's available. I know that there's some consequences around that. But with the powers that we have in this portfolio, what I'm doing now is, and again, this is not so much a power issue, but more of a kind of collaboration issue, a collaboration opportunity with developers and operators to look at how we can actually use community benefits in a way that's actually going to be affecting households in a positive way with regards to their energy security. Rightly, a lot of people say to me and my colleagues, particularly when there's new plans for turbines or on onshore, or there's new plans for power lines, they'll say this is all very well and good, and we'll make the point that, you know, this is taking us to net zero, this is going to enable our renewable electricity to get into the grid, this is all going to be for the good of the country and the economy and the planet. And they say, but what about me? What about my household? Why am I fuel poor? And I think those conversations that I'm having with developers and operators is right, okay, so community benefits and obligations around that have traditionally been, a lot of them have been handed over to local authorities to sort of administer, and then in collaboration with communities. But the collaboration with communities maybe has resulted in quite a lot of benefits going to sort of like the more kind of like, you know, repainting a community centre, building a play park, you know, all good things, but there's not so many times you can do that. You know, I'll use my colleague's phrase. How many times can you paint a scout hut? The thing that exercises people most at the moment, and for some time, particularly in this area, has been, my house is cold and expensive to heat. I'm not on the gas grid. It's drafty. I'm paying through the nose. There's not that parity even with the rest of Scotland. So. And these communities are the ones that are going to have to play host to quite a lot of this infrastructure. So what can we be doing in partnership with developers and producers to make sure that the community benefits are actually going to help tackle fuel poverty? That possibly needs to means that we need to have different people, or a more diverse amount of people round the table when it comes to actually deciding on how those community benefits get spent. Maybe there's a bigger role for local authorities in this. Because with the best will in the world, and I'll use my own constituents as an example so I don't get into trouble. A lot of the community benefits that have come to my constituency have been decided by community councils. How can I say this without being cheeky?
Oh, go on.
Your average mother of 3 kids at school age is not on a community council because she's too busy working throughout the day, coming home, feeding the kids, getting them out to whatever, getting them to bed at night, and then is exhausted by the time the kids fall asleep and she can get some time to herself. She's not going to a community council. She's the one that's got the whopping electricity bill, gas bill coming through her door that she can't afford to pay every month. So those people are maybe not represented they're not in the room when it comes to making decisions about what these community benefits. Now, a lot of this is going to be incumbent on the developers to be doing a better outreach, to be offering different things, to be giving examples of maybe pilots that they've done in other areas where they have offered things to households and communities that have made a tangible difference to their fuel bills. That conversation has to keep going, and that's one I'm really keen to have.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Can the lady at the back, I asked, and then I think maybe one more after that, and then I think that would be. Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'll take a couple more questions.
The lady at the back, and then the gentleman over here, and then I'm.
Sorry, I've been asked to keep it brief. I'm Sandra McCaughey from Developing the Young Workforce, and it was really, well, it was a comment, but also a suggestion. Our role is, we're a Scottish Government project, and we're hosted by the Chambers of Commerce in this area. And our role is to link employers with young people in education. Really important work. We have employers coming in every day to help deliver the curriculum, to help inspire young people for the future jobs that there are. And I just wondered if maybe that more could be done within the government and within the different departments to help embed and promote developing the young workforce, so that we can get the key players within this industry to join up with developing the young workforce and actually get in and help young people to make inspired choices about careers within the renewable industry.
Okay, so you're absolutely playing my tune here. I'm on the board for developing the young workforce in Cllr, in my constituency for Cllr Academy. And I was there on Friday. A couple of things I'd say to that is you've made your pitch. There's probably quite a lot of developers in the room. Go and get that lady's card and offer to come into schools and to speak to young people about the opportunities that are out there. I think that's one of the things that needs to happen a lot more. There's some really great work being done. But I can't base that on a good experience in my constituency, because there's maybe a lot of schools where there may be, employers and developers and the industry, the sectors need to be getting in schools and speaking to young people about what the kind of people that we're going to be needing in the future or now. What do you need to do at school and in college or possibly even university, or in terms of apprenticeships that you're offering to actually get into those jobs? I think, look, young people aren't aware of the complete suite of opportunities that there are out there. I think that they maybe think it's all engineering, when in fact there's so much more than that. And the other thing, I'll tell you about what happened on Friday in my meeting in Cllr. We had a big discussion that actually started off with a casual conversation about how Cllr have had to shut some of their, temporarily, some of their workshops for the technical subjects because they can't afford to replace, at the moment, a ventilation system. Now, maybe there's an opportunity in terms of community benefits for developers. You need these young people to be skilled in, for example, welding, for example. I mean, you're going to really struggle to get the amount of welders that you need. For example, a lot of these turbine manufacturers that are hopefully, fingers crossed, setting up in Scotland, or I was speaking to a company that was will be manufacturing the anchors for floating offshore wind turbines. You're going to be needing a lot of those traditional skills, and particularly welding. Schools have got technical departments, but they don't necessarily have the cash to keep them up to spec at the moment. Could there be more partnerships happening with the sector in schools to be maybe even looking at facilities that are in school, giving advice and maybe some cash to maybe upgrade them and get them to the specs that are required, and then partnering that up with apprenticeships as well, so that our schools can be doing an awful lot more in this space to get young people ready for going straight into working in manufacturing, and also for all the technical disciplines that are involved in the sector. Just an idea.
It's an interesting idea. I'm going to ask, can I ask a very quick question and a very quick answer, because I'm now hopelessly behind schedule. So,
Jim Barker, Looking Harvest. Quick one is, Sorry, ministerial enthusiasm is great. The problem we get into is down at the officer level, which tends to be extremely stovepipe. Now, if you talk to Westminster, the Cabinet Office order sits over the top, and you've got the Scottish Office doing the same a little bit, but step back in Scotland. Is there a need for officers at that level? Because it's housing, it's transport, it's finance, it's energy connections, all the problems that we're facing for development and development of our own infrastructure. Is there a need for a cross-cutting level within the Scottish Government at officer level, not necessarily at ministerial level?
Well, I would hope that is happening. You're saying it isn't. So certainly, I think that, one of the things that having been a backbencher for 7 years and having been a convener of 2 committees for 2 years, I often felt that things were a bit siloed. And it was one of the criticisms that I put forward to my ministerial colleagues at the time, is that particularly in the net zero thing, used to convene the Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform Committee in the last Parliament, is that you can't crack that nut of net zero by just the department to do with net zero, because transport is involved, housing is involved, health is involved, So I'm hoping in terms of like ministerial kind of responsibilities, certainly I noticed a difference towards the end of the last Parliament coming into this, that in terms of ministerial responsibility, work a lot more closely together. Whether that's filtering down in departments is maybe something that I need to take back to Edinburgh with me, and I'm certainly I would extend the opportunity for you to actually spell out to me in an email exactly what you're talking about, so in detail, so that I've got that knowledge to be able to sort of challenge where things aren't working cross department, because again, it comes back to collaboration. We are not going to get to net zero without all departments in government and both governments and local government and private sector all working together.
Thanks so much. It's a good invitation, which I'm sure you'll take up, and a good note to finish on. So you please show your appreciation for the that was a good session. As I said, I've allowed things to drift, but I think it was worth letting it drift because the content has been very interesting. However, I now have to seek your indulgence not to drink too much coffee, and we'll try and cut down the gap in timing. If you can get back here in 15 minutes, it would be very helpful. And I have to remind you to try and visit the stands of Seed Scotland and the Orkney Wind Farm. Thank you. If you would take your seats, please. And can I introduce Cllr Ross? I hope I can. Cllr, right, there you go. So Cllr's going to lead the next session, which is in the future of Scotland's energy systems and how this impacts on the Highlands and Islands. And so Cllr, are you going to
sit?
You're going to sit. So
I'll maybe just ask
Cllr,
other panel.
Cllr will introduce her panel to you.
So hopefully this is working. So I'm just going to start by introducing myself. My name is Cllr Ross and I'm Energy Strategy and Just Transition Plan Team Leader at the Scottish Government. So I'm really pleased to be here today and have the opportunity to focus on energy in the Highlands and Islands. I'm based here in the Highlands. I'm originally from Down to Hebrides. So the discussion today is sort of really relevant and personal interest for me. Similar to Katharina, I also used to work at Highlands and Islands Enterprise. So I'm very familiar with many of the issues that have been raised in the room today. Before handing over to our panel members to introduce themselves, I just wanted to say a few words about the draft energy strategy and just transition plan. So sort of leading on from Ms Marsden's speech, you'll be aware that the Scottish Government's committed to just transition that brings opportunities and benefits across the whole of Scotland and for all communities. It sets out a vision for net zero and the consultation was open for 17 weeks starting in January. So it closed last month. We're just kind of in the midst of analysing all the consultation responses at the moment. It received a really high level of consultation responses, and I think that's sort of testament to how important energy issues are. And also I think because it takes in the just transition elements as well, there's a lot of interest around some of the issues we discussed today around community benefit, social economic benefit and so on. So I think our panel this morning brings a real range of kind of experience. I'm looking forward to hearing their thoughts on the energy system and impacts for the Highlands and Islands. So hoping you've got lots of questions for them. But I'll just start by handing over to Paul from E.ON, who can introduce himself.
Thanks very much, Claire. Pleasure to be here today. Had some really engaging conversations with several people in the room already over teas and in welcome. A couple of themes that have already come out in the discussions, both privately and across the panel, which have been of real interest across skill sets and collaboration. Paul Healy, E.ON, as part of our B2B Solutions leadership team. We support organisations in achieving their energy goals, their sustainable energy goals towards net zero. Now, many of the organisations we work with are very interested in the topic that we've been talking about just now, so the future. If you didn't get this from the last panel, you certainly get it from this panel. The future is now. So many of the targets that we're talking about in regards to net zero and the interim steps towards net zero for the Highlands and Islands for Scotland are as soon as 2030. That's 7 years ago, 7 years away. So that's not next generation, that's not the generation after, that's now, that's this generation. And so that's why the skills and activity in the workforce is so important to achieving that. If we think about the longer term net zero aspiration for the Highlands and Islands and Scotland to 2045, that isn't far away either. That's only really one, maybe two investment cycles as far as businesses and organisations are concerned, if we're talking about assets that last 10 to 15 years longer with maintenance. So future needs ultimately come down to the technologies and choices which will impact generation and demand profiles. The north of Scotland, for example, generates circa 3 times what it consumes. It is by some way a net exporter of energy. There are lots of different factors to consider which will influence these generation and demand profiles in the future. The strength of the Scottish and wider UK economy, planning, policy, subsidy from UK government and Scottish government, some of which Claire has mentioned and some of which was mentioned in the previous session. Public engagement, advocacy and support, so definitely hearing the point that Elsa made in regards to community too. Removal of barriers to entry around cost and supply chain. Investment in infrastructure and connection capacity, again, a theme that came up in the earlier conversation. The role of storage and flexibility. So very much enjoyed the conversation from Mark earlier, big advocate of batteries, big advocate of storage here as well. Transport, rail in particular, so a massive push to try and decarbonise by 2035, again, only around the corner. The role of hydrogen, an ambition to get 10 gigawatts worth of hydrogen in place as soon as 2030, 5 gigawatts of which are green. Massive undertaking. So the future influences organisations' decisions as a choice. Do I make the step change now towards decarbonisation, or do I go with more interim options around stepping stones towards that change? Stepping stones in the right direction. How does it affect my operations that we're considering? Does funding exist today? Could it exist tomorrow? Will I make regret spend now? What's the investment horizon look like? Will I get planning consent? Will I get connection capacity? For assets that have a 10 to 15 year lifespan, am I better investing something that's proven, that's known? Something that's perhaps more efficient than what I have today, but not fully decarbonised? Commercially, does it make sense to invest now? When considering the power prices today, probably yes. But will that same also be true in the medium to long term? There's a definite pressure to act. Internal, external, customer demand, investor demand, competitive advantage, doing good in the world, supporting the environment, especially where organisations are located right here in Scotland and around the world. A quick look then at 5 key areas that play a key role in what the future might look like. These won't be exhaustive, but getting these right will play a significant part. Let's go with renewables first, specifically wind and solar. Scotland is already a leader as far as wind is concerned and has the natural resources and appetite to deliver against some ambitious targets. So an additional 8 to 12 gigawatts of onshore energy by 2030, again 7 years' time. Similar targets for offshore wind as well. Large-scale solar is also proven feasible. Some huge projects, including one E.ON are developing with Diageo, which will be up there in terms of the largest of its type. One of the biggest challenges with achieving these targets, though, is around land, planning consent, securing connections and ensuring the grid infrastructure. Challenges which we recognised and came up in the previous sessions, and I won't be surprised if they come up again. These can be costly, complex, long-term issues to face into, and increasingly other options could be considered. So, for example, off-site power purchase agreements are commonly conversations we're now having with B2B customers. What about digital? Can digital innovation play a role? I'll touch on this later. And so whilst we're on to electricity, I'll move on to number 2, so storage. Again, mentioned that this is something I need no convincing of, absolutely in line with the comments that were made earlier. Renewable energy demand is very intermittent by its very nature, creating situations where supply does not meet demand. So having a conversation over coffee just now, the other way around is true as well. Sensational news stories around wind and solar curtailment are a real problem. I'm convinced storage will be the answer here, and batteries in particular. Batteries are already doing a great job, but I'm talking beyond the wholesale and ancillary services they currently participate in for 1 hour, 2 hour periods. I'm talking about long-term storage. There's a likely need in the north of Scotland for up to 100 times more battery storage when compared against a 2020 baseline of 16 megawatts, and maybe 10 times more pumped storage hydro versus 2020. Believe it or not, electricity is actually the more straightforward part of the equation, and that's predominantly where we've focused our attention today. The most difficult aspect, though, is number 3, decarbonisation of heat. Especially higher temperature, industry needs north of 80 to 100 degrees Celsius. Heat pumps can provide solutions where lower temperature requirements exist, but what about higher temperatures? This is required in industries such as steel, glass, chemicals, paper, concrete, and more. Is the answer in the future hydrogen, biofuels, carbon capture, utilisation and storage? Or is it in the improving technologies associated to heat pumps where they go beyond the current temperature ranges? To be determined. Number 4 was around creating a circular economy. So moving away from the linear view of take, make, use and dispose. Now, if anybody's heard that line before, it's because I pinched it from a podcast from the Scotsman that was previously aired, but I liked it, so again, in the spirit of collaboration, I'll use it again. We need to move into understanding how we can reuse, recycle, extend asset life, repair, optimise, predict faults, and anticipate issues. This is becoming a much greater future consideration as sustainable supply chain, end-of-life management, and reuse are key considerations. Trade-offs are required, however, in terms of demonstrating economic value and a return on investment. Finally, digital. So this is my favourite, number 5. We live in a world where technology is all around us and where what was previously considered sci-fi territory is now very much front of mind. All you have to think about is the news around AI, ChatGPT, etc. That wasn't even on the agenda 12 months ago. Energy also has a huge opportunity to benefit from digital innovation, and the role will increase in the future, whether it's using energy management software to form a baseline for carbon and energy, to track performance of projects or individual assets, e.g. production lines, refrigeration, etc. What about moving away from simply tracking that data and reporting on it as a visualization tool? What about moving towards controlling assets based on logic and defined parameters? If you're interested in that, I'd encourage you to speak to my colleague Nick, who's in the back of the room there, currently waving. He's our resident expert in exactly that topic. We talked earlier about congestion on the grid, and there's a couple of examples I'll try and catch some people later on as well. What about using digital capability to toggle import and export across multiple assets to allow developments on land which would otherwise not be developable or could be used for industry? What about digital capability that highlights the carbon impact of every unit that rolls off the production line, understanding the carbon impact of a can of drink, for example, as a very near reality? What about remotely adjusting heating and cooling demands of multiple buildings in a decentralised model where nothing is wasted? And there's a collaborative model between housing, industry, where heat is exchanged based on a needs basis, and the excess is shared amongst buildings. There's so much potential and hopefully food for thought to start some discussions around what the future may bring for Scotland and the Highlands and Islands.
Many thanks. Many thanks, Paul. That was a really good overview of lots of different issues, and I'm especially interested in hearing about the kind of innovation and digital. Keen to pick up with you on that, I think, as well. So I'll maybe hand over to Neil now, who's from UHI, just to introduce himself and say a few words as well.
Thank you for that. It's great to be here at what is undoubtedly an exciting time for our sector and region. It's also a pleasure to be part of the panel this morning together with Cllr and Paul, hearing views on the policies, activities and demands shaping our energy future. I lead the Engineering and Built Environment subject area at the University of Highlands and Islands and have research interests in energy conversion, which includes novel materials and devices to capture the value in waste streams such as heat. So interesting hearing Paul reference that. I am, however, somewhat of a late arrival to academia. I've spent 20 plus years working on, and more recently with business partners, developing and delivering energy projects in almost every corner of the globe. As an engineer, the systems nature of energy makes an exciting landscape. I think designing these systems where variable inputs are often in tension with the need for fixed or controllable outputs challenges existing models and creates an environment that really is ripe for innovation. But rather than focus too heavily on those more visible technical challenges, I wanted to take the opportunity this morning to look at the challenges that sit in that space between strategy, policy and industry activities, to reflect on the opportunities I think this affords Scotland to lead the world through its solutions and our work at UHI in support of that. I think as a society we will recognise the need to secure a more sustainable energy future. Net zero gains, acting as better custodians for our world, for our own and future generations are clear imperatives. But if we place those motivations at the centre of our energy generation, then it's equally important that our adjacent activities and sector carry that spirit too. For Scotland and the Highlands in particular, as we've heard, that includes sympathetic siting and balancing impact on what are often fragile and unique environments, of the need to ensure authentic values demonstrated to local communities often sited far away from the main centres of energy consumption, and of course to ensure the transition to a new energy future is just. For example, it doesn't fail to recognise regional challenges such as rural fuel poverty, as we've also heard. I think adapting and developing solutions to benefit society has long been the remit of engineers and scientists, and so while our subjects are well used to quantifying and evaluating complex variables, I think the high quality graduates needed to support those wider sector ambitions as we move forward must increasingly be able to evaluate more nuanced requirements around ethics, societal good and sustainability. And so our challenge as a university is not only to ensure that curriculum has currency, but I think to ensure that it can prepare students with knowledge and with confidence to work effectively in that more nuanced landscape. Successful approaches here are often tacit. They rely on things like experience and learned adaptability due to the degrees of novelty that exist project to project, project site to project site, country to country. And of course, as a university, we also have to act to inspire our graduates to want to play a part in these solutions, to recognise the value of their work and the powerful role they can play in delivering this future. At UHI, I think we have long recognised the value of our relationships with industry in keeping the curriculum relevant, but we've also been exploring how best to use these relationships to ensure we keep pace with the expectations of graduate quality and value. Enhancements from work-based and work-related learning, adapting problem-based learning to work with students on that more longitudinal journey as they move from year 1 to year 4. Drawing on live data and problems as much as possible can complement new initiatives such as year-long industry placements for honours year students, and also for staff, things like CPD workshops delivered by industry peers, which can help keep them close to the edge. You lose that sometimes moving out of sector and into an academic environment. So building and maintaining these types of partnerships can ensure our offering remains strong, but it's also that it's able to support that wider energy ecosystem as we look ahead. And so I'd like to just finish by recognising the importance of our collective opportunity. I think we have a policy environment in Scotland seeking to deliver the energy future we need in a way that's just. I think we have a sector that is very much aware, as we've heard today, of its challenges and responsibilities beyond simply the act of generating. And we have an education landscape adapting to support these needs. Taken together, I think this puts Scotland in a strong position to deliver on its ambition. And in the Highlands, we think have a unique opportunity to take a path that leads, that shows how to embrace these broader challenges around energy and deliver with balance and mindfulness that can really map a way forward for others around the world wrestling with their own energy futures. So should we choose to work together, there's a bright future ahead, and I'll close in my opening words, which were this definitely an exciting time, I think, for region and sector.
Many thanks, Neil. I think that was a really good sort of follow-on to the discussion we had earlier around skills. It's obviously quite a big focus area. So I'd like to open it up for questions now. Anybody has any questions? They'd like to put their hand up and just introduce themselves?
Hi, it's Christiana Logan from SSE Transmission. So it's a question really about that training and skills and how we encourage people into our sector. And we hear a lot that the energy sector is seen as a bit of a dinosaur and is not necessarily the most glamorous sector that people want to get into. I'm interested to know, what are the sectors that students currently are interested in? What can we learn from what they must be doing right to be able to attract people?
So I think that's probably a question for Neil.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I'm not sure there's strong sectors. I think what they need is there's a strong appetite amongst young people to be involved in things that are meaningful, that make a difference and that can change the world. And so part of what we've been doing at UHI is trying to kind of frame energy in that context by getting them in front of companies and representative companies to see the projects that are happening, to really understand that really strong link that takes place from those kind of engineering design projects through to really transforming society in a really meaningful way.
If I could just add to that as well from an energy company perspective as well. So it's funny, over the course of just a morning, there's the accusation of dinosaur as well as talent stealing. So we'll try and brace ourselves for what comes next in the afternoon. But I mean, it just points to a shortage of workforce and a shortage of skilled roles in this space, because I think we feel the same in regards to recruiting talent, and particularly in the engineering space with large infrastructure projects that pick up the talent within our organisation as well. So I think everybody's feeling that pain. But to come back to the points more directly, I've had the benefit recently of attending a couple of graduate apprenticeship assessment centres, for which some of the motivational fit competency-based questions that we talk about is an overwhelming sense of a desire to be part of that change and be acting on behalf of the energy industry and acting on behalf of the renewable industry to become one and the same, to be involved on that side. And we've got 3 of our graduate apprentices in the room today for whom, needed no second invitation to come today, because they want to be part of that conversation, want to be part of that dialogue, and I'm sure would want to be having a conversation with anybody in the room if they're so inclined to talk about those in that generation.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm Sarah Brown from Orsted, but I'm also here on behalf of Stromar and Salamander, which are our floating offshore wind projects. My question is to you, Dr. Wright. What can developers do in terms of working with academia, do you think? What would you like to see happen to help us progress some of the things that you've been talking about?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think helping us increase the visibility of the work that everyone is doing and the importance of that work in the future ahead is probably the most meaningful thing. And yeah, I think continue to kind of innovate in ways to kind of engage around it and make sure that students are kind of seeing the impact of what the work they can do and hearing those opportunities. I mentioned earlier we're kind of been exploring the idea of using energy companies and developers to kind of come in and do staff CPD to make sure that the staff can stay right at the edge of those discussions, particularly around ethics and societal choice, that it's very easy to lose kind of sight of inside university. And so yeah, continuing to engage with us on innovations like that, I think would be really helpful in supporting staff, which then by osmosis kind of feeds it into the students, so they're working in an environment that's authentic and they can kind of really understand the impact that they can make.
Thanks, Neil. I think there was maybe another question over here. Yeah.
Hi, Kevin Blythe from Ceramax. We're a training centre. We develop our own apprentices and have done for over 20 years. A question from that really is that how does the panel feel? How can we fill the gap between when we train somebody and when the demand actually hits? So when we're talking necessarily about engineering points, when you're looking at engineering qualifications where you're doing all the design work, then you can see how that works between the education side. But when it comes to the hard skills on the floor, the welders, the riggers, the construction workers, the people that actually put these things together, there is a huge gap between when we can train them, how quickly we can train them, and how we can bring those skills into the marketplace. And when that actual demand is there for those skills to deploy, that creates a huge hole in being able to give these guys a job while they're there. That's certainly between the first and the last trainers.
I'll give a brief answer from our perspective. So we observe similar challenges in regards to resourcing and resourcing talent, particularly from an engineering perspective. And one of our controls business, our building energy management business, has undertaken a significant level of effort to bring on those apprentices. But I was speaking to your colleague actually over coffee, and that can be a 4-year exercise, and then you're into a period where actually these highly educated, work exposed professionals are now very attractive to the market as well. So you run the risk of losing them potentially as well. So I think that's only one mechanism, and you have to combine that with others. So I was listening with great interest at the conversation earlier, which is how do you remove the barriers to people with existing or parallel skill sets to be able to move into this industry more seamlessly. Now, I think there is a level of envy, I think I had in talking to your colleague around the fact that welding is relatively technology proof, if I can use that phrase, in that it transitions between some of the legacy generation into renewables, and so if you've got that skill set, then that will maintain. But one of the other observations we've got within E.ON at the moment is that part of the challenge is in anticipating what comes next, because the pace of change, the pace of technological evolution is greater than the point in which you can train people. So you even get into quite challenging conversations around why there is an increase in mergers and acquisitions in our space at the moment. And it's because there is a value in the pipeline associated to and the resources associated to parties who are at the cutting edge of those technologies that will make a difference. So it's a shared pain rather than an answer, I'm afraid.
Would you like to add to that, Neil?
Yeah, likewise, just coming to see, empathise, we're wrestling with the same questions yourself. That kind of questions of volume and timing are kind of everywhere for us at the moment. You can't quite get sight of it, and it's important to find an answer because, my broader experience outside, there's never any problems filling staffing jobs on projects, but it tends to wash in and wash out quite quickly. And the challenge we're faced with here is how do we build something that's sustainable and brings value and keeps it in the region? And so answering those questions of volume and timing is really important. But yeah, no answers for that either, unfortunately, at the moment.
Okay, I think we have time for just one very quick question.
Morning, Giles Hubie from UHI North Highland. Given the general context of what we've been talking about in terms of green energy in Scotland, where do you think, or to what extent do you think we need to be focusing more on battery manufacture as well? Is that part of this future system?
I would argue yes. So one of the 5 items I mentioned before was around circular economy. And by having additional elements from a battery supply chain point of view within Scotland at the manufacturer or OEM side, that has a benefit, at least 2 I can think of immediately, which is increasing jobs and skills within the local community and supply chain, but also reducing a reliance on the likes of China and the volatility within some of those markets and conditions, as well as the conflict in terms of how far that battery energy storage system ultimately has to travel halfway across the world to get to where it's deployed.
Okay. Thanks very much to the panel members. I think it's been really interesting that so many of the questions have focused on skills, but I'm pleased to say that my colleague from the Scottish Government who works on green skills is also in the room today, so I'm sure he's listening with interest. But no, it's been a really good discussion, so thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Cllr, Neil, Paul, for another interesting session. And as Cllr said, it was interesting how it morphed into a discussion about skills and all aspects of that debate, which takes us seamlessly on to the next panel, which is about skills. So. Marvin Fancy from HIE is going to chair this one. Marvin, good. So Marvin, do you want to? If you invite your own panel up. Thank you very much. So Marvin, over to you.
Choose enough seats for everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brian, for inviting us up here. So yes, skills seems to be a fairly dominant topic. I'm sure will continue for part of the rest of the day as well. And I think it's easy to be a little bit overwhelmed, as I know I am at times, when you hear about the thousands upon thousands of jobs that are being mentioned. Some I hadn't even heard about until this morning from ILI, etc. And it is a little bit daunting when you see the scale of not just of the energy sector growth over the next 10, 20, 30 years, alongside a really buoyant regional economy, which in other sectors is growing particularly in technology jobs, etc. as well. So we're actually, there's a danger you can get a little bit overwhelmed by that, but and we may not have all the answers today, but we'll certainly provide some further food for thought. So I'm delighted to be here. We have a range of speakers here. We're on a fairly tight timeline, so we're going to be going through some of these presentations quite quickly, but we'll get a wide range of perspectives from working with the very young in terms of encouraging them to join, to take up STEM subjects, working with to do with the Green Freeport, looking at the national Scottish evidence base for the skills for the energy sector as well, and we'll get a perspective from industry, and we'll also get a perspective from UHI. In your programme, you may notice that we have mentioned 3 speakers. We have 5 on the platform today, so we've also got Sue Bryan, who will introduce herself, and Kevin Blythe as well. So I think, without much further ado, I think I'll invite Emma to get the ball rolling on this session, and we'll try and fit in some time for questions, so please hold on to them.
Thanks, more of an afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to have some pictures on the go here. I know we're just before lunch, so to keep you all with me, I'll show some pictures. So I'm Emma, and I'm the STEM Engagement Manager for the Science Skills Academy. So for anyone who's not come across this project before, we're really passionate about trying to inspire young people to consider a career in STEM in the Highlands and Islands. And we're starting with young people because empowering young people through skills-based learning to really connect with these flourishing sectors, including the energy sector in the Highlands and Islands, means success for Scotland, success for our region in the Highlands and Islands, and success for your businesses. So we're trying to take a unique approach at the Science Skills Academy. We try to connect classroom learning with hands-on activities related to STEM, the STEM sector. So we try and take young people from the traditional classroom setting into our bespoke Newton rooms. And these rooms, the young people take part in full-day activities all around hands-on learning. And really importantly, what we try and do is contextualise that learning within the Newton rooms. So we're connecting to all the sectors, including the energy sector, life science sector and space sectors, which we're really trying to increase the awareness of young people to the opportunities of these jobs. Now, I think we need to be clear about the barriers that young people are facing, particularly females, at getting into different STEM careers. We understand those barriers and they can be overcome, but what we need to do is we all in this room and nationally, we need to work together because young people need lots of sustained opportunities to be able to engage with these kind of topics and to recognise the skills that are involved in these careers within themselves and be able to tackle the misconceptions that they might have. So if you forget everything else I've said today, I think it's really about creating those sustained opportunities for young people, and that needs more investment in our young people at earlier stages, which is really, really important. So the Science Skills Academy operates a network of 5 Newton rooms. 4 of them are permanent and 1 of them moves around the Highlands and Islands. And with this network, we are able to make sure that every young person, whether they're in Granton, Portree or Kinlochbervie, are able to engage with our programmes on a yearly basis and they're not left behind. We have managed to welcome 98% of schools from the Highland region into a Newton room. And that's resulted in over 22,000 engagements, primarily school pupils, but also their teachers and also communities as well. So I just wanted to highlight here that of the 7 modules that we offer young people, 3 of those are linked to the energy sector, and teachers are really, really interested and excited to book their pupils onto these courses. They explore renewable technologies, biofuels, and the role that energy plays in their modern lives. And we use these hands-on experiences to pull out the skills that are really important for these jobs. It's not all about just what happens in the Newton room, though. We're working with schools to draw that learning out into the classroom, and we do that through our Learning Lab programme, and that's a national partnership with the Glasgow Science Centre and currently funded by OPITO. And that provides the teachers with resources to use back in the classroom over an 8-week period to engage the young people around the energy transition. So that's a massive national conversation that's happening. Last year, 25% of schools in Scotland took part in Learning Lab, and we were supporting the schools in the Highlands and Islands. So finally, just to say that we feel that the Science Skills Academy provides a tried and tested approach, an opportunity for businesses to stimulate interest in their goals within their sector and their needs, to cultivate skills at an early age. And so we currently have funding until December this year. We're really keen to create new partnerships with industry to be able to bring this project to the next level. So if you're interested in working with us, myself and Morven would be delighted to speak to you at any point today and afterwards. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emma. That's really good to see. Next up, I think we've got Rob, who's going to, from Skills Development Scotland, who's going to tell us a bit more about the Scottish energy skills sector. Are you going to just stay for your ad there, Rob?
I'm just going to keep sitting if that's all right.
Okay, over to you.
Afternoon, everyone. My name's Rob Orr, and I'm the Energy Sector Manager at Skills Development Scotland. So we work quite extensively with partners, including Highlands and Islands Enterprise, Scottish Funding Council, UHI, and others, to try and understand the future skills needs across the energy transition sector in particular. And as we've heard through most of this morning, energy sector is at the forefront of that shift to a net zero economy. And we've heard there's going to be significant employment opportunities within that sector. Our insight would suggest that there's going to be significant jobs growth expected from 2025 onwards. So, for example, the offshore energy industry in Scotland is expected to grow by 21,000 people between now and 2030. That's only 7 years to get that degree of people coming forward. So for Highlands and Islands region, responding to that future demand is going to be challenging, given that at this stage, there is still a degree of uncertainty over which technologies will be utilised, where manufacturing and assembly will take place, and the timelines for development activity. What we do know is many of those jobs are well suited to the skills of oil and gas, chemical, life science industries. What we're finding is perhaps that transition, that transferability isn't happening at the pace and scale that people thought it would. But those jobs from project management, consenting, engineering, process engineering, fabrication and welding, repurposing of infrastructure and gas safety, they're all there, they're all provided at that moment, just maybe not at the scale that's required. Perhaps the reason for that is that there's increasing competition for the same skill sets within the energy sector and the energy subsectors. The total indirect and direct offshore workforce in Scotland is forecast to reach around about 30,000 by 2030 based on current investment forecasts. Of that, Highlands and Islands is expected from ScotWind alone to create upwards of 4,000 jobs. National Grid estimate the need for 50,000 jobs in Scotland by 2050. And last week, SSE announced that they were going to create 900 jobs over 2 years to link offshore wind installations to the national grid. This all comes at a time that across the UK, 80,000 people are set to retire or leave the offshore energy industry. So we've reached a point where ageing workforce is combining with a huge demand for future skills. That demand, especially for STEM, digital and data science skills, is going to be high across energy and its related sectors. So for me, there's 4 key areas of collaboration going forward. Firstly, predicting the future is challenging, the timescales and phasing of projects. So what's needed is a clear line of sight to demand and also critical pathways to adoption of technologies. Secondly, a lot of these skills are already out in the workforce. It's about adaptation of current skill sets. That will require short, sharp, bespoke training courses, often at times that suit employers as opposed to times that suit training providers. But that will require a great deal of collaboration to understand just what skills need to be upgraded. There's a need for increased investment in activities to attract new entrants, and that includes visibility of job opportunities and pathways. And just to finish off, we should be mindful not only for the competition for the same skill sets within the energy sector, but also the potential displacement of people from other sectors, which could well impact the wider economy. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Rob. I think we know that data is king in many situations, so the more information we have and the evidence we have, the better able we are to respond. So that's really important work that's going on there. Can I invite Mina up now to talk to us about the Green Freeport?
Thanks, Morgan. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you in the Green Energy Conference for the second year. Extremely delighted that this conference is going on for a second year in the Highlands, and the numbers are growing. Hopefully next year will be more numbers as well. So I'm Mina Hanna. I work for the Powerhouse. Powerhouse is one of the Inverness and Cromarty Firth Green Freeport projects. We're currently being sponsored by two of one of the biggest UK offshore wind partnerships, Cllr, which is a partnership of Renantis, Blue Float, and Ørsted, and Buchan Offshore Wind, which is developed by the Floating Energy Alliance. We're hosted by Serimax at the current moment, and we are concerned with skills development and research and technology innovation, focusing on offshore wind and low carbon hydrogen technologies. Now, the Green Freeport is expected to bring numerous opportunities within the region in terms of jobs, tax incentives and customs. Tax sites within the region are expected to bring in investment, and the companies would be able to manufacture their products at lower costs, sell them with the higher profits, and hence we're expecting the movement of jobs and creation of jobs here within the Highlands and the Freeport region. In terms of offshore wind skills and low carbon hydrogen, so the Scottish Government targets are 5 gigawatt of low carbon hydrogen by 2030. And that is including green hydrogen and blue hydrogen. So blue hydrogen, hydrogen produced by steam methane reformation, and CO2 produced is being captured by carbon capture opportunities. In terms of offshore wind, the Scottish Government target for 2030 is around 40 gigawatts. And I think that's very achievable if the ScotWind projects go within the certain timelines within the next decade by 2030. In terms of the current workforce, currently there is in 2022 there was more than 31,000 jobs in the offshore wind industry. Around 20,000 were direct jobs and 11,000 were indirect jobs. Now, best case scenario by 2030, if the investment increases and the number of offshore wind projects increase, we're going to see over 93,000 jobs in the offshore wind sector alone, and that is including direct and indirect jobs, according to a report which was been commissioned by Opergy last year, based on the numbers. Roughly for every 1 gigawatt of offshore wind projects, there is around 7,000 jobs being created, and around 23,000 persons full-time employment is needed yearly. So you would imagine the amount of opportunities coming from the massive surge of offshore wind projects that are very close to the near coast of Scotland, and the low carbon hydrogen opportunities. So, for example, the upcoming Cromarty Firth green hydrogen project, which is a series of electrolyzers that are going to be scaled up from 30 megawatt by the end of 2025 up to 300 megawatt, hopefully, by 2050. The first hydrogen hub would be would take electricity from the Ben and Thurston wind farm, and that project is led by Scottish Power and Storega. So this is one of the examples of the low carbon hydrogen projects that are coming to the region. A couple of other projects that are being promoted by the Freeport, and it is included within the Freeport region, is a rolling steel tower manufacturing facility at the Port of Nig, and a subsea cable manufacturing facility, as well as being developed by Global Energy Group and Sumitomo, the Japanese company. Now, these couple of projects are expected to produce around, the tower facility is expected to create around 150 jobs, and the subsea cable around 1,000 jobs alone once they are fully operational. So there are massive opportunities that are coming into the region. And we look forward to the future, and I look forward to discussion as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mina. More thousands added to our stock take here. Kevin, I'd like to invite you up to speak from employer perspective.
All right, lovely, thank you. My name is Kevin Blythe. I am the business analyst for Ceramax. My role is to look to the future and see how we can develop ourselves as a business to go through it. We're a training centre. We develop our own welders, primarily welders for our own use. Have done that for the last 20 years. And that provides us a high level of quality and high level of expertise within the industry. Now, for me as a person, I'm passionate about hydrogen, really love it, absolutely brilliant. I think that's where the future is. I'm sceptical about carbon capture. I'm not quite so sure that sticking it back in the ground is a long-term solution. Very, very passionate about training and giving people the skills and the opportunity to grow and go forward. And very, very aware of that floating offshore wind is a market that is going to be with us very, very quickly, and it's also very sustainable and movable, which is the more important part, is the fact that we can reuse these assets as we go forward. Global offshore wind, not sure if you're aware, is the pipeline for global offshore wind is 1.2 terabits, which has grown 400 gigawatts in the last year. So demand for skills, demand for deployment, demand on resources, and that's not just people, that's boats and cranes. Somebody would talk to me about cranes recently and how important they're going to be when it comes to actually putting these things together. That is a significant demand that is growing and is going to hit us really, really quickly. The main part and our concern is that the skill sets are available, but the time to train, the time to develop those skill sets and the time to get those out into the marketplace is going to be very, very, very difficult. If I look at welding in particular, obviously we're a welding company, so we tend to look at that as a skills gap analysis. And the Welding Industry Training Board in 21 said welding was going to be a significant opportunity for the Scottish economy. You know, with all of to take ScotWind alone, ScotWind itself is 700 units that are going to be built in these things. And I don't know if you've ever been up to one of these turbines or had a chance to look at one of these type of turbines. The full 15 gigawatt units are bigger than Wembley Stadium, and if you put the blades on that's as high as the Eiffel Tower. And we want 700 of them to be able to build them. So the skill set to do this is going to be there. I asked the question, because that's the kind of thing that I do, is how many people would it take to build one? And the answer I got back was, well, somewhere between 100 and 1,000 people to be able to build one of these items. And to do that, they're estimating that each one of these is going to require 100 fabricators. So welders, riggers, and those that are dealing around with those ones. So of course that leads on to are we going to have enough? And that comes down to how we can do this. So my follow-up question was very simple. When we look at this activity, how and where is this training going to be delivered locally? Now, Ceramax, we train 4 to 5 fully certified welders a year that follow a traditional 4-year, 8,400 hour training program that gives you 19 coded welded qualifications, and these guys can do anything. And that's what we've been doing for the last 20 years. I looked at Global Energy. I don't know if there's anybody from Global here. No, nobody from Global here. Global Energy, they do a 16-week introductory course to welding. And if we look at the demand, as I said, around about that 4,000 welders required to deliver deliver ScotWind, it would take them somewhere close to 66 years to train enough welders in order to be able to do it at a basic level. Which then gives you the answer that it's got to be technology. So the combination of both of what we've got and what we do, and working with other companies to develop those skills, to look at technology to help support that. Without the technology, without the welding equipment, without the investment in that technology on how to deliver these things quickly and efficiently, we're going to miss it. And as a region, if we start to miss this skill set, and I apologise to any developers in here,
we do not need, as a region, give the developers any excuse to grab resources and to bring resources in from outside if we've got people here that we could have done this with. And that's not a slight on anybody, but we need to be thinking about that training gap. We need to be thinking about how do we make sure that we've got the resources available. As Bremner at the end said, is that even if they said, I need them now, what's that time gap to be able to build up to it? And where is that system that's going to be able to help us deliver that on-demand type of training, even if it is using Global 16 weeks with a top-up with a technology training course on a particular welding thing. So for me, we've got to do this together. And I go back to something that Mark said, we just got to do it. We've got to think about it. Katrina, Crown Estate, said the same thing. Now is the time to stop talking. Now is the time to really start thinking about it. And for the Scottish Government, approve some of these projects to go forward. Let's have real projects that we can put real investment into, that we can train people and understand exactly what's needed to be able to deliver 700 plus. Oh, and by the way, Europe's doing exactly the same thing at the same time. So cost-wise, developers, quick warning that the price of welders is going to rocket. Because if there's not enough welders, they'll charge more. Your cost of the construction will go higher. Everything's going to cost more and more time with less people. So, yeah, I think it's now for me as a welding subcontractor and somebody that's on the front face of this, is that it's time to stop talking and let's just do it.
Thank you very much for that addition to the session this morning. Our last speaker, Dr. Sue Bryan, I'm going to ask to come in now with her contribution, and then we'll have about 15 minutes for questions afterwards. Thank you.
I'm conscious we're getting towards the stage when we keep people from their lunch, which is a difficult time, but I'm really delighted to join this panel to outline some of UHI's approaches, I think, to the skills that we've heard this morning repeatedly are absolutely fundamental to our response to climate change and net zero. So my role is one of two faculty deans at UHI. I'm responsible for science, health and engineering. UHI is quite a distinctive university, so there may be people in the room who aren't familiar with this, so please bear with me. I wanted to give a little bit of background. At UHI, we're quite distinctive in having a really strong mission in having a transformational impact on the economy, the people, and the communities of the region. Our campuses reach across half of Scotland's landmass, so that's a network of specialist research institutions and colleges right across the northern half of Scotland and onto the islands. We've got over 36,000 students currently enrolled with us, and almost 2/3 of those are within the UHI catchment area. So our reach is much further than that. We've got students and research partnerships across the whole globe, but a really strong presence in the UHI region. And we're also unique in Scotland in offering a full range of courses, right from schools-linked activity through to PhD. We've got short courses, we've got 4-year degrees, we've got part-time and full-time, we use on-site delivery and we use digitally enabled delivery, so we can support a really broad range of learners. So I started by saying that skills, I think, are fundamental to our response to climate change and the drive to net zero. And we've heard this morning, we need to work out which skills will be needed, when and in what volume. Looking to the climate and emergency skills action plan, that describes green jobs in 3 categories. So the first one is new and emerging jobs. Secondly, existing jobs which require an enhanced skill set. And thirdly, existing jobs which we just need in greater numbers. It's about volume. And I think that point's really important for us. But our skills response needs to take a similar 3-pronged approach, I think. Firstly, we need to look at which areas do we need to develop new courses for the new roles that are emerging. Secondly, how do we provide training that works for upskilling or reskilling for those who are already in employment? So that's the role of work-based learning. Apprenticeships comes very strongly into this. And thirdly, how do we ensure we have the right volume of skilled people? And huge challenges that have been referred to on that. So very limited time today to focus on those, but I wanted to focus on something that I think will help us work in an agile way to meet this challenge. And that's really about, again, we've heard about this a lot this morning, about collaboration, about working together. Industry, educators and relevant agencies, sharing our intelligence and pooling our resources. So predicting the skills needed by industry, it can be really challenging for education providers, particularly at a time of rapid change as we're seeing now. So the Scotland sites will each follow a trajectory over some decades through development, construction, operation and maintenance, and the skills requirements at each of those phases will be different across the life cycle of the project. And in some parts, there is a high degree of uncertainty about the types of jobs that will be needed. For example, depending on the materials that are used for construction, subsequent decisions about where the location of the work will be done. And as educators, we need to keep scanning our horizons regularly, knowing that a degree programme takes 4 years for the students. And if we want to go into a new area, we need to get the staff, the materials, the resources in place, and that takes both investment and time. So we really need strong industry evidence to build a business case. So the support of the various agencies, so through the SOEC, Skills Intelligence Portal, Skills Development Scotland, Energy Skills Partnership, Highlands and Islands Enterprise, all of this sector modelling is key, and a strategic approach is really needed, I think. But I do have a plea on a smaller scale, I guess, that industry and academia find ways to work together as closely as we can, because this does allow us to understand what's needed early on and to share our challenges and to work together to find solutions. An example of how we can do this, I think we've got a great example in the launch of UHI's STEM outreach programme, which has been recently funded by just under $1 million investment from a consortium of offshore wind developers, many of whom are in the room today, and we'll hear a bit more about this afternoon. But together we identified a shared ambition to inspire the youngest learners, reflecting the timelines of the offshore wind projects and the need to intervene early on. So today we've got 10 new STEM coordinators coming into post across the region, and we're launching a 3-year programme to increase the number of people choosing STEM pathways, and we've heard about the importance of that from Emma this morning. So we work with industry in many different ways. We've got mentoring programme, we've got industry advisory boards, guest lecture opportunities, industry-generated projects, case studies, placements. All of these are designed to ensure that our staff and our students are closely aligned to what industry needs. And Neil was speaking about that earlier. So skills for green energy range across many disciplines: engineering, construction, environmental science, data analytics, all of those, yes, but also leadership, project management, accountancy, financial. All of our students actually will need to have an understanding of the climate emergency and the skill set to find creative solutions and to shape behavioural change. We're currently articulating our own plans to embed sustainability into absolutely all areas of our curriculum. There's no doubt there's a huge task ahead on all of this, and we do need to work quickly, but I'm a strong believer in what we can achieve when we work together. So it's our pitch to keep talking to us and keep working with us. Thanks, Morgan.
Thanks very much, Sue. So we've been hearing a lot about the new types of skills that are going to be required, the numbers, the sheer scale of the job requirements coming forward, and and the learning that we're taking as we go along this journey. With my population hat, I have real concerns about the scale of our population in the Highlands and Islands to support all this activity, and to also ensure that the benefits of the jobs are gained across the whole of the region and not just in one part of the region. So that's something to think about. We're hearing about the need for leadership and a route map. We've been, and we're also hearing about the absolute importance of collaboration and private and public sector coming together. And actually a plea to businesses to kind of step up into this space as well. And I guess what you're hearing are some ways of where you can do that. I've got some questions. I think there's a few online at the moment. We've got about 10-15 minutes for lunch, about just before 1 o'clock. I'll maybe pick one online first, and then I'll come to the floor. So one question here is, what are the panel's thoughts on mature learners and career changers who are upskilling, reskilling? What are companies doing to attract this demographic? Any comments on that, Sue? I don't know if you want to pick that at all.
I can start off with that. It's perhaps a bit what we're doing. I mean, at UHI, we typically have attracted a mature student audience, so career changes are not a new audience for us. And a lot of designing curriculum for that is around flexible curriculum that will fit into people's times, if it's time commitments for work or if it's family commitments. So a lot of our design of our curriculum is very flexible, can be studied at different times of the day in different locations, and that's really important. The other thing is about the volume of the curriculum as well. It may not be that a 4-year degree is the right program for somebody in that position, so we're looking at much shorter chunks, looking into micro-credentials and even learning that is offered without the need for assessment at the end. Some of our shorter chunks of learning, we find that people don't actually want the assessment. They want to come and do the study and learn with us. So yeah, there's a particular skill set in offering things that work for mature learners, but I think we've got all the tools there to work with that.
If you want to make a comment on that at all.
Yeah, absolutely. From the other end, you know, mature students or mature people that are coming in from other sectors, particularly around welding, what we're finding is that we have to assist them with cross-sector migration. So they need to understand we need to understand how to get them recertified to be able to cross the different sectors. Particularly oil and gas, everyone understands the problem with that, but also from automotive and from other industries where they're not used to the high levels of HSE requirements for working offshore or even in a large factory environment. And I suppose our biggest one for the more mature ones is IT support. And it's IT skill support. These guys have a mobile phone, Nokia 3310, if you're as old as I am. You'll understand how that works to run things through. They don't do email. They don't do computers. They can answer a phone, just about. And most of the time, they can't fill in forms in that kind of way. So we need to help them design forms with tick boxes, I suppose, in some ways, to help them go through that. But don't get it wrong. These guys are probably the best welders in the world. If you need something doing, you know, these guys have got the actual skill set to be able to do it. So a lot of the time what we're doing is looking to support them through that transition and give them the opportunity to be able to take their skills and bring it forward into the markets that we're playing with.
Okay.
So if that helps.
And of course we've also got the prospect of the passport coming through, which could be a helpful sort of interpretation, which will help with some of that demographic. I'm going to go out to the floor now. There's a gentleman over here who's a question, I think.
Orkney Harbours. The question I've got, which is the elephant in the room, is about age. So I'm particularly short of mariners. I've got about 300, 350 that work for me. About 70% of them are over the age of 55. The average age of the mariner in the UK is over 55. I've got about 10 of those that are under 30. How are we drawing people up into those industries we need that aren't, you know, green, that aren't spectacular? You know, you still need the truck drivers, you still need the forklift drivers, you need the warehouse operatives, you need all that. None of it is particularly high-end, none of it is particularly attractive. How do we get people at school now interested in those traditional careers that you still need to make this work?
Who wants to take that one on?
Yeah, welcome to the challenge that we face every day. We have, to be fair though, we run a very tight program locally with local schools. We are talking to the local schools a lot. We get a lot involved in a lot of the recruitment fairs. We use Powerhouse to help us do some of those introductions, and we get to know head teachers, ideally into that. Our apprentice program is typically oversubscribed every year. Not by a little bit, by a significant amount. 2-3 years ago, we had 200 applicants for 6 welding positions. This year, we were around about 100. Unfortunately, not any of them female, which is not what we want to do. We want to be encouraging more girls into the industry. They just don't want to find it there. As a sad experience, we offered day release type conversations where we could get the kids into the company itself, so we could show them around, had a chat with them in various departments,
so that they could see what we actually did. That was from the welding through the engineering side of what we do, through project management. The actual attendance by the students was less than desirable. I think we had a turn-up rate of 30%. So we offered lots of opportunity for them to just come and have a look, and that wasn't taken up by the students themselves. So it is a tough call. It is a tough call as an employer and as a training provider. I don't know if you guys have had the same kind of experience with that.
It wasn't quite the same experience, but I was just going to mention the STEM outreach, which has come up a couple of times today, that's the opportunity for us to be feeding in priorities into people that are going out into schools and working with schools in a coordinated way. And Emma and I work on the Highlands and Islands STEM partnership, which brings together 30-odd different folk that are involved across the UHI region in STEM outreach activity, so that we can do that coordinated approach to promoting different industries, different skill sets. So there are opportunities and machinery in there for us to be getting in at those earlier stages and influencing not just young people, but their teachers, their parents, and the influences around them towards the opportunities that are there. I think addressing the gender imbalance that you said is really important in some of these disciplines. If we could get as many girls as we do boys, we'd be doubling the workforce. So, there's an obvious win there if we can find a way to make them attractive.
And of course, there's also DYW. We heard from Sandra earlier as well, developing young workforce. So the right people in the room, I guess, Jim, to try and help support that. But yeah, it's a big challenge. There's no doubt about it. We'll take some other questions from the room. This gentleman here.
My turn. Hi, my name is Adam Hollis. I'm supply chain manager for the Buchan Offshore Wind project. So we're one of the many floating ScotWind projects. We're a 1 gigawatt project, 75 kilometres north of Fraserburgh in the outer Cromarty Firth. I know a lot of people in this room already. Mina, Rob. I'm involved in the STEM outreach programme. Our friends in the back, DYW, developing the young workforce. Yeah. So I suppose coming from my perspective as a developer, we're already heavily engaged. We've got a commitment to build our floating concrete foundations in Ardersier. We're going to be bringing in, a minimum of 2,000 jobs. We've got lots of good things to say. So yeah, I'm enjoying what we're hearing today. What I also want to let everyone know is that we actually, like most developers, do have money to spend. And we're happy to spend it. I mean, all the ScotWind developers committed within their supply chain development statements to basically providing money, whether it was to develop the supply chain or ourselves, mainly in training. So we actually have a £3 million war chest to spend. One of the problems as a developer is there's so many agencies to talk to, there's so many people to talk to, and it does make it quite complicated when you have sometimes ill-developed proposals about what to do, and we have to go back and try and find ways of spending money. But we do have money, and we're trying to work with you guys, and let's keep it up. But if there were more of a one-stop approach, it would really help me a lot, because I'm not a full-time training skills guy, but I'm trying my best, and I also want to take all these great proposals back to my board so that we can help you with our budget. So it's just whether you guys can help us, that's just a kind of a plea from the industry as well, because we do have the money.
Okay, well, we hear that loud and clear. I mean, that's a great opportunity for us to better organise ourselves and ensure that we're providing some pitching or some kind of process to help you decide where best to put that investment. I'll take one more from the floor, and then I've got one more online. The gentleman straight ahead of me.
Hi, my name's Stephen Sutherland from company JGC up in Caithness. We employ about 100 people. 20% of that is apprentices. So we walk the walk. We train young people. We have done since 1972. One of the biggest problems that we've got is continuity of work. Private businesses can't invest in young people unless there's continuity of work. And that's the biggest barrier, I think, to training and having a sustainable business or sustainable businesses in the Highlands going forward. There's an awful lot of SMEs in the Highlands, less than 250 employees, and unless there's continuity of work in this market, it's going to be very difficult. We've been very fortunate in the green energy sector since 2013 that we've taken tens of millions of pounds into the Highlands, but it's very stop-start. You'll win a contract, maybe £5–10 million. You go through a year, you've invested in apprentices, you then don't see another project for another year and a half, 2 years. So it's very, very difficult. And unless we've got that continuity, I think it's going to be very difficult even thinking about training large scale going forward.
That's a really interesting point, and it's a conversation we're having. Housing's already been brought up, and I didn't want it to be a major part of the skills conversation, but we know it is a major problem, as is the construction sector's capability to build the houses. And that's about pipeline, that's about identifying a sort of long-term economic picture really to build on. So I think, I've got the answers here today, Stephen, but I take on board that particular point, particularly since we have so many SMEs in our part of the world. So it's a really good point. Let's just check my timing. We're probably just about to break for lunch. I'll maybe take one more question. I've got one here online. I'm not sure it's an easy answer either, but so the skills displacement mentioned will be felt keenly in the Highlands and Islands, and we have got this really tight labour market. How can this be mitigated again so that we're not negatively impacting on other sectors such as hospitality and tourism? And this is one of the challenges I feel I'm facing every day, which is I'm speaking to every different sector. Every sector is saying, we need more people, we need more people, we need more skills. How do we get that balance? So I don't have an easy answer for this one. I do have a concern about the geographical dispersal of some of these jobs, but how do we ensure that we can satisfy all these sectoral requirements, apart from a bit more migration, as well as making the most of the individuals that we've got here? I don't know if anyone's got any comments from the panel to help with that particular one.
It's, as you say, Morven, it's not an easy one to resolve, because almost every sector is facing recruitment challenges. And I think we sometimes, the gentleman's already mentioned it with maritime, but sometimes we get very hung up on green, and we've heard how young people are very interested in contributions to society, whilst maybe forgetting that the rest of business has to go on as well. And I think, this is about, when we talk about just transition, this is not about everybody transitioning in a just way to energy transition. It's about a just transition and not leaving anybody behind. And I think that's something that we need to focus on in the future.
Thanks, Rob. Any other comments on that particular issue, Sue?
Just a comment. It's not competition between sectors, but between employment and skills. So what we're tending to find is that when the economy is so buoyant, people are going into jobs rather than committing to a 4-year degree programme, which in terms of the need for degree level graduates is concerning for us, I think. So it's not a solution. It's just another edge to that problem, I suppose.
Okay. Yes, Ken?
Just having done a lot, we're looking to this. As we start to create things like the Green Freeport, as we start to bring in the investment into this area, as we start to get more jobs, both manual and technical and management levels, so that our young people, and if you look at the demographic profile of the Highlands, there's a massive exodus in that 18 to 25 bracket. That bracket, great, go and get involved in some of these things, get that development, but because we're developing it up here and that demand is now growing up here, those skill sets will come back up. Though I do firmly believe the more that we invest in this in the future, so that our children, our young people will come this way and bring with them all of that energy and all of that back, and will release people for the other sectors, or even encourage the other sectors to grow and develop and become more sustainable in with themselves. So I think there's a two-way part to this.
I think the Highlands is always going to be a touristic place, and whatever happens in terms of the jobs dispersing, there will always be an issue for housing and hotels. If you take, for example, let's say, there's a new training provider providing courses, let's say offshore wind, and they've got 100 applicants for the course, 3-day course or a 1-week course. Probably we won't have enough hotels for hundreds of applicants at the same time. So I would see new opportunities coming for hospitality, and new hotels would be needed. in terms. So I think it's probably looking optimistic, and that could open up new opportunities with other sectors as well.
And perhaps back to the point about the pipeline going forward, the more we make a sort of promote and make people aware of this sheer opportunity ahead of us, other things will happen round about it in terms of interest from other sectors as well. So we haven't quite answered all the questions. We haven't taken away some of the concerns, but there's many people on this panel in this room that are actually looking at this particular challenge at the moment. Can I ask you please to thank our panel for their excellent contributions? Now I'm being told we're allowed to break for lunch, slightly later than planned, apologies. And I think as we're going out, there's going to be a short video that gives you a little bit of an insight into what goes on in one of our Newton rooms, just that we didn't manage to fit it into the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention as well. Thank you.
So we operate 5 Newton rooms across the Highlands, and we use those rooms to engage young people with STEM subjects and careers, so STEM being science, technology, engineering and maths. And we do that in the Newton rooms through a unique combination of an environment and state-of-the-art facilities. We welcome P6, P7, S1 and S2 pupils from every region in the Highlands to our Newton room network, and we explore careers that are accessible to young people here in the Highlands.
I really like the microscopes that are behind me. It's not very often that you get to see all the little small parts of what we are made up of.
Yeah, I would say these experiences are extremely useful for the pupils. It's a fantastic facility with loads of resources, and it offers just things that link into our curriculum that we're able to experience much better than we can deliver ourselves.
You're not probably going to get to hold along at school, but if you're here, you're more likely to, and you can discover new things that you never knew before. So you can actually see the parts instead of having to look at a photo or a sheet where it's drawn on.
So I think the pupils get a really good experience at the Newton Room in Dingwall in terms of learning to work together as a group, actually working to test out scientific hypotheses, looking at how science contributes to everyday life that's going on around us. So as a retired doctor, I'm obviously involved in helping teach the health sciences module, just opening the youngsters' eyes to the opportunities that exist for them in terms of careers in the health service.
Okay, folks, if I can take you to, if I can ask you to take your seats. Coffee was too strong. Thanks for getting back from lunch promptly. Before we go into the next presentation or discussion, there should be now perhaps be a slide on the screen which tells you about a date for your diaries. The Scotsmen are delighted to announce a brand new exhibition taking place in Glasgow at the SEC on 11-12th November. Got that plan ahead, called Go Green Scotland. You can identify with that. That's okay. Good manager. But this will be Scotland's only consumer exhibition which helps to mobilise the public to make small but meaningful changes to their daily lives, which, as we all know, can collectively make a big impact on the climate change emergency. So the Scotsman's looking for businesses to get involved who are themselves in that activity of tackling the climate change emergency. And an integral section of the exhibition will be the food and drink zone, featuring live celebrity chef demonstrations. Don't know why that's in. I don't know if there's any chefs in the house today, but if so, there's a special invitation to you. But obviously, there's a lot of companies here who want to encourage that individual participation in addressing the issues we're discussing. So, if you'll find information in the back of your programmes about that event, or visit the website, which is on the slide just now. And that sounds like a very exciting event for the 11th and 12th of November. I'm sure Rebecca will be pleased to give you more information if you talk to her later. So that's the pardon me. That's the commercial over, and we now move on to the next session. And there's a slight change of plan that, all good politicians, he's got others to help him. So instead of Raymond Bremner, the leader of Highland Council, giving you 20 minutes monologue, he's going to bring up some of his team to join him and spread the burden. So I'd ask you to welcome the leader of Highland Council, Raymond Bremner. Thank you.
Afternoon, everybody. Thanks very much to my team for supporting me. Would you like to come up? The reason... Well, I'll tell you something, Councillor Gowans, you're never this reluctant to take the limelight. So. And Carl, you coming up? Right, thanks, Brian. You have now very much managed to there we go. How are you? That's 5 minutes of my speech done. Nice to see you. Can you just give me a straw poll? Hands up, those of you who were here last year. Thanks. Hands down. Hands up, those of you who are here for the first time. What opportunity. Just before I actually start into my speech, what I'm going to do is, for those of you who were here last year, you'll have known that I was in as a leader of the council for 1 week, and then they put me on this stance and asked me to address you about something that I barely knew anything about. And since then, what a journey it has been. I'm looking at some of you smiling at me because you've been on that journey with me. Within a very short period of time after that, we formed a full administration, and we landed up having a team. And I did say to you then that I wanted the focus of council, as far as I was concerned, to start turning around to be more business-like, and we went on and put that into place. So I'm just going to ask some of the team, and it is a large team that we have. There's 3 here, just to introduce themselves so that you know who they are.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carl Rosie. I am Highland Council up in Caithness. Caithness is split into 2. Councillor Bremner's on one side and I'm on the other. So delighted to be. Side. Yeah, he's on the dark side. So I'm on my 2nd term and delighted to be Highland Council's Chair of Climate Change.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I'm Councillor Ken Gowans. I'm the Chair of Economy and Infrastructure at Highland Council at this very exciting time for us all. My own ward is Inverness South, so we have quite a bit of renewables in that area, a few wind farms and whatnot, so we're very familiar with the community benefit angle of that as well. You know, we're here, as far as I'm concerned, as Highland Council, we're here to help. We're here to help you to facilitate. And what I've picked up today is it's been really great to hear people talking about inclusion, collaboration, integration, because I think we all need to do that. We all need to do that today. And when we leave here today, it's not to stop doing that, it's to continue to do that so that we can develop an approach that's Highland-wide.
And the guy that tries to keep us all under control.
So, hello again. Malcolm MacLeod, the interim Deputy Chief Executive of the Council, but in my substantive role, it's looking after economic development, major projects, our climate change and energy team, and a number of transformation schemes for the Council, because, as everyone will probably appreciate, times are challenging, and we see the Council being located in a fantastic position to change the way we do things, but also try and make sure we are seen as a viable, realistic investment partner for both our public sector partners, our governments, and indeed the private sector.
Thanks very much, and it's good to have their support here. But first of all, you know, I did mention it's great to be here again. Thanks very much for that opportunity. And, you know, for me, it's hard to believe that it's been a year since I was here last, highlighting the Highlands' potential for green energy and putting forward a vision for the Highlands as a global centre for renewable energy. You know, as a region, we are already intrinsically linked to energy per se, you know, from the post-war development of hydro schemes and nuclear power in Caithness. And I'd noticed a long-standing colleague of mine from some point ago, Stephen, is here. You heard him earlier on, linked to the opportunities from nuclear through Dunray, and the widespread development of wind stretching across the region. You cannot go anywhere in the Highlands without having to see that, whether it's onshore or whether it's offshore. Our engineering prowess developed across the region in the oil yards of Nig and Ardasir, and not forgetting Kishorn, immortalised by Gordon Menzies' Kishorn Commandos, but we're not going to break out into that unless you really want to. But I was up there just very recently, in the past couple of months, seeing the work that they've got underway with the jack-up rig in there. It's absolutely fantastic. The scale of work that we can do in the Highlands is unbelievable. You know, it may only sometimes have been a green focus, but nonetheless, it is impossible to dispute our legacy in energy generation. It stands alone in its own right. A legacy that continues to deliver a highly skilled and a sought-after workforce who, over the past 2 decades, have brought their skills to energy projects around right across the globe. Isn't that a fantastic acknowledgement to make, that here in the Highlands we have that kind of workforce that the rest of the world can be quite envious of? And while our young workforce still gravitates to the energy industry, for too long They leave school expecting to join a mobile workforce, seeking careers on distant shores far from their Highland homes, and how much we have recognised that in some of the contributions that came out from you this morning. Green energy offers us new hope and new opportunities. The chance to stop a modern-day Highland clearances by providing future generations with the opportunity to develop a highly skilled career without ever having to leave the Highlands. We talked about that last year, so I'll be asking, what have we been doing since then? An option to reverse the trend is offering opportunities for highly skilled, well-paid jobs in an area that provides a quality of life that can rival anywhere else in the world. A year ago, we discussed the potential of the Highlands. 12 months on, what has changed? Are there signs our potential should be now an expectation? Well, in year one, we saw Contracts for Difference give us the first awards for tidal energy projects totaling 41 megawatts of production in total. Orbital Marine and CMIC Atlantis are securing contracts for their sites north of Scotland. Scotland saw the leasing process award as much as 27.6 gigawatts of new generating capacity to be built over the next decade. And to put that into perspective, the Highlands consume less than 10% of the energy produced today. When I was at the UK Reef Conference, it was hard for people to actually grasp that that is the case. 10% of the energy produced today is all that we consume here in the Highlands. So when we were talking about this morning, one of the speakers saying about the potential that we've got there in terms of export, confirming this region as a significant contributor to national net zero targets. Green hydrogen has taken a significant step forward with SSE Renewables, Scottish Power, Storega and H2 Green, all securing base funding to progress Highland production. SSE confirmed Britain's biggest pumped hydro scheme in 40 years with a £100 million investment boost. New transmission and distribution projects are progressing. Wind farm developers are rising to meet Scottish Government's targets through a repowering and new development programme as they strive to meet the ambitions for 20 gigawatts of onshore wind to be installed by 2030. The Council have confirmed its ambitions for energy development through recent work on the development of solar and battery storage projects. Battery storage being raised as one of the points of focus this morning, but across the region, and the completion of studies on the potential for the growth of heat networks in Inverness and elsewhere across the region. We have seen significant investment announced for the port of Ardeshir, and, of course, this January confirmed the region's success in having the Inverness and Cromarty Green Freeport selected by the Scottish and UK governments to become one of Scotland's first green ports, and you're allowed to applaud that if you would like. And the reason I did that was just in case anybody from Aberdeen was here. Sorry. Opportunity Cromarty first was the consortium. I actually met him through there for a cup of tea. Was the consortium that led the successful Inverness and Cromarty first bid for green freeport status. Winning the bid is set to revolutionise the Highland economy. And the words that we were using at the time that we put the bid in, and Ian will recall this, was transformational. But they missed that out of my speech, so I'm sticking it in there. Transformational. The green freeport status will allow us to attract over £2 billion in inward investment. As a region, we are well placed to create up to 25,000 new jobs across various sectors, from manufacturing, servicing, the offshore energy sector, to green hydrogen production for domestic and industrial use across the UK and beyond. Again, stuff that was being mentioned earlier on in the conference today. We are exceptionally well placed to create an innovation cluster, attracting research and development opportunities across the green energy sector within the Highlands. There's no better location with the depth of natural resources and localised port infrastructure, and we mentioned that 1 year ago in here, and that's where our excitement can be based on. A moment ago, I discussed the potential for over 25,000 new jobs. Let's think about that. So, while yes, it is likely that a percentage of the additional workforce will be migrated into the area, if we, and by that I mean us collectively, are to deliver a truly sustainable energy transition, then a large percentage of the workforce has to be developed locally. We were talking about that this morning. I'm including you, whether you work in government, whether you work for a company looking to invest here, or whether you're a company already established in the Highlands. If you're a company already established in the Highlands, can I see your hand? Thank you very much. Or in the further education sector. Remember, we had that session just before lunchtime there just now. Every person in the room today has a role to play, and, to be blunt, a responsibility to ensure investment is retained across the Highlands. For too long, as far as I'm concerned, our natural resources have been utilised to generate income, yet the return to the Highland region has been minimal. That, please take this, oh, right, okay. Thanks, Brian, I've put them all back in order again now. Please take this as an early opportunity to start the discussion. We'd welcome any approach from training providers and businesses who've identified areas of need. You will agree that year one has seen significant steps. 2022 saw renewable energy generation reach record levels in Scotland. In total, 35.3 terawatt hours were generated. How many zeros is that, Carl?
A lot.
Yeah. An increase of an incredible 28.1% on 2021. As a region, we're a significant contributor. I've already mentioned that. We want to do more. We want to be more. In comparison, other parts of the UK talk about the desire to lead in the green energy sector. The Highlands are ideally placed to lead across all sectors in the transition to green energy. We said that last year. That has not changed. It will be both challenging and rewarding as a region. We face various economic, social and environmental challenges that a traditional approach to economic development can't solve. However, a public-private sector partnership can overcome our major economic, social and environmental challenges by working together. That is my invitation to the Highlands are open for investment, by the way. Absolutely. Has been and will continue to be. That's my invitation to every one of you. It's an invitation to invest, not just in an opportunity. We want you to become an integral part of the Highland community. And as a council, we want to work with you. We want to develop partnerships that are progressive and innovative. And with some of you, since I stood on this stage before, that has happened. It's important. We know the businesses across various sectors find it challenging to secure the green skills training they need locally for their staff. We heard it in the previous session. In the context of green skills, in the housing sector alone, we as a council struggle with a local workforce able to deliver fundamental green skills. External wall insulation, heat pumps, solar and battery storage, with around 128,000 homes in the Highlands and just under 250,000 people. Most will require one or more of these interventions in the next 10 years. There currently isn't a workforce available to meet that demand. We want to start addressing this. We are currently discussing with the business representatives, Skills Development Scotland, with UHI and HIE about how best to target these funds. While the initial funding is finite and demand is great, we intend to use part of the funding to run a skills challenge fund. I'm inviting employers and training providers to apply for funds to deliver training here in Highland, which is currently available and accessible by our businesses. This is a means of stimulating collaboration between local businesses and training providers to build training capacity here in the Highlands to help other companies develop the green skills that will help accelerate the Highlands towards net zero. The Challenge Fund that I'm just talking about there just now will be open later this month. We will be issuing the call for applications via social media, our website, and other media. We want partners committed to investing in the community, partners who understand that community benefit will deliver sustainable economic growth. For too long, the Highlands have provided energy to the rest of the UK with little local benefit. We have the opportunity now to change that. Through collaboration, we can make Highland a global leader within the green energy sector. We have a vision of prosperous Highland communities where fuel poverty is no longer an issue. That's a challenge, but we still have that as a vision. And we have low carbon transport links across the region. That is our vision also. We exemplify the net zero agenda, living and working across the Highlands, and we want you to be part of that journey with us. Finally, that's the bit that you're supposed to take a big sigh. Together we can build an economy that delivers nationally while ensuring community benefit from an all-encompassing, just transition. Thanks very much for listening to me, and I'm happy for myself and the team to take any questions. Don't make them difficult ones. All right, okay, I'll be the person that stands up here then. Does anybody have any, you've got council representatives here in the team, does anybody have any particular questions for us? I can't, but I know a person that can.
It will be opening shortly, and we are looking for partners to come and work with us. And by that, we're looking to not just have providers come to us with the status quo. It's about trying to identify different ways of making the acquisition of skills real. So working within the industry, I think, is one of the key elements that we'll be looking at as part of that. But as the leader said, it'll be all available on social media. So it's trying to think, we all know with skills, and I missed the session earlier, I'm afraid, because I had to go back for something else, but I think it's broadly recognised that we've got a fairly complicated landscape around skills. It's, cluttered, there's different providers, but we're still missing that opportunity to get people to experience these new sectors as early as possible. So that's very much what the challenge is around.
Yeah, the Challenge Fund's £1 million, £1 million, and it was secured through the Levelling Up Fund.
The Shared
Prosperity Fund. And I think we have the ability to be able to identify everybody that's here today. So for those of you who are interested, if you'd like us to put out a brief on that, I'd be more than happy to do that, and that could give you the supporting information for it. Happy for us to do that? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the question. Does anybody else have any other questions? Crikey, I can't believe that you've got 3 councillors and somebody from one of the chief executive officers. Hello, sir.
Hi there. Have you ever considered setting up an arm's length trading body, part of the council, to act as an investor and broker to deliver shared ownership of projects? And I'm particularly thinking about the extremely large investments in offshore wind, where they will be under a bit of pressure and should be under some pressure from government to make sure that some of that ownership is shared.
What I can tell you is that the current administration have the ability to be able to look at the different ways that the council can function and different ways that that it can work with other organisations, and an arm's length organisation, an ALIO, is something that we're already working with within council. But in terms of other sectors, that's something that I think is still open to us as an administration. Ken?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we're certainly looking at within the council, because obviously we're looking for revenue streams as well as a council. One of the key considerations that we have with any of the community benefit money, for example, is that it tends to lack any kind of strategic focus, and I think that's something that we need to address going forward, because it's all very well for communities to get huge sums of money, but we're getting to the point now where some of them are actually running out of things to spend them on, and there could well be a mechanism or a framework that we can develop to perhaps revisit that, where the council can perhaps begin to invest in some of these schemes itself, and perhaps to use that money in a far more strategic way to benefit all of the Highlands and not just individual communities. Because remember that we also have some communities that don't have any renewable energy within them, and we, you know, at the same time they still have some of the risk that's involved with that. But in general terms, there are opportunities for the council to do this, and it's something that we're looking at very seriously, not just in terms of wind farms and whatnot, but solar power too. So I don't know if Malcolm wants to.
No, just I think, George, we had a very interesting conversation at lunch, and I think the our model. So we've commissioned a piece of work actually with Moray Council at the moment, and we're looking at different mechanisms, trying to build on the success of some of the, you know, the local scale developments that have been on the islands, but perhaps one of the issues is that, you know, individual communities lack that financial power. They lack the perhaps the local resource to put in place different models, whereas the council, you know, will have that, or an arm's length, depending on what the legalities are, will have a much better financial basis to make real investment. But what we want to see is a model that is easily understood. It's something we can engage with early, but more importantly than anything, it's not a model we want to impose on the development industry. We would far rather work with the development industry, and there have already been some good discussions with some of the big players, I guess, and we're really keen that that dialogue continues, because if we come with a model and try and impose it, I would far rather have something that we can work in partnership on.
Can I just come in the back of that just to say that this isn't just about infrastructure. Quite often we see things as physical objects, as buildings, etc. And it's not just about the council being able to deliver services that it's challenged to deliver right now. But it's also about investing in the future, and that means investing in our education, whether that's secondary or tertiary education, to ensure that we've got the skills and we're well equipped to take the Highlands forward. And remember that we'll be developing skills that we don't even know the jobs exist yet. So that's the challenge that we've got. So by investing in these, we're beginning to build a legacy. We're beginning to build a Highlands which we can retain population in, and also start things like the knowledge economy, where things are less automated and we can attract investment.
And I think it's also important as well that when for those of you who heard the kind of query I put towards the panel this morning, in 5 to 10 years time and beyond, in terms of the community benefit that is actually out there, in terms of that legacy, how can we, in 10, 15 years time, will we be able to reflect on that legacy and say that it was well spent, it was well directed, and it really has given us the maximum benefit within our communities. So it was one of the reasons that I put those questions to the panel this morning. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Oh, Stephen, don't make it a difficult question, will you?
I'll keep it easy. Does the council think that it can influence work staying in this area? The reason I ask that question is direct, because there's experience in the east coast of England, for example, where there's been lots of offshore developments, that work hasn't come to local communities. So does the council think they can influence the government, let's say, developers, to keep work within this area?
I'm having a go at that one. Stephen, just in the past year, that we've, insofar as the council has the ability to be able to have year of government, I think that we've had to, that I want us to continue to step up to the mark on that, because I think that that's a job that is ours to do from a local level. We've made those representations to government in London and in Edinburgh, but also anywhere else that we've been with the Confederation of the Highlands and Islands, with the Islands Forums. We've been challenging government and lobbying them in terms of recognising that rural and local benefit that we really need to see to be able to support some of the vision that we've got at Council and some of the vision that you have as well in the local areas. This is the last question, so does anybody want to follow up on what I've just said there just now? Carl?
Yeah. Stephen, I think it's really important that we have a conversation about community wealth building. And I think it's important, just thinking about the comments that were made earlier on, when we're seen to, we've got to absolutely avoid to impose anything on developers, and then, you know, equally be careful not to do things to communities. So I think that's a $64,000 question for me from this event, is how, you know, what are the next steps and how we reach a decisions that we need to do. But one of the things, I think in community wealth building, I think developers are very much open to a wider discussion on what that should mean in terms of provision. You know, understanding the challenges for them are fairly simple, but, you know, it's about the art of the possible. That's what we need to define. But I don't think there's any great resistance to try and develop things in a more meaningful way. You've heard evidence of that throughout today, you know, and taking your points that you made earlier today, I think that's recognised by both sides, you know. So I think that's the opportunity and that's the prize that we've got.
Ken, final word?
Yeah, ultimately it's about sustainability, that's the key word, and how do we ensure that the Highlands is sustainable. And to do that we need to retain our young people, and to do that we have to give them an offering that they can see their life ahead of them. And that involves a whole range of partners and stakeholders. So that for when you've got such opportunities that we have, you have all these different stakeholders, and all these different stakeholders will have different measures of success, what their outcomes will be. So we'll have to ensure all of these outcomes are met across communities, not just with the major providers, etc., so that success is dispersed, if you like. And that then goes into, as I say, developing and retaining population, and also encouraging inward investment into the area and creating the conditions, because the renewable industry will be here as long as the planet is here, unlike other industries that we've seen, like oil and gas, for instance. So we can build on this a much more longer term sustainability, but to do that we need to do it from the ground up, and that's why you need your secondary and your UHI and other universities to come in behind this, and they need to be funded, and they need to ensure that they're talking with employers to develop these skills. And that way it provides a bright future. Far too many of our young people will go and do university courses down south and they'll never come back, and we need to stop that, because we're exporting a lot of our best talent and we need these people here.
Can I thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be able to have a chat with you today, and also I'm looking forward to continuing our work with you over the next months to come. Thanks very much, folks.
Well, thanks very much for the Highland Council are very big players in all of this, and it's been good to get their perspectives and commitment. We're moving on to the next session, which again it leads quite naturally on from what we've just been discussing. It's particularly about the offshore wind opportunities, and it might be interesting to try and probe in that, you know, just what it is going to mean in terms of work done as locally as possible. So I'm going to hand over for that to Elaine McRae, the Head of Energy Strategy with Highlands and Islands Enterprise, and Elaine will bring up another team before your very eyes. Okay? Right.
Thanks. Kind of in the interest of time, I'll maybe just get you all to come up and we can do introductions once you're sitting. While everybody gets seated, I'll maybe just make a few quick introductory remarks. I'm very aware it's not me that you want to listen to this afternoon, it's absolutely the folks that we've got sitting here. So As I have already been introduced, I am Ellie McRae, Head of Energy Strategy at Highlands and Islands Enterprise, and delighted to be the chair for this session, which is sponsored by West of Orkney Wind Farm. We've got a fantastic lineup of panellists this afternoon, and I think we've got some time to spend really getting into the nitty-gritty of the offshore wind sector in the Highlands and Islands, how we see its growth manifesting right here on our doorstep. Highlands and Islands Enterprise has identified offshore wind and green hydrogen as two of the biggest opportunities our region currently has. We've already heard from Cllr Bremner there just about how much electricity is produced in this region. It works out at just under 40% of Scotland's total, so I think it's fair to say, and from everything we've heard today, it's quite clear that we are as a region punching above our weight already. I'm not going to say too much because I'm conscious that a lot of what I actually had here to say has been said already, and we don't want to keep repeating ourselves, but I think what I would like to say is we have heard about how much opportunity there is in this sector in our region, and I think it's quite clear that there are opportunities for everybody who wants to get involved. So if you're sitting there thinking, I'm not sure if this is for me, I don't know if our company is too small, I'm not sure if we've really got an offering, I can guarantee that you do, whether that be on your own or whether it be in collaboration with others. I think collaboration is probably one of the watchwords that we've heard today. Then that will be something for you to explore in more detail with others around this room and those also that are not here today. We have also some folks online, and I'll be interested to know who that audience is as well, because hopefully we're reaching some people that we don't ordinarily get to talk to. So opportunities, challenges, aplenty. I'm not going to dwell on those anymore. I'm just going to get straight into the guts of the session, and I'm going to start by handing over to Mike Kay, who's Deputy Director of the West of Orkney Offshore Wind Farm, to tell us a bit more about the project. Thanks, Mike.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Elaine, and thanks everybody for coming along today. We thought we'd take sponsor's privilege on this session and give a little bit of a presentation. There are a number of words in the slides, don't have to look at them, I'm going to talk you through them. It's just to help you give you a bit of context to the wind farm. You probably know where it is though, it's called the West of Orkney project. Let's see how this works. Okay, so the West of Orkney Wind Farm, I'm Deputy Project Director, I'm Mike Hay. I also sit on the board representing Ridge, we're the Scottish development partner within the project. Actually, I'm also from Inverness, went to Melbourne Academy, but I'm one of these people that went away from Inverness to go to university and have not yet come back. For the past 20 years, been in offshore wind, all around the UK generally, but also in the other parts of the world. And it's great now working on a project in an area that I love, and I'm hoping that what we can do is going to have a big impact, and I'll talk you through some of the plans that we have just now, but it's an early stage project, bear that in mind. We only secured the site 18 months ago, so we're doing as much as we can, and but we can always do more, so keep talking to us. If you've got any ideas, we're always open. That's the main message. Do come and speak to us anytime. Messy slide with lots and lots of colours on it, and that's exactly what that's supposed to show, because there is so much going on in offshore wind in Scotland just now. This shows all the projects. The map captures them all. You don't have to see that. It just shows that there is loads of them. The three columns, the different colours. The one on the left is the projects that are currently under construction and operation and consented. There are over 10 gigawatts of those. The next column is the ScotWind projects, which comes to almost 30 gigawatts, so there's a huge number of projects coming through. And then we've got 5 gigawatts of, as Katarina mentioned earlier, the INTOG projects, the innovation technology projects. So there's a huge pipeline of projects. In itself is interesting, but these projects are really at the cutting edge of technology as well. We've got floating projects. There are not any large number of floating projects anywhere in the world. We've got deep water fixed projects like ours in challenging pioneering environments. And already we've cut some barriers down in the sector. We've already delivered the world's deepest fixed bottom project at Seagreen. We've already delivered the world's first floating project at Highland. So we can do it, and we're doing a good job of delivering projects. The next thing is about capturing the value from those and embedding that within the economy. So that's what we need to try to do. The West of Orkney project itself is at the top, as you can guess, West of Orkney. It's being developed by a consortium of 3 companies. Corio Generation are part of the Macquarie Group. They're a standalone new offshore wind developer. They've only been going 1 year, but they've got a huge portfolio of now 30 gigawatts of offshore wind projects around the world. This is definitely one of the most exciting ones. Also in the middle, we're partnered with Total Energies, French oil major based out of West Hill is the team that we work with. We've got a number of them here in the audience today. we're transitioning a lot of the team from their oil and gas from their oil and gas teams into our project and into the other project out to Dowsing. They're still based at West Hill. They still live in the northeast. But what we're doing is trying to sort of encourage the transitional skills that we have in things like procurement, and particularly in supply chain, in legal, in all these big project delivery capabilities that they have into the project. Where we're dealing with specialists, we are still kind of sourcing externally, but we're transitioning a lot of the core competencies into the project team. And that will just increase as their portfolio increases as well. So I think this is a good example of projects that are transitioning skills. And then there's ourselves, Scottish developer Ridge. The project itself is a 2 gigawatt project, so it's pretty big, 2,000 megawatts. We're planning on delivering our first power in 2029, aligning it with our current grid connection, and that should provide enough power for around about 2 million homes. We're also working with Repsol, who are the owners of the Flotta oil terminal on Orkney, and working with them to see if we can build a business case to transition that facility into a large-scale hydrogen production plant. So I'm in Aberdeen on Thursday with them. It's quite an exciting opportunity. Other than that, we're connecting into Spittal for the electricity side. We're looking at Scrabster as the O&M base, and we're working with Jim and the team at Orkney on helping build capability in Scapa for a construction port. So it's quite an exciting project. I'm really trying to drive that infrastructure, which gives an example of offshore wind benefits not just being around the projects themselves, but on the supporting infrastructure around them to help deliver them. We're going through a lot of project refinement at the moment. We're going to submit our planning application offshore at Section 36 end of August, and then that will be followed by our onshore application in October. So a lot of work going on at the moment to try and refine the project down and focus it down on the areas that we think are most suitable for development. One of those refinements, I should say, actually, is we've moved from what was quite a broad technical envelope to quite a more narrow technical envelope focused on fixed bottom projects. Fixed bottom projects connecting directly into Spittal at the moment, but that's because the hydrogen plant just doesn't have the business case currently because there isn't the market, as you probably are aware from discussions earlier. Still an exciting opportunity, though. We're not writing it off. We are going like the clappers, I think is the technical term. We've already undertaken all our survey work for the consent. That was all completed last year. We've been working on the EIA since then. We're running public consultations regularly. If you haven't been to one already, there's only 2 left. We've got one today in Thurso. We've got another one tomorrow in Holkirk. They're well attended. We're getting really good positive feedback from people. We take all feedback well, but we want to understand how we can also always understand how we can improve. And that will feed itself into our EIA application, but will more importantly feed itself into our behaviours and into our activities as we build out and operate the project over the next 20 to 30 years. In terms of building out and delivering, we're looking to try and get construction started in 27 so that we can be operational in 29. So we are the fastest project in Scotland by far. We're also probably one of the lower technical risk projects, fixed bottom, HVAC projects. So we're hoping that we can be probably one of the first ones away. Bit of a test bed for what we can do with Scotland. As Katarina mentioned earlier, there is an expectation, there is a requirement on Scotland developers to deliver what's called a supply chain development statement. Within that is a strategy about how we're going to enhance the supply chain, drive economic value within Scotland. We took an approach that you can't do this without putting your money where your mouth is, and we are investing £105 million of what's called pre-FID capex, which is pre-FID spend, which is investment before we've made a final investment decision on the project. That we're hoping to enhance that to at least 140 million with third-party funds. And we'll be looking to invest that across 5 areas. We're looking to invest it across the supply chain with collaboration studies that we're doing with people. We're going to be announcing them at supply chain events we're holding in Thurso, Orkney, Inverness and Aberdeen in September. We're looking at port infrastructure as well. We're speaking to Sandy and Scrabster team. We're speaking to Jim and the Orkney Harbours team about what we can do to support them. We're working with EMEC on an innovation programme, which is about trying to transition EMEC, firstly, into offshore oil and offshore wind more naturally, but also to actually use their capabilities to bring new ideas into the project that maybe when we've got our heads down on a day-to-day budget and programme basis, we don't see. And we're going to launch that at the end of summer as well. Alongside that, we're doing skills development with UHIs. The first thing we launched last year, this year it was, just seems ages ago, which was our UHI STEM engagement programme. So you mentioned it earlier as well, so I won't go into it. And then the big sort of ticket items, supply chain and infrastructure fund, which is sort of big numbers into large-scale manufacturing facilities. Most of those are confidential, but hopefully you'll read them as and when they come out. So there's some pictures of us doing what we say we're going to do. Hopefully it's not all just words on the slides. Hopefully you'll see us out and about, and hopefully you can come up and speak to us afterwards. So I won't hold you back anymore. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Seeing as you're first out of the developers to get out of the blocks, there'll be absolutely no pressure on you guys then for delivery. Look forward to seeing how you get on.
Thanks.
No, I think that's a really great introduction, and I hope it provides a bit of life to those of you who aren't necessarily as familiar with the sector as some of us are, in terms of what we've heard this morning, just kind of putting a bit of context into a real life example. So next we're going to hear from Trudy Morris, who is Chief Executive of the Caithness Chamber of Commerce. Are you happy to stay there, Trudy? Or? Yeah.
Stay here. Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to be on the panel. So Caithness Chamber of Commerce, we represent over 220 businesses across the North Highlands, but across the wider Highlands, Scotland and UK in terms of some of the global businesses. So with the voice of business in the area, and our strapline is actually stronger together, and we've heard some of that today. We're the leading business organisation in the North Highlands, and we're one of 30 chambers of commerce that represent Scottish chambers, and we're also linked into British chambers. We're an international network, but each chamber is an independent company in its own right. We work with our Highland chambers as well, our counterparts, and Inverness, my Inverness colleagues are in the room, and we work closely with them. So, as I say, we're independent companies, but we do work together across that network. We represent all sectors, including renewables, and that's from the sole trader right through to the PLC. And we're in the North Highlands, we've been operating decades of at the forefront of technology. Obviously, we've got a nuclear industry legacy there, but our companies have diversified into other sectors because of that industry, because it's innovative, knowledge-rich, and it's serviced UK and international markets. And it's also well-proven track records in very demanding environments. So well set up to then transit into these new opportunities. And we believe we have leading facilities for engineering and construction facilities, and we deliver 24/7 added value solutions. And obviously we've heard that JGC and others are in the room today. So we meet regularly and engage with developers because our job is really to help them understand the area, because we've got that big picture. We help them to understand the supply chain and what's going on so they can make informed decisions and plans. And many, including West of Orkney, and we've got some others in the room today as well, developers are our premier partners. And that means that they're not only supporting the chamber, but they're also supporting the wider supply chain, because whatever we do, everything that we do is about supporting business. We're not-for-profit organisations. All our profit goes back into the chamber, and then we deliver services to our members in the business community. And we're committing time and effort to building relationships. But in turn, these developers get access to the supply chain. We host Meet the Buyer events for them, and Mike's already talked about supply chain events in September, and we help promote them and give them our time. We also facilitate meetings with local companies, so if they're wanting to meet specific supply chain companies. And as I said, we give them an insight into what's in the area. So we're on the Focus North Partnership, which is a public-private sector partnership, which is all about delivering transformational initiatives in the North Mainland of Scotland. And that was actually rebranded this year, and it's really about economic growth and leading the low-carbon economy. So we're the private sector voice on that, and obviously we can give people access to that and what's going on. So as I say, we've got that insight into what's going on in the area. We're very much involved in socioeconomics. We heard from Sandra earlier about DYW. We deliver alongside Inverness Chamber. We deliver DYW for the North Highlands, so for Caithness and Sutherland. We promote apprenticeships, so we actually look after 4 funds in the local areas. 2 of those are community benefit funds, and 2 are business funds. Some of the developers are putting into those community funds, and we encourage others to do that. And that's not only obviously delivering community benefit to the local area, but it's also employing local people. And we're involved in transport, and we lobby and campaign and try and obviously make it better for business in any way and shape and form that we can. We've also got online supply chain directories, which then again is giving access for giving developers access to the local supply chain in one directory. They can see exactly what's available in our area. So we've got that for renewables, and we've also got it for the nuclear industry and the space industry. So thinking about opportunities for the North Highlands, so if we think and we compare what Beatrice brought to Caithness, for instance, brought 90 local jobs, though there's a bit of an argument as to whether they're all still local, but they certainly were when they started off. But I think with COVID and things, people have obviously had the opportunity to do things differently. It brought significant port infrastructure and improvements and development. And actually, Beatrice spent some £10 million refurbishing an old building in Wick on the harbour side, which has really been transformational. They could have put up a shed, but they decided to spend money as a socioeconomic legacy and actually converted an old building. And it really is... they've housed their operations and maintenance in there, where they monitor the wind farm as well, and it really has transformed that part of the harbour. The other opportunities are for the tier 2, 3, 4 supply chain companies, and some of our companies have manufactured components for Beatrice and offshore wind farms in the other parts of the UK, like Triton. And there's also other services like environmental and indirect spend in the local economy as well, from developments such as accommodation, food and drink, consumables, land, building, rental, other retail, transport. You know, we've talked about some of the traditional stuff that we still need, maritime personnel, drivers. You know, we still need all of this stuff. There's an opportunity, as we've said, for young people to get involved in apprenticeships and other pathways, and that's something that we really need to keep pushing. And there's additional development and investment off the back of initial developments. So, you know, being a catalyst, for instance, in terms of hydrogen developments. An example would be, so we have Jacobs in the area. They've traditionally serviced the nuclear industry, and now they're involved in space. So, you know, once a large company is in an area, it gives them the opportunity, the multinationals, to actually diversify and get involved in other industries that they have that capability in. And that really then makes a long-term impact for the local area. And then there's a long-term impact with community benefit and other socioeconomic funding from developers. And I think, you know, we've talked about collaboration, and there really is an opportunity for supply chain to collaborate. And I'll give an example of what the nuclear industry did at Dounreay in terms of a large framework. So tier 1 multinationals, they teamed up with tier 2s and tier 3s, all local supply chain companies with various skills, and they then bid for that framework. And that there was only 6 consortia on there, but it included obviously the multinationals and our local supply chain. And that's a real example of a collaboration. It means that, you know, every kind of company in that consortia is getting a little bit of that big contract. And I think that's very important in terms of trying to deliver local benefit to the local supply chain. There's operations and maintenance, obviously further down the line, and obviously we have the operations and maintenance for Beatrice in Wick, and west of Orkney have talked about developing Scrabster for that. And I think, I don't know if we've talked about deep wind, the offshore wind supply chain cluster, and that's one channel for developers to engage with supply chain for future contracts as well, and companies can become members of that, and we've encouraged our local supply chain to do that. Mike's talked about the West of Orkney's Supply Chain and Infrastructure Investment Fund, and also their commitment to support smaller suppliers to engage and help improve their preparedness and integration into the supply chain. So they're kind of the opportunities, but what are the challenges? And there's always a counter to the opportunities. For us in the North Highlands, these developments could happen to us. Ships could rock up offshore from elsewhere and not touch the local area other than the onshore works. We could get stuck in planning, public sector bureaucracy, lack of funding or vision from government could hamper and discourage developments. And I'll give an example. Obviously, we've had some tidal energy announcements, but you know, I think back to 2008 when Alex Salmon talked about the Saudi Arabia of Pentland Firth, where they were, you know, we had potential of 1.6 gigabytes of energy coming out of the Pentland Firth in terms of tidal and wave energy. And our supply chain was encouraged to get involved in that. And I spent a lot of time trying to encourage them to do that in my early days in the chamber, but they couldn't see what the opportunity was because they couldn't visualize it. And because the investment and the backing hadn't come from governments, that didn't materialize in a big way. And it was really offshore wind that we lost sight of getting developed, and actually Beatrice came along, whereas a lot of the focus initially was tidal and wave. So, you know, we can't get into a stage like that where we've leased all this, the seabed, etc., for this development, and then we wait years for it to materialize because the backing and the bureaucracy and lack of funding and vision isn't there from governments. We've talked about the cost of generating electricity in this area compared to, say, the south of England, and obviously that you know, that hampers development, and it won't help the area capitalize on opportunities by enabling with enabling projects such as improving transport connectivity and skills initiatives. And there's also community buy-in. You know, there's a bit of a backlash with onshore wind, certainly in our area. And there's lots of significant amounts of transmission upgrades, substations. I mean, this is happening now, let alone with the developments that we're talking about today. So when those onshore works are consented, obviously there's going to be a lot of disruption to that. And, you know, some of the community don't like that. They don't want the big trenches being ploughed through land that they might own. They don't want the big pylons, you know, being erected. They don't want any more substations. So we have to be aware of, getting that community buy-in. We've talked about local jobs, lack of skills and people, and realizing those local jobs, and how do we, we've not come up with any solutions about how we get these skills for these future jobs. And we don't want to get in a bidding war. You know, we've had a bidding war with the nuclear industry, we've had a bidding war with the oil and gas, where wages are rising to an unsustainable level because everybody's fighting for the same skills. And we don't want to get into that space with renewables because it's not helpful. We need to be generating enough skills for all these industries. You know, the nuclear decommissioning industry will still be here whether we like it or not because we've still got to decommission these assets, but we still need people for it. We still have oil and gas that we need to decommission and transist from. So we still need people to do that. So it's important that we don't have these sectors competing and then wages just rising to an unsustainable level. We've got accommodation problems. We've talked about housing. That's significant across the North Highlands as well as the rest of the Highlands. But it's also accommodation to house workers. So, you know, I've talked about the onshore works that are going to be done. That's a lot of workers coming in and out of the area. Where do we put them? especially at this time of the season when a lot of the hotels are to full capacity. So we need to think about that as these developments grow. We've talked about lack of visibility of what those future job roles are, so it's very hard to plan for that. And we need to ensure we involve the local supply chain, because we could have a capability issue, or it could be onerous, complicated and expensive procurement procedures. I think about the oil and gas industry with a lot of the FPAL and all these other accreditations. It's very expensive for small companies. So I've said enough, so I'll shut up now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Judy. I think that gives a really helpful insight to the work of the Chamber and how you guys can be of assistance to the supply chain and also to the developers coming in who don't necessarily know the area well. So without any further ado, we shall move on to hear from Jim Buck, who is Head of Marine Service and Transportation and Harbour Master at Orkney Islands Council Harbour Authority. And Jim, I'll make a plea if I can get you to keep the time to a minimum, because otherwise we'll have no time for questions, and I think that's the bit everybody really wants.
I thought you were going to say that. Just a quick question first. How many here are from an island or work in an island? That's what I thought, very few of us. I'll put that one to a side, park it, just say Highlands and Islands up here, but we'll go. So I am Orkney Islands Council. I'm the Harbour Authority for there. I'm the Harbour Master. I also run 6 island airfields. I'm in for aviation, public service bus contracts. So if it floats, moves or flies within Orkney Islands Council, I'm responsible for it. I'm also responsible for greening it and making it up. So I end up with a fleet of 10 ferries, 6 airfields, and the Northern Hemisphere's largest natural harbour, 127 square miles of anchorage in Scapa Flow. So if you come up to Orkney, you can come in and see, and we'll drop Edinburgh into the Scapa Flow, and it doesn't touch the size if you do the defined city limits. I won't bother with Inverness because it would be too small inside that area. I could give you the numbers of Invernesses, but we'll get there. There's a lot of opportunity here. There's a lot of opportunity, and no one port can ever do any of this. I've got fellow ports here, and I know there's fellow ports out. We in Scotland have been cooperating as ports for a long time. And I mean that properly. We do cooperate. We talk to each other, we chat to each other, we pass ideas around. It doesn't happen south of the border, and I have worked in ports south of the border, and that is completely different there. But here in Scotland, we have that cooperation. It is just a shame that when it comes to supporting ports, they make it a competition. Green Free Ports was a competition, and we're very glad that Cromarty Forth got that, and it's a pleasure that they did. But it's a competition. Flowmith is a competition. We shouldn't be competing. Everybody is required to make the most of the opportunity which is out there. At the moment, we are missing by 5 years the ability to build by 2030, and I think that's pretty well known within the port industry. We don't have the skill sets, we don't have the people, we don't have the infrastructure there. It is interesting to work that through. So, by making a competition to provide the money, you're doing the wrong thing when you're trying to encourage cooperation, I would say. Actually, we all cooperate as it is. And it's also interesting to go, most of the ports and harbours within the Scottish Highlands and Islands area are trust and municipal. Why am I raising that? Well, if you have the luxury of being a private port, you can get private investment really easy. A port is not a business, it is an authority. Now, that's a specific definition there. You are set up by legal statute, most of those from Westminster. If you're lucky enough, you're able to buy them out and then operate as you see fit. For those of the trust ports that are sat in here, and me being a municipal port, we have rules and regulations about what you can do about who pays what, how you can get investment, how you can drive investment. So people saying that private investment will come in, I can't do that unless it's through some other investment system. So I am cut out from a lot of the investment opportunities that my fellows at NIG and RDC aren't. I wish them well with that, but I would also like to be able to do that. And it's the same with the trust ports. So Inverness, yourselves, Scrabster, etc. They have caveats on what they can do and how they can go and fund. None of this is simple or easy, and none of it is cheap. Infrastructure is not cheap on land. You add water, especially salt water, to the mix, you can almost double, triple the cost of that. We have plans for almost £330 million worth of investment. We're the smallest council in the UK, 22,000 people, but it's the harbour users that pay for that investment at the end of the day, and there's even fewer of those. Now, just do the maths on that. You need something that's be able to invest for 100 years, because that's how long the infrastructure is going to be around for. Ardisia is still here after being set up. This is not something new, by the way. We went through all this transition in 1974 in Orkney, where we transitioned from an agricultural fishing economy into an oil-based economy as they built Flotter. And you saw people move from the land, transition into working to Flotter, creating it, building it. So some of the biggest companies in Orkney, like Heddles Cranes, etc., came from that time. We can do it again, but we need the support and be able to do it. What we can't do it is on our own without the funding and the capability to do it. So that's why I have been so keen earlier on in the fact that government needs to talk to various sections of government. It needs to be fair across the part. It doesn't matter whether you're a private port, a trust port, or a council port. You need to be treated in the same manner, in the same way, with the same access to the infrastructure, with the same level playing field to be able to allow us to do the infrastructure we need to do. It was mentioned earlier, so we're looking at size of object here, certainly in the offshore floating wind. West of Orkney Wind Farm is certainly one of the largest fixed bottom offshore wind developers out there, but for the floating side, we're talking to developers who are looking at a blade length of 107 metres. So if you go from Aberdeen, a port we won't mention, but you go from Aberdeen up to Shetland, the passenger ferries there are 107 metres long, so that's a blade length, the length of that passenger ferry. It's a 4,000-tonne floating substructure that goes on. You have plenty of those out in Crompton. They just happen to be drilling oil and gas at the moment. But that is the size and legs of the floating structures you are doing. These are no small beasts. Your blade tip height is between 300 and 370 metres above air, and then you're into CAA regulation. So I hope you've been talking to Nick and Cromarty have been talking to the CAA because of your impact on Inverness Airport and the approaches to and from. Something we've been doing in Kirkwall because it is a significant factor. These are not small things. You need the infrastructure to be able to do it. You need the space to be able to do it. No one port in Shetland, in the Highlands or Islands can do it at the moment. There is more than enough work around there. And it's all the infrastructure based around that. Truck drivers, boat drivers, crane drivers, forklift trucks, warehousing, warehouse operatives, warehouse managers, stock controllers, all those sort of lower level jobs. There's thousands of those before you even get into the network managers, the IT managers, the offshore O&M managers, the monitoring of power-based systems, transformer managers, all that sort of stuff that goes in at the higher level. There are thousands of jobs there. We don't have the capability to house them at the moment. That's a big problem for us. And again, we would need help and support with that, and the same as you do in the Highlands, as well as finding the people. 22,000 people, how many kids are that in the school area? You need to grow that in, bring them in, advertise out, and go and bring them forward. So there's plenty of opportunities there, but there's also plenty of barriers there as well in enabling it. If you don't get the ports set up right, offshore wind doesn't happen, full stop. It will go to Europe, and they're already set up for it.
Thank you, Jim. A cautionary tale. I think that was an excellent little overview, and certainly a good few little key facts in there that I've jotted down that I didn't know before, so thank you. We shall move on now to hear from Alison Wilson, Director of Advancement and Alumni Engagement at UHI.
Thank you. I'm really grateful for today's opportunity to join this panel in particular to tell you just a little bit about how UHI is working with developers and young people to support making the offshore wind sector locally an exciting career path, and I know that that's been the subject of conversation already. UHI exists to have a transformational impact on the people, communities and economy of our regions. And for us to achieve that, it's vital that we work in partnership with and understand the needs of businesses. And we're delighted with how positively the offshore wind sector is already engaging with and supporting us here at UHI. Right now, UHI has 36,000 students enrolled in courses with us. We have a further 36,000 graduates who make up our alumni community, And this autumn, we'll see an additional 3,000 higher education students complete their studies with us. With 2/3 of our students coming from within our regions, that's a significant potential labour pool available to support existing and developing sectors here in the north of Scotland. 35 years ago, when I left the Highlands, there was no UHI. There was no choice for us then to stay here to study at university level. We were often taught that to be successful, we had to leave. And that's no longer true. That's thanks to UHI's visionary founders who recognised that having a university of our own, that creating choice and opportunity for our young people to stay and contribute to vibrant businesses and communities and supporting them to do so was vital to the future sustainability of our region. Quite simply, we could not, and we still cannot, as we've heard, afford to lose large numbers of our talented young people from this area. In rural dispersed regions and islands, population matters. It matters for ensuring our communities flourish, it matters for our businesses having staff and customers, and it matters for our confidence and self-belief. And it matters for new sectors like offshore wind, where within Scotland, the success of projects depends not only on access to natural resources around our coastline, but on access to skills, both directly and through the supply chain, which is why there was an absolutely natural fit for ScotWind developers and UHI to identify our common ground and work together. UHI's STEM outreach programme, which I think you've heard a little bit about, has been funded by almost £1 million of investment from the likes of West of Orkney, from Ossian, from Buchan and Thistlewind partners. Our shared ambition between us is to inspire young people at the earliest stage, in nursery and primary schools, and that will immediately begin to build a labour pool for the long term. Without that industry support, we would not have been able to extend the reach of what we're doing. The offshore wind developers have worked together collaboratively, creating resources that our UHI partners around the geography can deploy locally so that as many young people as possible will benefit. The aim is to increase the number of young people choosing STEM pathways and encourage greater numbers of our young people to choose post-school education in the region, with UHI as part of a seamless journey. UHI has just launched a new Learn Local campaign to attract more young people to choose to study and make their careers here. Part of that is making sure that we not only have the course options to attract those young people to study with us, but that those courses are linked to industry demand and career opportunities so that we also retain our graduates. UHI is a fantastic option. I'm biased, I know, but our student satisfaction rates place us 4th in Scotland at undergraduate level and 1st at postgraduate level. The renewables sector is supporting us not only with our STEM outreach, but also with a new suite of scholarships and bursaries to support our school leavers to choose courses with UHI. Fred Olsen and Vattenfall have created a significant UHI bursary fund. Orion Group and Statkraft have created similar scholarships. These are game changers. They differentiate UHI in a competitive marketplace, and importantly, they have the potential to change not only young people's views of UHI, but their parents and influencers. They're offering between £3,000 and £5,000 per annum per student for each year of their studies. And they're encouraging more students to choose to study here, close to relevant employment opportunities, connected to and mentored by supportive businesses on courses developed to suit industry needs. If I may, to close, I'd like to share the story of one of our students by way of example of how each and every student we attract to UHI, that we connect to the opportunities that lie ahead, and that we support to confidently build their lives and careers here, is a win for us all. Charlotte is a lovely young lady from Skye. She's just completed her studies with UHI on our Energy Engineering Honours Degree programme and is the recipient this year of 2 of our donated prizes. She's the first ever winner of the Callum Davison Marine Energy Prize and also received the Sydney Black Memorial Engineering Award as our best female engineering student. She began studying at UHI Inverness in 2018 after working as a chef in the hospitality sector. She attended classes on campus until the pandemic, and then she studied remotely, also making use of her local UHI Learning Centre in Broadford, whilst continuing all the while to help run her family croft. During her studies, she undertook an internship, which has led to her securing a graduate position, which she starts this autumn with SSE, enabling her to remain in the Highlands and Islands to begin her dream career. And not only that, she's also getting married this summer, and her husband will relocate here to join her. Charlotte is an excellent example of exactly why UHI was created and the difference that having the UHI partnership across our regions makes to individuals' lives. To fully support the growth required by the offshore wind sector, then we must work together to increase STEM interest and capabilities in our youngest school-aged children, but also to directly increase the number of young people like Charlotte who choose to study and work within our regions post-school. Thank you.
Thanks, Alison. I think that's an excellent example and one that we can all take back into our kind of day-to-day lives. I think we've all got a bit of a job to do to help support the work and the mission there of UHI and be selling it to our young people that there really are careers here for life. They don't have to go away and there are hugely exciting opportunities to come. Right, last but not least, we're now going to hear from Ian Cllr, Executive Director at Global Energy Group, and then we will have a short kind of 10 minutes. Maybe we can push it a little for questions.
Just watching how nervous you are there, Elaine. I think the biggest challenge that our industry faces is keeping me to a short intro, as my West of Orkney friends will testify. Good afternoon. Pleasure to join the panel here, and a lot of what panel members and friends have mentioned resonate, and particularly from yourself, Jim, and I'll touch on a couple of these as I sprint through this, Elaine. So I'm Executive Director at Global Energy Group. I also sit on the board at Scottish Renewables and the Deep Wind board member as well for the clusters there. So if there's anybody in the room that would like to speak to me more about that and supply chain engagement, then please do feel free to reach out. Our business, as Jim alluded to, is a private port and it's in energy services. So we've got fundamentally we've got land based out in the Cromarty. It's 750,000 square metres, 1.2 kilometres of deep water quayside, and that in essence is a key enabler to allow offshore wind to take place. So as much as there are many different levels of investment that can take place without deep water access and without that land play, then offshore wind simply won't take place. We are in the geographical heartland of offshore wind. It's a wide arc, granted, but for just to give you an idea of just how key the asset is, both in terms of location. We were on 55 of the 74 ScotWind bids, of which our friends at the West of Orkney were one of the successful of the original 17 that came out. And the reason that we're on that is because of geography and because of the existing asset, because really to build out its scale, as Jim alluded to, it is huge. Pots of money, huge. There is plans at the moment for the projects down the Celtic Sea that are being mooted at a minimum of 500 million to really start to look at quayside investment to get anything close to what we're doing up here. So we're in a position of advantage, which is pleasing. And with that, we are building up a track record as things stand just now. We've marshalled and handled 2.6 gigawatts of assets to our port. What does that mean in real terms? Well, that's 298 of the big white boxes and 214 of the big yellow structures that you see frequently posted online in pictures. These are big bits of kit, and they're only going to get bigger as well. So almost in line with the opportunity and the size of that opportunity, which continues to increase. We want to do more, and we can do more. And I think that where we sit just now, there's been an interesting discussion I was having next door when somebody was asking me about how do we measure. So conversation today, what does it look like next year? What can we do? There is so much that can be done. And I think that we seem to focus an awful lot in the supply chain on what we know there's an opportunity there, but we sit back, and everybody's guilty of it. Our own business has been in that position as well, of waiting for things to happen. And frankly put, we just can't. Everybody in this room has a responsibility, an obligation almost to deliver against these. And without, make it too personal, I'm a father of 3. My children have just sat their hires and they're not 5s, and any other parents in the room, that's been pretty more stressful for sure than working for Roy McGregor. But these guys are coming through, and they are absolutely intent in playing a role within this. And that gives me great heart when we hear people talk about skills and that transitioning element and what that really tangibly means. Where we see the STEM subjects playing an ever-increasing part, and I have to say I feel extremely positive about that next step. But there is a gap, and we talk about this transition element all the time. And there are different ways of looking at that transition. It's really all about choices in my eyes. I think you can choose to sit back and wait for things to happen. And in my experience of 20 years in this industry, you can sit back and you can just watch it go on past you. And I think with that, it's the biggest motivator to see what more you can do. So when we were the successful award of the Freeport status, and listening to Jim talking about it in a competitive context, it was for sure. But before that, there was deep engagement with the ports. I signed an MOU with Ali Ferguson across in Kishorn, with 6 weeks of joining Global, and actually post-award, and even the build-up to that as well. There was a lot of really good discussions that taking place, and I'm having these conversations with Aberdeen, with Forth Ports, and across the piece as well. And we need to be having these conversations, so nobody has a fixed and firm idea exactly how this is going to play out, but that's not an excuse for sitting back and waiting for it to happen. So I would be saying to folk in the room, what is the next steps? The next steps I really see as 3 key things, if we're looking to realise that opportunity. And the first one is about being bold. Easy to say, a lot harder to do, but it becomes a lot easier to do if you do the second thing, which is that I'm going to use the word cooperation, because the other word's used so often. That I was down in Global Offshore Wind last week, and I promised the team that I wouldn't mention it again, so I don't want to get caught out with Stuart, who's watching with his eagle eye here. And that cooperation part takes many different faces, and one of the key things for me is about sharing. There are people that, yes, they do compete, but actually that's good. Competition is absolutely key to get that cost down and to be a viable, genuine, global example of how to develop and build out offshore wind. We need to have aspirations that are looking about exporting ideas, thoughts, products, and otherwise. And people often scoff at that. My background was in steel supply sector, where every penny literally was your prisoner, and it meant what was viable and what wasn't a viable project. And it really sort of drives home the importance of having a robust business case, but trying it, really pushing that envelope of offering. Because if you're not doing it, you can bet your backside that there are people that are watching exactly what we're doing right now. And if we're not moving quick enough, people are learning for free on our doorstep. And I saw an awful lot of that at Global Offshore Wind. I saw All Energy this year. But the positive thing is the Freeports has been an absolute facilitator, even early doors. You'll have seen an announcement that was made on a cable manufacturer. There's still some T's to cross and I's to dot, but that I would see as an anchor project, and that will start to create almost a self-perpetuating position of people saying, okay, it is real. There are people in the other side of the world that see the Highlands as being an incredible opportunity. And then others come in behind that. And I can say that with great confidence, because where I sit in the supply chain, we're speaking with the developers, we're speaking with the OEMs, the EPCIs, but also all the SMEs in the surrounds as well. And the conversations from a year ago to where they are now, sometimes you feel things can move slowly, but by crikey, there are things that are happening at pace. And I would say, and I would challenge those in the audience today and beyond, of which I often say, is you have to want to get on board. You have to want to develop your plan. It's okay if you don't know what that looks like, because sharing knowledge is the absolute key to untapping that and matching up your complementary partnership piece. And my last bit, and before I get into trouble for Elaine, is probably, it is about authentic leadership. I think we are guilty in the sector. I would say actually culturally we're quite guilty as well at almost sitting back and managing issues or managing a position. a bit like I was saying earlier on, this is a race. It's a race for the reason that we know the world is heating up. We're talking about the renewable sector, but there's a genuine, rationale behind this. You might have your own reasons, and everybody, I'm sure, has them all, some at different levels of priority. But unless we have authentic leadership that's going to take us towards the opportunity and the targets that are set at government level, there's a gap there in the delivery plan, but that shouldn't stop. Being aware of that is key, but it should not stop your own organisations, public, private or otherwise, developing a strategy that's going to take you towards that. So I think it's extremely exciting. I'm absolutely privileged to be involved in the sector and sit at some of the roundtable discussions I get to have, and be delighted to field any questions.
Thanks, Ian. So I think the message that we've heard from Ian and from others on the panel and right across the whole of the day is really the time is now. There's been an awful lot of talk about what we need to do, what we must do, but actually what we really need to do is get on and start delivering, even if we don't have all the answers. Okay, so I know I'm going to get into trouble for even allowing questions here, but I can't not when I've got a panel like this. So who wants to kick off? I know it's after lunch, but come on. I've got a gentleman here in the end.
Jim was saying about Orkney there on the marine side. We've got to remember we've got a construction phase on this project, which is okay, a finite period. After that, you got the operational phase, which, as someone said, 20, 30, 40, 100 years. And, it'd be great if we could encourage the marine side to use like British seafarers, British cadets, British kids to get them involved in the marine side, because far too often we're seeing Dogger Bank, places like that down south, where the vessels are ending up totally crewed by foreign crew, which is losing the opportunity for the British seafarers. But it would be good if the operators of these fields early on engage with marine companies and the training providers to actually allow the kids and that to get the qualifications to allow them to crew the vessels long term and create that industry again, because it's being lost. And as Jim said, you can't recruit people at the moment. It's become very, very difficult. I know a few years ago when I was training, quite a few years ago, there was about 800 cadets a year being trained in Glasgow. Now there's about 20, and most of them, when they finish, leave the industry because there are no vacancies. So it's a governmental thing. It's not really for the panel there, but it's supporting what Jim's saying there about the lack of marine crews. But this is a long-term project, not a short-term one.
Thanks.
Ideal opportunity to allow that to happen.
Jim, do you want to kind of pass any comment on that?
Just support that. The whole UK marine industry is very small. It's been allowed to get over that for far too long. And now is an opportunity to do that because there is a lot of marine-based activity coming up.
Anybody else? Judy, yep.
Just say that through DYW we have been signposting people through to the Merchant Navy down in, obviously in Glasgow. So we have had some young people from our area go down. So it is trying to, it's up to us as well through that project to make people aware that that is a career choice for them as well.
Any other questions? Last one. I'm on one more, so this is your big chance. No more. Well, I think you must have. You've stunned them all into silence. Can I ask you then, please, all? Oh, no, Jim has got one for us. He's saved the day.
It's just Ian. You missed the chance to say you're open for people coming up on Saturday to the site at NIG. So anyone who wants to see the scale of it, it's NIG's open for that on Saturday.
It's going to be my wrap-up. I was just so nervous to get into trouble, but you're absolutely right. I think the ports are as much as open for business. I think there's something that the businesses wanted to do for some time from a community perspective, and the gates are open at NIG. And for those that haven't registered so far, please, you can go online. The only disappointing thing I would say, and I shouldn't really do this, is I've done a sales pitch, but then take it away. It's a shame the last towers for the Sea Green project have literally I've set sail, but there is still some other really exciting things to see on site, particularly if you want to throw wet sponges at the staff as well.
What an opportunity. Right, thank you all very much for your contributions this afternoon. If you could please thank the panel.
Oh, thanks very much for It's a very informative session. Can I just make a slight apology? Part of my time nervousness is that in answer to Jim's question, does anyone here live in an island? I live in an island and I'm going for a ferry, and if there's a ferry sailing, don't miss it. So I'm actually going to duck out before the last session, so maybe just allow me just a couple of words before I go. And I think again, I'm going to quote Jim, as the journalist in me says always, if you hear a good line, write it down and plagiarise it. But there was just one line that Jim said there: if you don't get the ports right, it won't happen here. It'll go to Europe. They're clearly set up for it. So it just seems to me to be a metaphor for the whole thing, that what we've been hearing today is a jigsaw. You know, there are so many pieces in it. It's frightening almost the scale of the potential. But if there's any one bit of it that you don't get right, then the jigsaw as a whole will not come together. And the ports is absolutely a classic example of that, where there's huge investment needed, there's huge cooperation needed, but above all, maybe there's a huge strategic policy needed, so that these things are not happening in a piecemeal way. So that's really my only just conclusion. You know, we've heard so many parts of the picture, and then let's try to put the picture. And if we've succeeded today at all in joining up at least parts of the jigsaw, then it's been a successful operation. So my apologies, just I'm going to duck out before I will now hand over to the last panel, which is Ken Gowans is going to lead, and he can introduce himself. So for my own part, thank you very much for your support today. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon again, everyone. I'd like to invite the panellists to come up to the stage. It really is a pleasure to chair this last session, because it is about infrastructure, and we all know how important that is. Scotland has set itself a tough target to hit net zero by 2045. Now that's 5 years. That's 5 years before the rest of the UK. So energy transition from oil and gas to renewables is already underway, but the question is, I suppose, can Scotland become a world leader in the renewable sector? What role do the Highlands and Islands play in achieving that goal, and what practical steps do we need to ensure that it is achievable? The conference today has focused the debate on the opportunities and challenges within the Highlands and Islands, and as Scotland aims to position itself as a global leader in the green energy transition. The panel today will discuss green infrastructure with the Highlands and Islands and business support, covering topics such as current and planned infrastructure investments in the Highlands and Islands, wider economic growth opportunities in the region, local supply chains and how they can support energy transition, community schemes and support for businesses, collaboration and maximising impact with a focus on the circular economy. And we've got a very eclectic and very experienced panel that cover all of these things. And today we've heard a lot about collaboration. And I would suggest that if we are going to move forward, we've got the ideal panel to finish, because we're covering a whole range of bases. And with that, I'm going to ask each of the panel to introduce themselves. But on the panel, we have George Baxter, who is the Director of Development from Green Power International, Jimmy Williamson, Scottish National Investment Bank, Grant Barr, Business Development Manager from E.ON, and Christina Logan, Director of Customers and Stakeholders, Scottish and Southern Networks Transmission. So with that, I'll ask George to come up and introduce himself.
I'll just say a few words. I think we're under orders to try and not say too much, given that we're running late, and I want to get on to the questions and answers, and I've already talked a bit from the floor anyway. But yeah, I, as well as I've been at Green Power for a few years, the 12 years prior to that, I worked for SSE, and the Renewables division, and also with the transmission division. I worked heavily on the Bewley-Denny project, and I worked on all of SSE's major wind farms and also on Corriglass and Beatrice over the years. So kind of got various scars on my back from that. Development takes far too long. We get into lots of silly dead-end roadblocks over projects which are largely driven by misinformation and a lack of any kind of perspective on what it is we're trying to do here. You know, if you're in Saudi Arabia and you're sitting under all this oil, you don't just sort of take a little bit out to use it for yourself. You know, they've taken it all out and exporting it across the world, and they're an extremely well-off nation because of that, regardless of its other issues. But you know, in the Highlands, there's such a massive opportunity to be at the very centre of the renewable revolution right across Europe, and I think we need to speed up decision making. To put in infrastructure, primarily grid. I think we need to be bold. We need to be much bolder. We're going to have to double the amount of onshore wind that we have. We need to see a lot more solar. We need to see every commercial building with solar panels on it. It should be unusual to see a south-facing roof without solar panels. You know, we need the best EV charging network in Europe. We deserve that in the Highlands. This is where all the energy is generated, but our EV charging network's woeful. Lots of things that need to be put together and lots to do, but we need to be bolder. That is the bottom line, and we also, just to reinforce the point that Ian made there at the end, and I would lots of talk about the need for leadership, and I would certainly be supporting Ian in leading a lot of this stuff. But you know, we need to not sit back. We need to not be managerial. We need to get on to it, and we need to remember the science of climate change, which is each day goes by is increasingly real.
Thanks very much for that, George, and some really good points here about speeding things up and boldness. And someone who spends their life in local government, that resonates with me, I can assure you. But next to come up, we have Jim Williamson. Jim is from the Scottish National Investment Bank.
Thank you. Jimmy Williamson. We have grand titles at the investment bank, but we're all pretty much on the tools. So I'm Executive Director of Investment. I'm constructively uncomfortable sitting in front of the audience because my job is to originate, structure and execute transactions to actually deploy the capital. So we got policy people that will sit in conferences and we love them. But actually we've done that part of our positioning of our investment strategy. Our role is to deploy typically 200 million a year into where we see structural gaps in the marketplace, particularly around, and we've talked about offshore wind supply chain, I'm sure we'll talk about a bit more, which is hugely relevant to the Highlands and Islands. So my background is, I've been with the organisation a couple of years. Like most of us in our place, we have a pretty eclectic background, everything from consulting in industrial and energy markets to private equity, technology private equity, leveraged finance for private equity. And I think that reflects, the sort of range and the variety of different types of capital we need to deploy in our organisation. Everything from fund investment to direct investment, equity to debt support for businesses. I know we're short of time, so I'll get onto the questions shortly and wind up. I think if there was one message that if it doesn't come out in the questions I'd like to leave is that particularly with offshore wind supply chain, the UK is by a country mile the global market leader in this, excluding China because that's largely a domestic market. By some way, 60%, if not double, what everyone else is doing, depending on whether you measure it by commitments to the capacity to deploy over the next few years, or whether it's the actual active and in construction components of the offshore wind supply chain. And in that context, it's rare that we are a global market leader in any particular energy vertical. We are in offshore wind. Scotland is about anywhere between 50 and 60% of that UK component. And if you look at floating offshore wind, which is gives us even greater opportunity to add value. Just short of 90% of that is in Scottish waters, that offshore floating. So and if we then, and I'm sort of belying my sort of, short-term consultant's view of the market. I'm trying to build that market, that market perimeter. The relevance of the Highlands and Islands to all this is huge, in the sense that if you just look at the strategic relevance and importance of this part of the world, there's a huge opportunity to invest. And for us, it's harder than you think to deploy 200+ million of capital per annum. I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jimmy. Next up, we have Grant Barr. Grant is the Business Development Director of E.ON.
I'm not the director, he's sitting there. So Grant Barr, E.ON Business Solutions. What I help with a number of customers to decarbonise, and the barrier they see is the infrastructure, whether that be hydrogen or available distribution network or transmission network. One thing you've got up here in the Highland Islands is a unique positions resource combination you can call on. So you can help yourselves get to zero carbon quite easily, but the infrastructure is holding you back. Brian Wilson touched on something earlier about auditing to understand what's actually there as an infrastructure just now. With the DNOs, it's very hard to understand what you're allowed to do. It is very much put in a request and get an answer yes or no. If we had better clarity of what they've got, where there might be things we can do. It's not Christina on the transmission side, but the distribution side. If we get a better understanding, you can then start to map out how you can sort your EV problem, of being able to roll out the infrastructure because you can't tell and you can't do it just now, the distribution just now. And also then you can figure out how you're going to solve your heating. Are you going to do hydrogen? You're going to go heat pumps and understanding the network. What you have here though is that immense resource that what you have spare you don't use, you can send south with the transmission side. And that could be a revenue earner for you, growing the amount of generation you've got, whether that's even going into the looking at what you might do in hydrogen to tanker that around. There's all sorts of options. We're looking at ourselves and what we can do to tanker around the hydrogen. So that becomes another option for you. But the one thing about infrastructure, we see everywhere, it needs a clear long-term regulatory and policy direction. So people will invest in it and know what it is, because we're talking about 100-year lives of some of this. And that needs clear direction before bankers and things like that will get involved. And we as E.ON ourselves will fund things, but it's very hard unless there is a clear policy and direction that needs to set the milestones and steps for us to get from here to where we need for that zero carbon. So that's just calling again, make sure you have the resource, let's release it, but it needs the distribution to help. Transmission will take what spare you've got down south to make you money, but the policy and regulation needs to set the goals, or people will not invest in that infrastructure for you. That's me trying to get back on time a wee bit.
Thanks very much for that, Grant. And last but no means least, we've got Christina Logan here. Christina is the Director of Customer and Stakeholder for Scottish and Southern Networks Transition.
Thank you so much, Ken. So it's Christiana Logan, and so my remit is for the transmission network in the north of Scotland, electricity transmission. So that includes the Highlands and Islands, which means we've got the most northerly transmission infrastructure in the UK and up in Shetland, and also some of the highest through some of the passes that we have. And my remit covers the relationship with governments who want these targets for low carbon energy delivered. It includes the connecting customers that want to connect to the transmission and distribution networks, and many of whom are represented here in the room. It also includes the local communities who will be hosting this significant infrastructure, some of whom, as we've heard today, are not particularly keen on the idea. And I think it's been really clear today that there's actually huge potential for benefit to the Highlands and Islands directly from these projects. I think we need to help our local communities understand that better. As an industry and as a sector, we need to do that. And I believe we also have to help them understand the role they have in society in providing this significant opportunity for net zero. I think Councillor Bremner made a comment about 10% of GB energy is used in the Highlands. Was that right? Is that what, yeah. So actually, if you look at future energy scenarios, our electricity network in the north of Scotland has the potential to deliver 10% of GB decarbonisation by connecting all this low carbon offshore wind, onshore wind, hydro storage, everything else. So actually, these projects that people are not convinced are right for them have the potential to decarbonise their energy equivalent. So really we need to help people understand why this is all required and what the benefits are for them. It's a significant programme of investment, which we'll come on to in the question, so I won't jump the gun. But as a context, we have so much low carbon generation connected in the north of Scotland at both local distribution level and at transmission level that we're basically constrained on the network across the board. There's not much space to connect anything else right now without building more infrastructure. And that's where some of the frustrations come from, that even things like solar on school roofs or a local wind project on a farm can't get a connection for years because we need to build these infrastructure projects. And that's the other thing I think we need to build more awareness of, is that these projects we're seeking to connect with this infrastructure aren't just big offshore wind farms with the money being shipped elsewhere, but also the energy being shipped down south. It's also our local projects that want to deliver benefit within local communities. And we need to help people understand some of those local specifics of these projects and why it's worth them supporting these projects. So that is my ask of everybody today.
Thanks very much for that, Christiana. We've got time for questions now. We're going to try and keep these fairly brief because we are running out of time. We'll go to Councillor Bremner. You have a question.
Hi, Christiana. I think that something that you said there just now and something that we've been talking about today about our communities. I raised the question earlier on, very early in this conference today. Our communities are massively important for our net zero and just transition. And we keep on talking about the fact that we need to take our communities to that level of understanding and where they could get the greater benefit or the maximum benefit for their area. We have lots of different ideas. The council has ideas as to how we can manage to do that. Sometimes that might not be that might be in quite contrast with some of the ideas of developers, given the constraints on public finances. How do you, before we leave the conference today, how do you think that we have the ability to be able to improve that? How do we actually do that? We've asked ourselves and given lots of questions, given ourselves lots of challenges today, but how do we, that for me would be the one main consideration as a council, working in partnership with other organisations like yourself, is to how do we take our communities with us, and how do we get the conversation going to get them to that level that we know that we can actually look back in 15 years' time and more and say, you know what, we really delivered for our communities in terms of the investment that came into the Highlands with these renewable energy opportunities. Given the fact that the representation that we have made has been at the level of Ofgem and BEIS at these other conferences where your representatives and our representatives have been there. I was being serious about, council getting involved in that level, but we need to understand how do we actually get our communities to that position where they are going to know that in 15 years' time they will look back and say, it was we got the benefit to the maximum outcome.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more, and it's something that we are actively working on at the moment. So earlier this year, I brought into our business an economic development manager. It's not something that an electricity network company's ever had before, but that's essentially what this individual is focused on, is working on how we ensure that our local communities get as much benefit as possible from our investments. And unlike the wind farm type developers who have opportunities to create community benefit funds and directly fund projects in local communities, as electricity network monopolies, we've never had that opportunity before because it's not something our regulator would approve. But right now we have a huge opportunity because the UK government is consulting on creating community benefit funds for these types of infrastructure projects. And we, through our response to that consultation, are encouraging them to go as far as they can with that, so that this is meaningful benefit in local communities with a real legacy benefit, not just a short-term benefit. And we are set up to actually measure benefit from our local projects. We've had analysis done, there was mention of a bigger report earlier. We've had our own bigger report on benefit. So from our £10 billion investment programme to 2030, we will see an additional £6.5 billion of benefit to the UK. And £2.5 billion of that will be in Scotland, and some of that will be in Highlands and in the Islands. And for us, it's about what commitments we can put into our supply chain contracts for using local supply chain. We already committed to 25% on that. How much further can we go? And I think some of what we've heard about ports is really exciting for opportunity to do more within the region. And then it's also about the additional benefits that we can provide through things like enduring infrastructure within these areas. When we've built a project, what can we leave behind as a positive legacy? Whether that might be looking at opportunities around housing, roads, what can we do and really maximise the investment that benefits over the long term. And it's also the non-economic social benefits. You know, our projects are delivering a positive benefit to biodiversity, a net gain in biodiversity. So the nature benefits that have huge well-being potential for local communities, as well as the nature itself, are another type of benefit. We need to make sure that we are sharing all that with our communities. And we would look to local authorities and other parties that have real knowledge of these local communities to help us focus on the areas where the need is greatest and where the investment can make the biggest difference. That would be my response.
George, would you like to?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would agree wholeheartedly with all of that. I think another point, though, is, you know, over the current kind of, seen all the splash in the newspapers about the local, the piling line from Beauly to Spittal. I mean, the benefit of that project is it unlocking renewable generation. And from the renewable generation, a lot of investment comes and a lot of community benefit comes. So, you know, the Beauly-Denny line was painted as some kind of monster pylons, but they're just the same size as the rest of the UK. And it was also sold as something that would completely destroy tourism in Scotland. You know, folk would get to Blair Athol, they'd see the pylons and they would turn back. You know, none of that happened. Absolutely none of it happened. So I think there's a job to be done about weeding out hysteria and some political leadership standing up for facts. You know, folk tend to run away from controversy in the newspapers, and newspapers love choice quotes, even if it's just from a few people, and make it sound like it's a lot of people. I think actually most young people would get it, that you need the pylons to deliver the green energy. Do you really want to pay 10 times more by undergrounding it, even if it was technically possible? You know, so there's some kind of fundamental questions there about education around the purpose of the grid upgrades that are required. And I'd also just like to say, I think in that regard, that's why one of the reasons why I've joined Highland Tourism Community Interest Company as a board director, because I think the tourism industry, upon which a lot of the Highland economy depends, and the renewable industry, they're the two big industries in the Highlands, and they should be working together, and should be working together for mutual benefit. And we're starting on that journey with Highland Tourism, CIC, and bringing renewable companies together to see how we can work together. And I would encourage any of the renewable companies that are here who haven't joined the party or the discussion yet to join in, because I think there's a lot that we could do together. Not to kind of get involved in controversy over pylon lines, but to do really positive stuff about the benefits of the investments that are going in renewables.
Okay, thanks for that. Don't know if any other members of the panel wish to contribute to that, but if not, we'll move on to the next question. Okay, the lady in the turquoise.
Actually, I was going to say a lot of what George has just said. It's not often George and I agree with one another. But we do, actually, yeah. But I mean, I live in Beauly, and I can remember the furore over the Beauly-Denny power line, and yet we are awash with tourists. And I mean, I can remember somebody actually pointing out to me that I can see 8 pylons out my front window. I'd never even noticed them. I mean, it's actually often about a mindset. But to me, one of the problems is I think we need to be a lot bolder. And I actually think the current consultation system just simply doesn't work because it focuses on the view of an individual. And a few individuals can make an enormous amount of noise, and boy, do they make an enormous amount of noise. And they terrify the life out of people. And they're running around, and they're frankly a mob, you know, and you're hard pushed to stand up against them. And young people will not engage in that kind of thing. It's just not their thing, you know, they're not going to go. The young people I talk to are all very pro the idea of encouraging renewables. But the people who are complaining are largely people who are well off. They don't engage in a lot of community activity, so they're not interested in community benefit. They live in very nice houses, and that's what they're worried about. Now, we have a consultation system that, in my view, is giving far more credence to those people's views than is legitimate, because, you know, they're running around saying to people, you can't get, we've got enough electricity here, we don't need an electrical infrastructure, completely ignoring the fact that they're driving around in cars that are made in the north of England that actually need power to be able to run the factories. But it's just that misinformation, as George says. But we're giving, the planning structure gives too much credence to them, and I just wonder if there isn't a way of avoiding that and saying that, I mean, I know NPF4 does to some extent say these are national infrastructure projects, but it's almost like you're having to go through this exercise, and we all know what the answer is going to be. We all know there's going to be people running up and down screaming blue murder. It's not going to make any difference, and to some extent you're just leaving a whole load of people very disappointed.
Am I all right to come back? Do you want to first, Ken?
Yeah, no, it's fine. No,
yeah.
You're okay.
Shall I jump in? I think it was more of a statement than a question, but I'm gonna answer it as if it was a question, right? Yeah, literally, I'm living every day in the midst of these consultations, so everything you've said feels really familiar. And for me, like, we've set our business up to be stakeholder-led, to try and achieve the best balance across all our different stakeholders that we're trying to deliver for, to get the best outcomes, aiming for a consensus, and where we can't get that, to be transparent about the trade-offs we have to make, and to make what's the right decision for the whole, for society. And our mission is to deliver a network for net zero, but in doing that, to try and find a balanced outcome for the interests of the environment, of local communities, and of the cost to the end consumer who ultimately pays for this, and to the connecting customers who pay for the other parts of the infrastructure. And so we're being very open through this consultation about those trade-offs. We're helping show that to people. And if anybody wants to know more, there's a decent explainer on the Inverness Courier website, but there's even better information on our website. Come and speak to me. And actually, you know, there are some individuals in these communities who have got a very loud voice and who are trying to knock the projects off altogether. These are critical national infrastructure projects, but in our view, it's not about doing them at all costs. It's about how we do them in the right way, where we are considerate of what the local community concerns are, and we do our best to manage and mitigate those within the constraints that we have. So, does the planning process always support that? We're actually doing most of our engagement over and above what's required in the planning process. What we have been asking government for is better treatment around triggers for public inquiries. Because if we end up with public inquiries on these projects, we will be delayed for more than 12 months, potentially significantly longer. Bewley Denny was what, about 5 years? Something like that?
12 years.
Well, from end to end. So, I mean, these are, if you end up there, forget 2030 targets. I know that's a bit blunt and not everyone likes to hear it, but it's true. So we need the support of the entire industry to help people understand, because those voices who are concerned about the impact on the price of their property, despite whatever we might do to mitigate that, will not be convinced. But how can we bring with us more of the majority of those local communities so that we know it's the minority that are dissatisfied rather than the majority? And it looks like we've got another question.
So, does anybody else want to pick up on that at all? No. Okay. We've got time for maybe two more. I've got one that's come in, and I'll go to everyone.
George's point about Highland Tourism Community Interest Company, it seems like the right time to hopefully not monopolise the conversation, but to move things forward and explain where we're at. So we started on this journey nearly 2 years ago, looking at the possibilities and the opportunities economically for the whole region as a group of businesses working together on a community interest company. And now what we've evolved is really just taking all the points that we've heard today, you know, what's happening in renewables. 50% at least is challenges that we're facing in the tourism industry as well. And so what we've seen as a huge opportunity to move forward as a Highland community interest company, removing the word tourism and saying there's a huge opportunity for us to work together as a whole, and really looking at how we can be a premium environmental brand destination working together. And so there's, from our perspective, this renewables, tourism, whisky, land and estates. And so we've got a great board of directors that are very focused economically on working together.
So is that a question? Do you have a question?
From a community perspective, I guess I was really putting to the board where, you know, and how do we move forward from here, because there's similarities about what we're discussing in terms of challenges and opportunities are so similar. So any thoughts on that from the board, from the panel, would be great.
This might feel tangential, but I was kind of looking at Jim. So the investment for our programme of investments is green investment. So the funding for these projects, which are ultimately paid for by consumers, but the capital funding is coming in through green bonds, through revolving credit facilities that are all linked to ESG factors. So we need to hit, you know, our climate targets. We need our supply chain to hit their climate and carbon reduction targets. We need to be delivering biodiversity improvements and so on. And that has been a really great source of funding for us. And I think it could be another opportunity that if the tourism sector is looking at that relationship with greening the sector, there could be more opportunity to tap in to opportunities for funding that they might not previously have had. I don't know if you had any thoughts on that, Jim.
Maybe slightly different perspective on it. I mean, we you know, that diversity of investments that we've made, we, you know, whilst you know, the clearest obvious opportunity we've got to invest meaningful capital at the moment is around offshore wind supply chain. It's hugely relevant to the Highlands and Islands, as I mentioned, but we've also invested in Highland Coast Hotels. Now, you know, tourism isn't a particularly strategic vertical for us because our financing strategy is to fund structural gaps in the marketplace, and you know there are generally fewer of those in that sector. But it's interesting, maybe in that point, so just to give a contrast about, you know, the sort of the type of things that we might invest in. That was to address an issue around lack of provision, lack of quality provision in that part of the country. So it was investment in rural. We firmly positioned it under what we call their place mission, where it's dealing with regional and place-based inequality, where you know, and part of the, as well as having financial covenants, this business has to have a loan, debt to equity ratio of such, and you know, it's going to have various financial covenants. Actually, there were impact covenants on that business around training of individuals, employing local people, being open, you know, throughout the year, not just a seasonal business, and the provision of better services in general. So, maybe my broader point, I think, you know, and you know, I'm not quite in a Highland tour, but I was in Orkney last week, and actually, what encouraged me about, you know, about what I see around is, you know, I think, you know, the opportunity for Scotland is an attractive enough place. People will come, you know, and they won't stop coming immediately. Investing in, you know, for the people, investing in infrastructure that's going to make it a better place for all of us to live in. I think there's still room, there's balance, if you like, for investment in, you know, and consultation around community projects. But I think I think that opportunity for broader investment to make, you know, whether it's getting the A9, you know, the A9 upgraded, whether it's to, you know, get better ferries and so on. I don't want to get too political, but But actually, maybe in that broader point, I think, I'm maybe going off a tangent. I think we did talk, I was with a client earlier today, we were talking about, what can the various parties that are involved in signing off projects do to help. And we don't necessarily think local authorities, for example, should, are the provider of grant capital and so on, maybe at the fringes, but actually something like fast-tracking planning applications where you've got something that's fundamentally important to a business because it's linked to offshore wind supply chain, and actually if that gets held up behind, be careful what I say, someone who's got a nice house over here somewhere, and that's, they're going to wait till that complex planning application gets dealt with before you deal with one which is actually going to open up a broader business opportunity, maybe things like that. I think the broader message, and I'm rambling, a broader message around, I think every part of the sort of the business planning, government, financial community has a role to play in if you like, being a catalyst to try and get that investment, rolling. I'll stop there, so it was a ramble, sorry about that.
Okay, we've got one more question, which I think is actually a really good question because it kind of sums up a lot of what's happened today at the conference, and given the panel that we've got and the different areas that they cover, I think it's quite an open question. And it states, what is the wider supporting infrastructure that we need to have in place to facilitate the successful build-out of green infrastructure in the Highland and Island region? That's a very broad question, and it'd be great to get your views on that. Who wants to go first?
That's quite
catching up on partly in the earlier question about how you bring stuff. If we can release the assets that are up here, which is generation, it's going to reduce the whole of the UK's power prices. It will help the decoupling from gas. It will help greatly. And as you do those investments up here, you can bring that into community funds to help your infrastructure grow on the electric side, because 2030, 35, you're going to have only electric vehicles. And if you've not got an infrastructure, you're not going to have any tourists. So that will help you, as long as we can release it to get you the money. It will help everyone reduce. So if there's another war happens, you won't have the spike in prices again if we're more self-reliant. So we need to release it to release some of those pressures.
Anyone else wish to come in on that? It's quite a broad question. What infrastructure?
Answer it how you want.
I'll have a go. It's a bit like an exam question. What infrastructure, wider infrastructure, do you need to deliver the green infrastructure? Well, I think certainly transport networks are really important. I think hydrogen connectivity is going to be really important. How do we if we can generate millions of tons of hydrogen, but it's not all being used in the Highlands, where's it going to go? How's it going to get there? What form is it going to go in? I think we need to think about all of that. I think hydrogen is going to be massive in the future. And there's no doubt, just going back to what somebody said before, I think the housing stock in the Highlands needs an absolutely dedicated look at it. And if we could link up socioeconomic benefits of energy generation to improvements to the toughest houses to heat, and putting the whole works of external wall insulation and a heat pump or solar and battery, those types of solutions, we should be thinking about how we do that on a big scale and an organised scale, because it's kind of what's really shocks me. It never ceases to shock me. It's almost like a poll tax on the poor. It's only the well-off who can have their electric car or have their house with solar panels and heat pumps and all the rest. And there's definitely, I think we need to find a new way to do that, because Highlands, just the demographics, the geography, just needs a dedicated approach that probably wouldn't replicate elsewhere.
Anyone else?
Parallel, I worked for a number of years in Aberdeen, and Aberdeen had, generally pretty good infrastructure in some respects. They had a dual carriageway south, which helped that infrastructure coming in. It's a challenge, I think, that we have for the Highland region, and I think it's been overlooked. That can't be solved very quickly. And also Aberdeen got its ring road. For those of you who know, Aberdeen got its ring road just as they all, almost started to run out, not quite. But actually the productivity improvement that made for those businesses being run around, if you were to get from Altons to the airport, and for those who know the geography, it made a massive difference. So I guess the question is, there's probably a backlog, and the Highlands and Islands have its own version of a backlog of infrastructure investment that you would have liked to have been made. I think is to prioritise the ones that matter most, and and be quite be quite forceful and consistent about that.
I would agree with that and extend it to communications infrastructure as well, that this is increasingly digital industries that we're working in, so that's really important. But I'd also say obviously I would say the electricity network infrastructure is absolutely vital, but my fellow panel members have already said that. I think actually the non-physical infrastructure, we've heard it today about, our skills and resource pipeline. How do we actually turn that into something that's systematised? We've got long-term sectoral plans, we've got a long-term vision so that we can actually build up that workforce planning and get that pipeline of people coming through into the industry. And then I think similarly in the community benefit space as well, how do we turn that into infrastructure for these local communities?
I'll take one last bite of this. I was going to say business infrastructure. There was a case, a business I was visiting in Orkney last week where, tidal, I won't go into the details, but tidal turbine facility, and actually there isn't the lifting capability that exists in Orkney to be able to do the work they need to do. So they're going to send pieces of equipment when equipment's offline to Germany and other places, and that takes important energy generating infrastructure out of the water and out of the equation for months longer than you'd expected. So little things like that around what's the incremental gain there. So businesses actually knowing and connecting the pieces there around actually if you had slightly better lifting and engineering or fabrication capabilities in places that are strategically important, that makes a difference. So it's not all about government building roads. It's there's a I think every business owner, every player in the broader business and community has got a role to play about what can and should they be doing about investing in their capabilities.
Well, that brings us to the end of this session, and I'd like to thank you all for staying with us. I'd also like to thank our panel, and perhaps you join me in showing your appreciation. Now it gives me pleasure to welcome Simon Duncan from E.ON to the stage. Simon's going to give a short presentation on some of his work.
Just to let you know, we are on the last 10 minutes of this conference for those who are desperate for tea, toilets and travel. We did want to just share a little project with you. We've talked about cooperation or collaboration or jigsaw pieces today. So this is something that we at E.ON have been doing with SSEN, Costain and Ofgem. A lot of great work together on this project. So I'll hand over to Stuart from SSEN to talk us through this.
Yeah, I'm Stuart. I'm the head of Future Networks at SSEN. Also Inverness, brought a Milburn Academy student again as well, so a bit of a common theme there. Just to give a bit of background about where this project came from, a lot of you know a lot of our networks are long radial feeds, radial meaning there's only one overhead line into a particular town, so places like Skye, Ullapool for a long time, it starts changing now, but lots of other places are radial. And that means when the power goes off, it's off for a reasonable long time until you can get that repair done. And the traditional way we deal with that is large 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt lorry-mounted diesel generators, which doesn't particularly sound like a net zero solution, and it's not particularly fast because you have to get it there as well, often in bad weather and all the rest of it. Yeah. The other thing as well is we've done a number of projects in our innovation portfolio, including very successful battery projects on Shetland and Orkney. We had a megawatt battery in Orkney for a few years, about 10 years ago now. We had a battery on Shetland, with 2 different technologies on Shetland. That's all ended up in a permanent battery installation on Shetland now, which is being upgraded to allow for resilience during the loss of the new interconnector. So there's a lot of stuff sitting around about there that kind of started to get us thinking about opportunities. Another thing we're seeing as well is in a lot of our radials, there's a large amount of embedded generation. So you kind of think, well, why can't you use that generation to keep the radial feeds on when the power goes off? And the reason for that is it doesn't match the demand at any point in time. It's not stable, lots of technical reasons. But if you can put a battery in, alongside local renewables, you could actually create resilience in these long radial feeds, which means they don't go off supply. In the case of a fault, you don't have to bring the diesel generator in. So great idea. There's a couple of barriers in the way for us. First one is that we're not allowed to own batteries. The regulatory rule that says networks are not allowed to own batteries. And the second issue is the economics of batteries are pretty challenging if you're just using it for resilience. If you think about if you were to build a second overhead line and it lasts 30, 40 years, a battery is nothing like that and probably matches the price or more. So you have to be able to stack value. So then E.ON came along to us a proposition about selling us resilience as a service, was effectively selling us this battery as a service. And so what we did is put that in through the Network Innovation Competition, which is an innovation funding arrangement that Ofgem have in place. And between us, we won £11 million worth of funding to put a battery in and trial it. So we've selected the site after a lot of different options being optioneered, and we ended up with Drynach on Skye as the site. So I'll pass you over now to pick up on some more detail.
Yeah, thank you. So my name's Dan Jerwood. I'm the E.ON project lead for the RAS project. So again, as Simon sort of opened the day with, this is a project where sustainability and this drive towards net zero is really ringing true right the way across the board. And we're very proud to be working on projects to deliver in these areas. So again, I'm not sure if you've talked to one of the colleagues in the breakout, but I mean, we have projects in Edinburgh Zoo. We're installing PV in an education centre. So the lady who presented on STEM before, we've certainly gone and bent her about some ideas for what we could put into there. Also 4 megawatts of solar on Diageo, and now in collaboration with SSEN and unfortunately Costain, who can't make it here today, we're looking at this as a 3.6 megawatt battery, so maybe not quite as big as some of the ILI assets that are going out there, but nonetheless it's a decent sized battery that we want to deploy on the Isle of Skye to actually help deliver this RAS service. So interest in batteries in the UK is massive. We know there's about 65 gigawatts roughly in planning at the moment, so we're going to see a lot more batteries connecting, infrastructure permitting, of course. Because it's no secret about how good the flexibility is in terms of maintaining network stability, which is going to be key to support the rollout of wider renewables. So we do know they have this challenge around intermittency as well. However, actually providing a battery for network resilience really is a first for this sort of type of technology in the UK. So. The fact it is a first, coupled with we have 3 separate companies working on this together to be fair, in a very close collaboration, delivering it through the pandemic. So this is actually my first vision of Stuart in 3D I've ever had. He's, you agree, even more handsome than in 2D if you ever get on a call with him. But it certainly has presented a massive challenge to the project team. But a challenge nonetheless that E.ON's experts and the engineers from SSEN have absolutely risen to and met head on. And we've designed a battery-led solution which can address the security of supply with these exact problems that Stuart has just described for you. So the solution is intended to, we haven't rolled it out yet, but it's intended to, upon network fault, seamlessly pick up the island demand, continue to supply to the island, and then when the fault is created, hands back seamlessly to the network supply. So again, this is in itself could actually sort of signal a new era with very clear benefits for communities in remote areas of few interruptions. So blackouts could be a thing of the past, hopefully. We can see. Or at worst, they'll be far less disruptive to local businesses and households. Now, potholes were mentioned this morning a couple of times as a blight on our roads. Sadly, that's not within our scope of the project, so we're not going to be fixing any holes. But the solution will actually help keep street lights on, so night drivers have a better chance of avoiding potholes and associated car repair bills. One point as well that I think has been echoed throughout the day is making sure that the engagement with community and engagement outside the project is in place. We have a stakeholder advisor group set up that will go back and report regularly We have members of somebody working for the Scottish Government that actually reports onto that. Ofgem is on that list. I think it's Minginish Community Council from Skye there. Other DNOs again, so they can sort of share experience. So it's a very, very key part of the project that dissemination does take place, so that people know what we're doing, why we're doing it, and then obviously the benefits that they will then benefit from. So again, batteries are expensive. In order to generate as cost-effective a solution as possible, because again, it's the same with the transmission question, this has got to be paid for ultimately by the end consumer. It's really important that the battery can be commercially optimised, as well as doing RAS, but always making sure that there's enough energy within that battery to deliver the RAS service should it actually be called on. So again, revenue optimisation of these assets is something that E.ON does have in-house expertise for. So again, we've been able to use this to actually feed into the commercial modelling and business cases for the project, which has been very, very useful. So what next? Can I say what next?
Yeah, you go.
Thank you very much. Delighted to say we're actually right on the brink of placing the contracts now to get the battery ordered and take what's really been a highly technical and maybe a bit academic exercise so far into a living, breathing, real-world project. So suppliers have been chosen and plans are in place to get the battery on Skye, and et cetera, et cetera. But what it could then lead to is potentially a wider product rollout. So if we are successful on the Isle of Skye, we can make it work technically, we can make it work commercially for all involved. This could be a solution that we roll out to other areas where energy resilience is also challenging. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. So as Brian has left us to catch his ferry, I'd like to thank Brian, and I'll cover the closing for him. I want to thank all of the speakers here today. I want to thank all of the panel members and all of the sponsors involved in today's event. In addition to the Scotsman and the wonderful job by the event team, the technical team at the back, and all the catering staff. Thanks most of all to each and every one of you. You didn't disappoint. You asked some good questions, had good debates, and the conversations were electric. So we had the challenge. We had a number of different themes today. It doesn't end today. We were asked to be bolder a number of times. The power is very much still in your hands, and travel safe, and thank you all.